Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up, a concise show dedicated to bringing you the most relevant, independent news as we see it from the last 24 hours. Saturday, February 22nd, 2025. Thank you for joining me today. Glad to follow up today on the story from yesterday. A lot of stuff I wanted to get to from yesterday's show that we're going to get to today. I am determined to take as long as it needs, hopefully shorter, to get through everything I had today. And I'm really challenging myself today. There is a lot of information, even for this show today. And mostly because yesterday we were primarily focusing on the Gaza-Israel overlap, the Bibas conversation, and a few extensions to that touched on the second part of the story yesterday in regard to DOGE getting caught lying, and that was about the USA Gaza wrapper story, USAID. Another lie. We'll go over that again today. But more broadening out the second part of today, getting into a lot of the different spending pieces that I was trying to briefly go over at the end of yesterday's show, and showing you the parts that I was looking for and examples of funding that once actually stopped, or claims, dishonesty everywhere. Now, I also added a lot today because I knew it would be developing in regard to what's going on with the Bibas family. And I made sure to reiterate a point today that it simply does frustrate me that we have to reiterate things that we've already verified on this show because we were ahead of a story. It happens all the time with this platform. But so I'm going to yet again today go through the data that shows you that the father who has come back from Gaza is at this point, well, it's an interesting nuance. When he came back, he was arguing that he still maintained what Hamas told him. And I'll show you that directly from Times of Israel. Now, the only thing that has changed is Daniel Hagari publicly stated that the father asked him to relay that information. I don't believe it. Flat out don't believe that. Now, it's certainly possible. We'll go over the information and show you why I would feel that certain about it. But I want you to come to your conclusions about it and show you the 55 other ways that they're currently being caught lying about right now in this story. Apparently, the family wasn't even informed about the information that they relayed to the world, and bare hands killed the children. Apparently, the family heard that through the news too. That doesn't make any sense. There's just so many different examples of this, and this is all coming out right now. And we're going to go over the reality of the evidence showing that the IDF killed them in Gaza, whether by deliberate action or indiscriminate bombing, and why this is important, what it shows you, and the extension of the story into today, and as well as the body of the mother and whether that the returning of that and what it shows you, and all of it concluding in what we expected was the use of this to continue to drive in the agenda, which was, as we've been telling you, planned to break right now. Right in this exact moment, in between the discussion of the second phase. That was what the plan was. We've been telling you that for 2 weeks, more than that, because the Israeli government has been telling you that, if you happen to listen to them, that Trump made the agreement that they could do this, and the West Bank, which is also happening. So I've added that to the beginning. We're going to go through to get you caught up on that story, and some interesting overlapping points as usual, but a huge part today on the dishonesty from the partisan media, the dishonesty from DOGE, the kind of sleight of hand that's taking place. And again, my very, very real concern based on the evidence we have in front of us that there's not just a coup taking place. And just that alone, a coup, we could be discussing different power structures within the United States. It makes sense to a large degree. And just that in and of itself. But even that part could mean that there's an outside hand guiding, influencing, funding one of those sides. But the point is that if you stand back, I think there's a much larger shift happening. And this is not a unique opinion. Listen to a lot of people like Catherine Austin Fitts and plenty others out there, many of which, Catherine being one of the members of the IMA, that the evidence just lines up very clearly with a technocratic shift. All the things that this very establishment was pretending they were fighting, all the things that the Republicans thought they were fighting, they're now rolling out under different guise. But I also see it connected, as I keep showing you, to the governmental agendas of the foreign policy dynamic. And it's not just Israel. It's important to hear that. It is about the structure that is, I think, bastardizing both Judaism, Israel, and the people within it, just like the United States and the people that have fallen clearly for what they're driving forward. Doesn't mean that everybody in this country is part of that, right? It's very important to see that. But I think what we're recognizing is that this is all very clearly rapidly rolling forward. You have the partisan media players that I think I'm going to prove to you even more today are not just deceiving you, but knowingly lying to you about very ridiculous stories. For some reason, you could decide what you think that might be. And all throughout it, driving home an agenda that I don't think is in anybody's interest. I mean, not even their interest. If you really want to break it down for where I think this is going, maybe they don't know that. Maybe they know something we don't. But all I'm asking as always is for you guys to stand back, especially those new to this show, and just consider what we're talking about. Question what I'm saying, question what anybody else is saying, come to your conclusions about what the facts show, not the statements, not the tweets, but the facts, the source material, what you can trace back. And if you can't find that, then you don't know. The only honest way to engage with this conversation, especially with how much misinformation, deception is going on in just flagrant quick succession, like people like Elon Musk. That's not an opinion. That is a stated obvious fact that he has been caught lying repeatedly about very big stories and things that I can prove to you weren't by accident at best, or just that he didn't even look. And I think we know that's not really the story. But I'd like to start with another example of not necessarily, I would call it a deception. You can call it whatever you'd like. Simply not promises kept, if you will. And again, even the point is that what they're claiming they're doing, not action, which is the thing that we keep pointing out in all of this, that the story comes out that Trump's going to be cutting military funding, and good, we should all hope that's going to happen. The conversation of a posed, not even set up yet, conversation with China and Russia about cutting it's all hypothetical. It's all up in the air. And they have said a lot, like all politicians, that don't come to pass, even just in the last so many weeks. The point in saying any of that is not to dismiss it as impossible, not to blindly see it as happening, but to just wait and see based on the statements. Not based on the outcome, not just the statements. That goes with anything we're talking about. You can still point and say, like we're going to here, this is what they just said. And that's important to consider. But we need to wait and see what happens. And when they start cutting funding, if they start cutting it, and in military and USAID or anything else, and not just moving things around, then we can start to praise those things. Right? So right now, that's been floated a lot. Now, obviously, we've already seen billions upon billions flying out to Israel with zero oversight, no real dynamic. Just here's $1 billion, here's 7.4 more billion, and weirdly, perfectly aligned with the amount they were cutting from different things, but that must be a coincidence. The point is, if you stand back, there's not really much cut happening. It seems to be a lot of moving. Now, I'll be honest that I don't think anybody has a real obvious picture of this just yet. Somebody will be able to go through this with a fine-tooth comb, and even then we should question whether they have the full amount of information, always how the world is, but go through it later and be able to really say, okay, here's what we spent, here's what they actually saved. We're not there yet. In this point, it's important to highlight that the argument is because they said so that this is going to be happening, and that's been #when promises kept, even though it hasn't happened. But here's what's already being shifting just in the narrative, though. That's why I went to that explanation, because it already get framed as somehow, the same thing in reverse. Well, it's not be the same problem in reverse. But Hegseth, rabid prophetic Zionist, speaking of Israel's biblical right to other people's territory, that's who this person is. His order will redirect spending, exactly like the USAID conversation went from shuttered, #shuttered, we've destroyed it, it's gone, and then all of a sudden we're praising why it's being used in different ways, without even a moment of reflection to go, oh, wait, never mind, I was mistaken, or I lied to you, it wasn't shuttered, it didn't end, all we did was move the funds somewhere else. What's happening? And I'll go over that even more in the latter half of the show. But the point here, Acting Deputy Secretary of Defense Robert G. Sleight, how do you say it? Sleises? It's an interesting name. Salesses. And it said in a statement on Wednesday night that Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth has ordered a review of Pentagon spending to realign spending priorities of the Trump administration. Now, the same thing that Rubio said. We're just going to make sure they align with our interests. So that's not the same as as cutting anything, more so just using it for their purposes, which is exactly what a lot of honest people were saying they predicted would actually happen, because that's what seems to always happen. Now, the statements from Sleight, that's it, something like that. That's just a strange name. Came after a report from Washington Post said that Hegseth ordered a plan to cut Pentagon spending by 8% each year over the next 5 years. Now, even if he genuinely meant that, it still doesn't really mean much until it happens. Always. It's not a partisan thing. It's just how we have to look at this. And it says, but according to the statement from Sleight, the idea is to redirect spending, not actually make cuts to the budget. That's coming from the person that is the acting deputy secretary under Pete Hegseth, appointed by them. And it says the Department of Defense, his quote, the department will develop a list of potential offsets that could be used to fund these priorities, as well as to refocus the department on its core mission of deterring and winning wars. The offsets are targeted at 8% of the Biden administration's fiscal year 26 budget, totaling around $50 billion, which will then be spent on programs aligned with President Trump's priorities. Oh, okay, so you're going to spend it for your things then. So that's not cuts, guys. See, the game is if we take it away from bad guy Democrat things, we'll call that savings because we're spending it for things we like. So we just saved everything. But you didn't, though. You spent it on other things. So you didn't save money. You just moved it to things you like. But see, it's all about the way they frame this. I would be willing to say that if we exactly said it like that, Republicans who team sports side would still call that savings because it's not Democrat spending. Broken logic. Now, it says on Thursday, Hegseth said the Trump administration would be taking $50 billion away from the woke Biden-era non-lethal programs and instead spend that money on President Trump's America First, peace through strength priorities. So war for Israel. Fantastic. I mean, I'm not saying the woke agenda, like again, the real point, if you haven't been following the show, is that the woke Biden dynamic, USAID, that's all just a cover for the same damn war-focused agendas, the same overthrowing attempts of Iran, of Venezuela. And that doesn't mean people didn't, working through that, think they were doing good for USAID by spreading woke pronoun nonsense. The point is that's a cover, and it usually has plausible deniability. Not everybody involved knows what they're doing, but it is still a regime change engine, like Corbett called it, a Trojan horse for regime change. So it's really just the cover story that's changing, or really maybe they don't need a cover story anymore because they're belligerent right now. But as I keep talking about, I might have it earlier somewhere else in the show, if you actually think that this is what we're fighting right now, then you have lost the plot. That's not to say that these things shouldn't be opposed and is not are unimportant, but it is obvious that this is something that is being set up to fall down. My opinion, but please recognize that that's obviously not what the rapid push is happening under right now. Other opening points I want to highlight. Elon Musk points out, you might have seen this weird shift in regard to Ukraine. It's just hilarious to me how these stories go forward. So Wall Street Ape says Tucker Carlson and Bob Anders at Amsterdam revealed the truth about Zelensky's government in Ukraine. Oh, that they're corrupt, that they're neo-Nazis, that they've been killing innocent people. My God, breaking news. You mean like literally anybody with an effing brain and eyes was highlighting long time ago? And these very same people were pulling punches back then because the narrative was something different for them, the partisan game. So Trump, for whatever reason, and Musk, and there's different points you could make about this different shift or whether it's a different Israeli-driven agenda, have suddenly started pushing back against Ukraine. You know, that's after they gave them billions in funding, or after Israel continued to send more money through Lebanon's stolen weapons. Right? You realize that that's happened recently. After the fake pause on Ukraine spending, I made the point that still they were funding Israel, so Ukraine was still getting funding. But then after that, he then still spent money to Ukraine. So you have to consider that. If Trump just sent funding, well, then that makes him look real stupid right now, doesn't it? Seeing as how they're trying to tell you the truth, that Zelensky and the rest are a bunch of proxies for both of them that are committing murder. But it says Zelensky jails or sanctions charges with treason his opponents. Yeah, I mean, where have you guys been? This isn't breaking news. This is blatantly obvious information documented on video. He sends his secret polices to churches and lots of... I mean, do I need to go forward? Beats priests, secret police, destroys civil society. Yeah, guys, we've all been documenting this since the beginning of it. So I'm glad you finally caught up to the story because suddenly it's in your interest to say the truth. That's partisan media for you. But Elon Musk goes, Zelensky should not have murdered American journalists. He didn't even understand why that was bad. And you're just now coming to tune with this, Elon Musk? Where have you been for years? Or did you know this and only now point it out because it's in your interest to, for some reason? I mean, how do you make sense of this? Is he really just discovering this because Wall Street Ape shared a tweet of Tucker Carlson talking about something that we've all publicly covered? You can't believe that. Or if you do, then why are you following this completely uninformed person who just gets dragged along by tweets? I think you get the point. This is about using this narrative right now for their interest. These people are shockingly dishonest. So you care about American journalists, do you? Did you care when Shireen Abu Akleh, an American journalist, was killed by Israel and that the U.S. helped cover it up? Of course not. In fact, he was shouting people down from making statements about the reality, just like he's doing today for Israel killing everybody else. But this is an American journalist, guys, and we're going to make this point in a minute about them beating up the people carrying the coffin as they're making claims about bad music when they're bringing out a coffin for the Bibas children. Right? It's wild hypocrisy all over the place. but an American journalist, right? What about the other American journalists that have been killed in Gaza? What about any number of other journalists that have been killed in Gaza? What about the Reuters journalists that were killed in Lebanon right at the beginning, post-October 7th? These things don't matter because they don't care about journalists or people. They care about using what they can. And just like past examples, the Zelensky asset suddenly becomes the enemy when they want to throw him under the bus. Like we kind of thought was going to happen a long time ago, didn't we? Made that point many times. And you can decide whether Elon Musk is just a puppet being dragged along by some other narrative or whoever's pulling the strings, or you can think that he's pulling the strings. Either way, it's just kind of sad that people can't recognize how blatantly shifting this is. And then we're not going to talk about how Trump just funded these people? That seems pretty stupid, doesn't it? Now, okay, I wasn't sure if I put it up in the front. But this is my point about the fighting DEI and all these things, which again, we should be pushing back against. We should be fighting. But to pretend that is what we should be focusing on is kind of crazy to me. So this literally, Alex Jones says, ladies and gentlemen, I give you the face of the enemy. Hide your children. This is the Wisconsin Democrat governor. Oh, okay, so our enemy of enemies is the governor of Wisconsin, not a genocidal government committing genocide, not a technocratic force taking over our government, not the New World Order that you seem to be ignoring right now because who knows why. But no, this Wisconsin governor who is supporting a proposed law that will replace the word mother with inseminated personnel or personal. Wait, it can't be personnel. Personal. It would be personnel or person. That probably was a typo. But either way, that's ridiculous. It's insane. We should laugh out loud. This person does not deserve to be. The point is, that's what you think the enemy is? Somebody who wants to shift the name from mother to inseminated person? I'm well aware of the agendas wrapped around that. I've been covering it long as anybody else. But that's the enemy? Guys, that's insane. It's lazy. And all it is doing is getting you worked up about the one thing that they've framed you to fight right now while your prison's being built around you. Yes, that's the way I read the information. But I just don't know how anybody can pretend with everything happening in the world right now that constitutes your enemy in the sense that he's trying to frame it as. He's part of a manipulated dynamic that we should all be opposing. But pretty sure your enemy is the one murdering children every day and the ones that are gaslighting everyone to ignore that, or the people that are trying to steal your rights under a guise of censorship or censorship under a guise of stopping racism. You know exactly what you guys pretended you were fighting under the left and are now doing under the right. And I simply said, obviously, this is absurdly stupid and should be fought. But if you think this is what you're fighting right now, and not rampant technocratic globalism guided by radical Zionists, quite literally raping and murdering on TV, you have lost the plot, in my opinion. Of course, this will get very little reach because Twitter is not a free speech platform. Now, this is an interesting point to include in the beginning, seeing as how now Bannon is not part of Trump. I mean, it's weird the way this has gone from being his chief of staff element in the first administration. Then they weirdly break and they kind of hate, and then they come back and now they hate. And it's just weird. It seems fake to me. You can decide for yourself. Bannon, no joke, just came out and gave a Nazi salute, or whatever you want to call it. Now, it was very different than Elon's slapping hard shoulder, legitimate, like textbook Nazi salute. Whatever you want to, whatever you think he meant to do or not is irrelevant. It literally was exactly what that would look like. Bannon didn't. Bannon just did a straight up arm thing like that. But it's a very odd and interesting thing to do right now. Now, you guys can decide what you think about this. Again, to me, it's pretty inconsequential in the larger sense, other than whether this is an indication of some larger infiltration or it's being done to set a certain narrative. It's a psychological play. I mean, those matter, right? But in a larger sense of things, who knows, right? You'd be guessing at his intent. This says, here's a video of Steve Bannon doing a Zig Heil today at CPAC. It is what it is, and it's what Bannon intended. Don't let yourself be gaslit. Now, I mean, you could argue he didn't intend for it to be taken that way, but again, it's pretty silly to not be thinking about that with what just happened. And Max simply says, this is what he said publicly. I'm proud to stand with the state of Israel. That's why I'm proud to be a Christian Zionist. That's what Steve Bannon said at CPAC. I just think it's ridiculous. With all that we're talking about, you have this weird overlap, and very clearly, we just went over it again yesterday. The idea of the obvious ADL Zionist faking of Nazi marches. We talked about the Patriot Front being led into these vans by police. And it's insane and obvious that there's some overlap there. And I think it's very clear that the ADL has been responsible for this. Not that everyone you can prove is them, but they've been responsible for faking extremist marches, like I showed you in Skokie, Illinois. An ADL member literally caught. James Gutman was his cover. His name was Mordecai Levy. It was all documented by corporate media. They were pretending to be Nazis. They've been doing this their entire history. James Lee breaks it down in his recent documentary. My point is, looking at this, there's only a few ways to think about it, but it's my opinion that either this is being seeded into this to make a very clear argument for the kind of implosion of our entire country for the benefit of Israel, or that's just what they actually believe. Or it was inconsequential and he did it by accident, which I find really hard to believe. Either way, I just think it's kind of crazy that people are pretending this isn't all of this is not happening. And then on top of that, you have Representative Anna Paulina Luna saying Attorney General Pam Bondi has confirmed. Now, okay, I'm not seeing any links or anything. Source material, okay, so this means nothing to me, coming from a government person more so than ever when they're just saying things, especially things they want you to get upset about or like or follow or start making articles about. The point is, has confirmed the Epstein files, JFK files, and MLK files are on her desk for review. Now, that just made me laugh out loud. It's certainly possible that they've got every piece of the information that right there in front of them sitting on her desk, which would mean that they've had these things sitting around for a while and they've all been able to. Okay, are we really pretending that they know all this stuff and had just done nothing? That Epstein files that would prove that, let's pretend for a second that Musk and Trump aren't part of that, which we know they are. Let's just say it calls out, oh, look, we caught Biden and everybody else. They went there and they're on the files. They should go to jail. Okay, are they arresting anybody? Are they going to? I certainly hope so. Hasn't happened yet, but I think you know where we're going with this. The information about Martin Luther King Jr. and the assassination from the civil trial that James Corbett's covered many times, we already know on record that the government was involved. If you don't know that by now, that's a testament to how broken this whole thing is. It's public information. Or the idea that JFK and the overlap of the CIA and Mossad, and interestingly, very clearly tied back to Israel, which I doubt this Zionist is ever going to show you, or Epstein in general being connected to Mossad that Acosta told us on record is not going to be discussed. That's my opinion, obviously, but I think that's pretty clear so far. But the fact that Pam Bondi, also a proud Zionist, has this sitting on her desk, all I want to highlight here is that every day this continues from here forward and nothing actually happens, and I mean like action, not sending out new documents that don't really add to the story. They pretend they broke everything, and the partisans will continue to change the story because that's their job, even though it didn't. Like the last time Trump released the JFK files. Remember? They promised last time. He released files last time. Why are we doing it again? Why didn't he release them last time? If you don't have an answer for that, then you clearly are playing along. The answer is the same thing as today. I hope it's different, but the history, the precedent, their actions continue to show you they're only going to string you along with more information that does not give you the truth. Why would they release this information now? Legally speaking, they could. But I think you know why. But it says, this is a level of transparency and accountability the American people voted for. Oh, what is? Statements on Twitter? Nothing shown? Actions coming soon? Yeah, see, they're playing you. You're Twitter filed right there. You're pretending that her saying this means something when it doesn't. Even if you believe her, even if she means it, it still doesn't mean anything until you actually see something. But today, apparently, it only matters what they said last. And that's not even just team sport politics. That seems to be some psychological point that's been pushed in for a long time that seems to work. We'll have to wait and see. Now, shout out to Rachel Blevins. She had me on recently for an interview. This is the full interview. Israel's propaganda war, the DOGE charade, and the looming technocratic state with Ryan Cristian. And she put out some clips as well on Twitter, but great interview, great discussion. Check it out for yourself. It's included here. This was on the Substack. Now, let's get into the Bibas conversation. We have a lot to get through, and I'm going to really try. Feel free, everyone in the chat, to scream me down if I'm taking too long at a point. I want to get right into this, and I want to try to keep it concise. And just to be clear, again, that does not mean short. It just means a lot of information in a short span. So when I cover, even in a 4-hour show, 3 days worth of content, technically speaking, you would call that concise. But everyone hates when I make that point. But I'm aware it's a long show, but let's get to it. So this is what we shared last time. And this is just my kind of bringing it back to the point on Twitter since we've been covering this for over a year. And I said, as TLAV and others have been demonstrating since 2023, which was in November, December is when we're talking about this, IDF bombs killed the Bibas family. And that has been publicly available information shared by the father himself, and he still maintains. That's the first point we're going to make, to show you why we're saying that, because that's what Times of Israel quoted right when he got back. Now, what's changed since then, you can discuss, but we have yet to see a single statement from him other than through people like Daniel Hagari, and he's already been caught lying about other people. And it turns out they in fact already lied on record about the fact that they said they told the family and they did not. We'll go through all of this. But what's important to recognize is that in November, The video is put out. Actually, I think that was either the beginning of 2024 or December. Either way, right between that period. The point is November is when they got killed. And that was what the information that's been put out was, even by him in the video. He claims they were killed. In the video, he says, Netanyahu, you killed my family. Why aren't you doing anything about this? Now, of course, he was detainee. He was a detainee, seeing as how he was an Israeli part of the IDF. But again, the point is not that today. He was somebody in the custody of Hamas. So, of course, you could argue that he was forced to say it. The facts, as always, are that every single person that have come out since then have maintained what they said in these videos. That has to mean something. So if the evidence shows that every one of the videos that they made while they were in their custody have maintained that truth to this day, then there's no reason to go, we know they're lying because there was a gun to their head. Certainly possible, but now that he's out, he says the same thing. Well, clearly it's all about propaganda. Right there, you can see a massively dishonest vein of people who just want to shout you down for saying, because it's the marching order. Hamas made him say it. Well, he says otherwise. Are you now calling him a liar? Apparently that's what's happening. But New York Post came out and made the claim that they, same point, just carrying on the Israeli propaganda story. Now here was where I posted on January, this is December 22nd, 2023. Now this is an important part of the story. This is under Dr. Eli David using their family like they were this whole time. And I said they tried to return their bodies. Now, this is very important. This has been backed up by Lifshitz, who was the first hostage that was released. This has been backed up even by corporate reporting more than once. And it's relevant that they tried to return their bodies. Right after the reporting was in, so it was a month later. They tried to return their bodies during the first pause. And we made this case then. How could we have possibly known this? The point was, they tried to return those bodies. Israel then, on record, I'll play you the clip, said, no, that's psychological manipulation, and refused. And then they used that to destroy the pause. Remember, they said, they broke it, we're going back to fighting. Well, what was the break exactly? That you accused them of lying, even though they had the bodies and were trying to deliver them? The story is that we can now prove that they refused to accept those bodies. And then not going on and saying, we don't know for sure, but going on with massive campaigns of, we know they're alive and they're probably being tortured. You just can't miss the dishonesty there. Or rather just we don't want to know because we still want to use their memory, which is just disgusting. And of course, we'll go over all the points that continue to show you that they were indiscriminately bombing all of these locations without any concern for where they were. So the likelihood, without any other evidence, that they would have been killed by that is very high, especially since all of the hostages that have come back still tell you that they were treated kindly, they were fed, and that the IDF, or that Hamas continually tried to shield their bodies with their own bodies to stop them from being killed by IDF bombs. There's two different hostages that are now out that still tell you that they watched those bombs kill people in Gaza, many of which were right alongside this father, as well as the Yasmin Porat from October 7th that told you the same thing about the Hannibal directive in the building where she watched them kill those families, the IDF. This is all very public information. This has to be relevant. Now, I said they tried to return their bodies after being killed by Israeli airstrikes. Israel refused. Hostages have confirmed IDF killed hostages, but kept using them. But I said, but to him, I said, but keep using them like you do everybody else. So that's the starting point. Now, here is just the clip I showed yesterday. This is just corporate media. You shouldn't blindly accept what they say as fact, but just recognizing that they're saying this because this is publicly acknowledged information that we've already proven.
Hamas said in November, after October the 7th, so quite soon after, that the three, Shiri and her two boys, had been killed in an Israeli airstrike, and they then offered to send the whole family with Yarden 2 back to...
So him as well, alive, and they refused.
Israel, and Israel refused, saying that this was psychological warfare. So,
right, and that's all on the record. Easy to prove. So just understand that they refused. And you could even argue that they genuinely thought they were lying. The point is the same. It was offered, just like it was offered many times before that, to actually end all of this in the early days of October. On the record, even Times of Israel covered that. Before we get there, I want to make sure we see this part. Okay. And this is the part we were just talking about. I'll just make sure I show you right on here as well. Okay. So it says, and the title is Freed Hostage, Yarden Bibas is clinging to hope for his wife and young sons. Now, of course, the title is even misleading based on what he says. That's February 10th. This is before what we're seeing today. In an interview on Channel 12 News, she being, says this is the sister. Channel 12 News, his sister confirms that Yarden's Hamas captors, and she says, and that she's been the one that, regardless of the information, has been stating that I want to believe they're alive, says initially lied to him and told him that his family was safe. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was jumping ahead to a different article. This is actually important. So this is how these continue to evolve. So just to be clear, I was thinking of a different article we're going to get to in a second in regard to the other part. But this is interesting because what she's saying is, in an interview to Channel 12, before the children's bodies were released, or the mother, which has also recently happened, the sister told Channel 12 News that Hamas had originally, she says, lied to him, but originally said that his family was safe in Tel Aviv. Okay, it's interesting, right? I don't know where that comes from. I haven't heard that from Yarden or anybody else. The claim, though, is that they lied about him being alive. Now, how would that make any sense other than to try to set the narrative that they secretly had them killed? It's you can decide, but it's an interesting data point that I haven't seen anywhere else. Then it says he believed them. Okay, so this is Yarden saying he believes that they were killed, that Hamas said that, and that in regard to them being in Tel Aviv. And it says, she notes that at the end of the November 2023, they told him and publicly announced that the three were dead, a claim Israel has not confirmed. Now, the point in general, make sure I didn't have anything else down here. His anger is, first of all, directed at Hamas, of course, but also he asked a lot, where is the army? How can it be that there was nobody who came to rescue us? This is Bibas family, brave. And it says, the father of the Bibas children, Yardis Biba, maintains that the IDF forces bombs killed his children, despite the IDF's claims that the children were murdered by Hamas captors with their bare hands, which we're going to get into. Now, it's interesting because it says down here that after he's released, and we'll show you what this is coming from, because it's just scooping up data, it says, it's expressed his belief that the claim of his children's death is Hamas's speculation, has not given up hope. That's exactly, that is Daniel Hagari stating that since this has happened. So to understand how this works, he has come out. He has maintained that they were killed by the IDF. Now, what he said explicitly, as we showed you the last time, was that he still believes that. Not necessarily that he knows for sure, but that's where we are. Daniel Hagari comes out. Now, it could be that either Yarden was pressured, like we've seen already, or that he did change the story. And we shouldn't deny that either. Maybe he suddenly is telling you, who knows? Consider all of it. But what we have to recognize is the consistency of the story, the consistency of the data, the information, and that he maintained it when he first got out. And then if it changed, it was only once he touched base with the military. Or Daniel Hagari lied about it, like he's done many times. This is worth considering, obviously. Now here is I-24 from yesterday. And it says, Yardis Bibas asked IDF spokesman to let entire world know his children died. How they died. You will not find a single thing that shows anything other than Daniel Hagari claiming that. I'm not saying I know for sure that that's not what happened, but neither do you. And so far, with the guy who's been caught lying the most egregiously, maybe save for a few others, and about a story where we have a whole bunch of data that suggests otherwise, that's just logical to see that there's something we should be concerned about. IDF spokesman Daniel Hagari issued a statement, adding that the boy's father, Yarden, asked him to let the entire world know about the horrific manner in which they met their end. Now, I could easily see this being him being briefed on this, them claiming they had information with no data, and then them saying, we'll tell the world for you. And he says, okay. Something like that. Like, couldn't you easily see that being contorted into what they're claiming? I'm just hypothesizing. Data and evidence and outcomes are what matter. But just like before, they lied about what the hostages were saying. Then they later spoke up, like Lifshitz, for example, and claimed still the opposite of what they were claiming they meant. Lifshitz herself, again, saying that they tried to return them in the beginning and they refused. All this is on the record. Now here is Visegrad 24, typically the one that Elon shares all the time, that's constantly been caught lying, simply sharing what Daniel Hagari said without any backup information, which shows you they're not a news organization, they're a propaganda avenue for Israel. And this is what we showed you this yesterday, but here it is again. Beaten to death by Hamas is what he says. Now just listen to this. Just realize again, even to this very moment, there's no evidence about this. It's just them stating this and claiming they've shared evidence with some unknown partners that we don't get to verify. They don't even list what partners that is. And you could guess at what they would be, but you know why I don't think they would tell you which ones? Because then we're going to go to them, or that they'll be asked in some State Department briefing, what was the data? Now they're going to probably claim the ongoing investigate or whatever. We'll just wait and see. The point is, it's ambiguous and nothing to back it up. So only a very dishonest person or a very naive person would pretend we know this right now. But listen to what he says. Listen to it. And I'll pause it if I think it's important to hear that it's just it feels like the typical reactive, lazy, clumsy Israeli propaganda we've become used to since October 7th.
We can confirm that baby Kfir Bibas, aged just 10 months old, and his older brother Ariel.
By the way, we're going to get to next an important data point that I actually hadn't seen fleshed out, that they weren't even taken by Hamas. We're going to show you this next. And despite them trying to make the conflation between the two, I think it's very relevant. It does not, the point is, we're talking about held accountable. Well, in this context, I'll show you in a minute that it was not Hamas that actually took them, but Hamas had the father. Well, then they should be held accountable, right? Obviously, whoever took those children, is what I've been saying from the beginning, should be held accountable because that's a crime. No way around it. But now that it turns out that it wasn't actually Hamas, doesn't that change the conversation? Well, it doesn't in the minds of the propagandists who just want to jam this forward to do what they're trying to accomplish. But it now begins to make more sense, seeing as how everything Hamas has continued to do. And I'm not trying to say good, bad, or taking sides, just looking at the data. They have continued to show you that they've followed the law under international dynamics in regard to occupation and fighting armed resistance, and the people they took in regard to detainees and so on. The only examples were people that seem to have been taken by outside entities like this. And then Hamas, like I thought before, just decided to own it anyway. And we're going through this in negotiations because they knew they were going to be blamed anyway. That seems to have been the case. It just, every point seems to continue to add to this picture, the opposite of the picture they've always been trying to paint here.
Aged 4, were both brutally murdered by terrorists while being held hostage in Gaza, no later than November 2023. These two innocent children.
Interesting thing, that no later than. That doesn't seem very definitive at all. And if it was a forensic investigation, you would have, I would argue, much more. I mean, depending, well, there's two ways to look at it. Either you would have more definitive information, or you would be saying that because the bodies were so burned, bombed, destroyed, that we wouldn't be able to, and that answers it for you. Because especially realizing that we've already gone over how indiscriminate these bombings were, but it seems to be trying to stress a certain point, like an emotional.
These two innocent children were taken hostage alive together with their mother, Shiri, from their home on October 7th, 2023. Contrary to Hamas's lies, Ariel and Kfir were not killed in an airstrike. Ariel and Kfir Bibas were murdered by terrorists in cold blood.
Again, cold blood's intent. You know, that you could argue that he's just giving his opinion with it. Certainly, they do that all the time. But just consider that this is built on nothing but statements.
The terrorists did not shoot the two young boys. They killed them with their bare hands.
Now, just think about how silly that is in the larger context. Why? Now, that does, just because we can't rationalize why it might have happened does not mean it didn't happen. But why would they release the father? Right? They're claiming all of these people are terrorists for Hamas, or, you know, interconnected, or rather the reverse. So they're claiming that the reverse is that they're IOF occupation force terrorists because they work for the IDF, which is true in the context that they are part of the IDF. So why would they release them? Why would they kill the children and then release somebody that they would argue is part of the IOF? Right? It doesn't make much sense, does it? Now, that doesn't mean it didn't happen, but these things should be considered. Or the idea that why would, I mean, again, it's all hypothetical. All I'm trying to highlight is that this doesn't make much sense in the larger context of what we've already seen. Now, I'm only just speaking, just considering these things. I'm going to go through more evidence that shows you that this is very obviously something that is being used. Beaten with their bare hands. Now, imagine trying to claim that after a year. How exactly do you think that's forensic evidence after a year, right? Or that you could simply argue, I mean, again, it's all hypothetical. Just the point is, it seems very flimsy. Now, it's this guy we're talking about. Daniel Hagari, the one who got caught lying in one of the earliest, most embarrassing examples. There is a list.
There is a list. This list, in Arabic,
is a calendar. And that's it. Literally nobody even denies that anymore because it's in Arabic, it's very basic, and people who speak Arabic looked. It's a calendar, and those are the days of the week. Now, yes, you could argue that they were using that calendar to map out their terrorist activities, but that's not what it says. That's not what the writing says. It is a calendar, and that's it. And listen to the way he tries to concoct this story. Do you think they would have to make things like this up with some random piece of paper on a wall if they were what they claimed they were?
In Arabic, this list says we are in an operation. The operation against Israel started in the 7th of October. This is a Guardian list. where every terrorist writes his name and every terrorist has his own shift guarding the people that were here.
Okay. What typically happens with this kind of nonsense is the people that don't want to know it's fake will pretend that oh, prove it. I believe him. Prove it. It's like, why is it my responsibility to go take a screenshot, look it up in Arabic, ask somebody who speaks Arabic? This has been roundly debunked, even by corporate media. My point, though, is it's very easy for people that they don't want to know because they have a side to just reflexively act like you don't know or just never engage with it. Over and over and over, these people were caught lying to you. And I mean about horrific things like atrocity propaganda, right? About raping and killing children, beheading babies. These were roundly lied about by everybody, including Trump, including Biden, including all of them, because this is all of your government agenda. That's the reality. Now here, Jeremy Scahill adds to this. This is the House Foreign Affairs Committee. So the current government, right? The current government of both left and right, but the Trump power is currently there. Hamas executed a mother and her 2 children in cold blood. Literally, even saying cold blood, taking the statement directly from the Israeli government with nothing to back it up. This is barbarism. Israel has every right to finish the job and eradicate those terrorists. See, they're cobbling together the story like we told you they would, using this family they knew they were planning on using because we told you this a long time ago, and are now using it to run this right back into the continuation of the war because that was the agreement. In November 2023, Jeremy says, Hamas announced that Shiri, Ariel, and Kafir Bibas were killed in airstrikes by Israel. This was widely reported, including in Israeli media, which it was. Does the House majority on U.S. Foreign Affairs Committee have evidence to support the allegation made below? I'm sure you can wonder. I mean, certainly possible that they've got this evidence that he claimed he sent. Do you know as well as I, if there was scathing evidence that would prove this instantly, it would be everywhere. Like when they try to lie to you with fake evidence and it's everywhere, kind of like that. It's just obvious if they were able to prove this, it would be spread. And you know that. Now, on top of that, the lies are everywhere. As Dan Cohen writes, he says the same Israeli army that claims Hamas strangled the Bibas children or beat them with their bare hands. Both stories are going around. Also killed 3 Israeli captives in a tunnel in November 2023, and then told the families, all this is verified on the record, even by Israeli media, that Hamas murdered them. Or any number of other examples where they claimed Hamas murdered all the people on October 7th, and oops, I guess we did have most of it. Sorry, that was, wasn't a lie or wasn't a mistake. It was a blatant misrepresentation covering up that they murdered their own people. Still, people grapple with this reality because I know it's a very difficult thing to understand. Very easy to prove. I have more evidence of that in a second, directly from Yasmin Porat, who was there on October 7th. It was only exposed in January 2024 when one of the mothers had an autopsy done. So understand again, Israel used gas to kill people that ended up killing their own hostages, their own detainees, and then went home and said Hamas killed them. And then the mother did an autopsy personally, right, and did through her own funding and her own avenues. And it turned out that they did kill him. And then Israel admitted it. This is the reality. So if you can't understand why that's relevant today, again, you've chosen a side. These are liars. They know what they're doing, and they will tell you Hamas did it no matter what, even though we can see them doing it themselves. We just talked about this. This is 972 from January 2024. A hostage's mother says toxic gas from Israel's bombs killed her son. Is she right? Now, we covered it. Israel came out and acknowledged that that was an accident. Typical evolution of the story. Lie, that attack. Well, it was a mistake. No, that was, we see the same progression with like the Shireen Abu Akleh story. They lie, and they lie some more, like Wilkerson would tell you. Or here, this is the most recent. This is from February 6th of this year. Bomb the area, gas the tunnels, Israel's unbridled war on Gaza's underground. Read it. It's indiscriminate. They don't know where these people are. They're bombing everybody. That means Palestinian civilians, children, women, and their own people. How do you not see that as deliberate, or at least that they don't care? So the point is, and Dan covered this back on the 17th of 2024 of January, the military killed their own people. His name was Ron Sherman. Or, since it's relevant, the other story from Gaza, where, as you know well, if you watch this show, 3 of them were shot dead by their own people. 3 people got, and now whether they were released or it's hard to know at this point, since they all got killed by Israel. But there were 3 Israeli Hebrew-speaking hostages or detainees. They were walking out with a sign that said SOS. And instantaneously, 2 of them got shot dead. One of them ran away. Right in the article, 15 minutes later, the IDF coaxes him back out. Come on out, come on out. And he's going, I'm an Israeli, don't shoot me. He walks back out around the corner, and 2 of the members shoot him dead. That's the story. Read it for yourself. One of the most obvious examples of the Hannibal directive, like apparently even when they're by themselves. Absolutely disgusting. How do we not consider this with this conversation today? Same army lied about them being killed by them, blamed Hamas until the mother found out. Sounds familiar. Never again for anyone says, and there's ample reason, by the way, to doubt the claims from the forensic aspect of it about the Bibas family cause of death. The Abu Kabir Forensic Institute, by the one earlier involved with the October 7th dynamic, has a track record of falsifying findings to support state interest. What a bug, what a shocking surprise. You already know this because we covered it back towards October 7th time, that they were lying in a lot of different ways and were caught for it. Or even the overlap of we didn't get forensic evidence of all the rape conversation. They because there was none. That's already come out as well. So they lied about that. Or the arguments of what actually happened to the bodies. Turns out they lied about a lot of this stuff. But you can, in case you don't already know, that's where the information's coming from in regard to the Bibas family. Falsifying scientific data and altering pathology reports to support prosecution. That's on Wikipedia. But I'll show you directly from the Brave dynamic. Falsely signed autopsy reports, or even crazier, stories you've even heard about. Oh, hey, really? I don't think I shared that. Like this. The Abu Kabir Forensic Institute in Tel Aviv, Israel, has faced several controversies. In 2005, then chief pathologist, we've talked about this, admitted to the unauthorized removal of organs, bone, and tissue from 125 bodies in the 90s. Now, this is Palestinians we're talking about, the theft of Palestinian organs. In fact, I'll include this show as well, seeing as how we've covered all this before, which is just like the human shield dynamic, the open secret of Palestinian organ theft. And it happened at Al-Shifa. Doctors from all over the world continue to tell you that. I'll play that one from yesterday again in a minute. But it goes on to say, which stopped in 2000, they say. In 2009, the Institute was accused by Swedish journalist Donald Bostrom of being part of a human organ trafficking ring involving IDF soldiers abducting Palestinians to harvest their organs. This is roundly covered. However, Bostrom later admitted to having no evidence for his claims. The Israeli Ministry of Health acknowledged that organs were removed during autopsies of Israelis, Palestinians, and foreign workers in the 90s, but stated that it was confirmed to be ethics of Jewish law since then. Oh, okay, so here, just in case you missed it, the point is he got pressured to say he didn't have any evidence to back it up. Then it turned out it was true. But they didn't, like the usual evolution, they go, well, it was, for different reasons. Did you take Palestinian organs without permission? Yes, but it was under some... We're just briefly going over this. Look into it. There's articles from the UN. There's articles from human rights groups. There's Israeli media covering this stuff. And yes, it's exactly what it sounds like. I covered it in the show right here. So point is, the forensic aspect of it is questionable, dubious. They've been caught lying for Israel, sort of like every other aspect of this. And again, it just seems like sometimes it's right to play it.
Let me preface these remarks with I never, ever believe Israeli figures. I've been in the government too long to know that the Israelis are patent liars.
So Dan continues, the Israeli government propagandist Avi Meir, who, by the way, was fired by the Jerusalem Post after he got caught publishing a hoax article, falsely claiming a 4-month-old Palestinian baby murdered by Israel was a doll. That was post-October 7th. It wasn't a doll. It was a child. That's the guy who's about to tell you that the Bibas family story is correct. He says now he claims Palestinians murdered and mutilated the Bibas children with their bare hands. So understand, you think he has information more than what Daniel said out loud from Israel? No, he doesn't. I mean, it's certainly possible. My point is most of these people don't have it because it's not anywhere. It's not out there. They would be sharing it if they had it. So they're blindly regurgitating what the story was because that's what they're supposed to do. Meir's job is to lie about dead babies to justify genocide, pure evil. Dan Cohen, a Jewish person himself, an excellent researcher and journalist, has been breaking this down from the beginning. Caitlin Johnstone simply adds to this, showing you Eli David's lies as usual. Breaking! Forensic evidence confirms I'm sure David's got to see that forensic evidence, right? Of course not. That they were, now he said, see, here's my point. We're choked to death by Palestinians with bare hands. Palestinians now, not just Hamas, but Palestinians abroad. Well, he said they were beat to death with their bare hands. Now you're claiming they were choked? Who cares? Just throw it at the wall, see what sticks. Let them pick whichever one they like better. That's typical, lazy, clumsy Israeli propaganda. I said, she said, Caitlin says, so we're being asked to believe Israeli forensic pathologists examined corpses dead for 15 months and immediately determined that they were strangled and then mutilated with rocks to make it look like they died the same way everyone else did in the area was dying. Sounds legit. Or they were killed exactly like it sounds and they just made up this ridiculous story with no evidence like they've done 100 times since October 7th, or probably far more than that. Again, I want you to decide for yourself. Don't think about this stuff. And the answer may very well be that you don't know yet, and that's okay. But just recognize how obviously they don't. And the information is very clearly slanted. She goes on to add as well, Israel needs to keep, quote, discovering new Hamas atrocities from 2023. Why? Because otherwise it just looks like a one-sided atrocity being committed by Israel with this whole time, because it is. You realize that's the whole point. They've only focused on what happened on the 7th for over a year now, as they keep murdering, starving, killing, raping, torturing on the record. Now, the only thing they could add is what might be happening to people in Gaza, but now they come home and they're fine. In fact, we'll show you the part where the guy literally kisses Hamas members on the head. Hard to say they're being forced at this point when all of them keep maintaining their stories. They're not. It's quite obvious. So if you stand back and look, all you see is what happened on October 7th, which there were crimes. There were things that need to be criticized and called out, and people should go to jail for some of these things. On top of that, a lot of what Israel did was very clearly a crime, and every single day since. Now it says, first it was beheaded babies, right? Then later it was, we discovered Hamas did mass rapes. All of them are false. Now it's the Bibas kids and that Israel is claiming were murdered with bare hands. Savagery is November 2023. They need to do this because the Hamas attack was the last time anything happened where Israel could frame itself as the victim. So they've been milking it and milking it and milking it for as long as possible while committing orders of magnitude worse abuse in Gaza. It's all designed to draw sympathy toward Israel and away from the obvious victims who Israel has been abusing, displacing, mass murdering, raping, torturing. These have been covered by Israeli media groups, Israeli human rights groups. That's not to say that you ignore the crimes of October 7th. They both exist in the conversation. One of them now has been going on for a year plus. Kind of obvious to see which one is larger at this point. Now here is the B'Tselem report, the leading Israeli human rights group about the rape and the torture. It's called Welcome to Hell. This was posted, I don't know, it was right about the Sid Tiemann conversation when they got caught raping that Palestinian in jail, and they debated on live TV why that was supposed to be happening. That's crazy. Going forward, Caitlin also says in response to Leon, underneath her quote, her post about one of our articles, Israel pushes new atrocity narrative. They say, and we're supposed to believe your narrative instead. You see, this is the broken logic of a lot of people today. Why do you need somebody else? Why are you so hell-bent on just picking somebody's narrative and choosing and going with it? Because you've been propagandized to believe that's all you're able to do, all you're capable of. Caitlin says you don't have to believe anyone's narrative to deduce whether it's more likely that A, Hamas spontaneously decided to strangle child hostages, or B, a woman and children were killed by an airstrike in an area where women and children were getting killed by airstrikes every single day. But still, the point is maybe both are possible. To argue that you just decide the one side, her point is obvious. The likelihood with just what she said is obvious that it's more so the airstrikes. But why do you think you need to just take someone's narrative? Do your own due diligence. Caitlin also says it's not okay to be a grown adult in the year 2025 and still believe unevidenced allegations made by the state of Israel. Well stated. I think that's important right now. Oh, and then don't forget, we'll touch on this false flag part in a minute. Now, this is an additional part of this. I added this just before. This is from today, right before I went live. The Bibas family states that Israel never officially informed them of the graphic allegations, suffocated by hand or whatever they're going with, bear beaten, whatever the narrative is that moment, about their children. This reveals, according to Express News perspective on it, and I agree, a discrepancy between what the Israeli government tells the world in English, or rather, more so the Western world, and what it communicates to the family in Hebrew. This also explains why the forensic evidence and autopsy reports were never disclosed, meaning Israel lied. Now, at the very least, the point is that they didn't tell them that information, which seems grotesque. You want them to find out about that on live TV in front of everybody else? See, everything about this demonstrates dishonesty. Now, whether you think that means the whole story is false or not is up for you to decide. I think the evidence is obviously going in that direction. Now, here's what Hamas said in response to this. This is as of today. So yesterday, they were battling with the whole the mother's body wasn't her body, and said we're investigating. But then this is the response to the claim of whether they beat the children to death. And it says, we strongly isn't it just, I just have to point out yet again, damn them for making us talk about these discussions. And just, and don't ever take this for some cavalier conversation. This kills me to talk about these disgusting stories, especially when you can see that they know what they did and then they force us to shout them down. Like, it just is so gross. Just like the rape story, just like the 40 beheaded babies, and every single step along the way, we got called racist. We got called the worst people alive. How dare you question that? And they were lying. And here we are again. It just makes me sad because, the only way you can get into this is just in an unemotional, objective covering of it. Otherwise, you'll lose yourself to this stuff. But it makes me mad that you get it. But it says, we strongly condemn the false claims propagated by the Zionist occupation regarding, the alleged killing of the Bibas family. And it goes on to say, by their captors and its attempts to accuse Hamas of this. These allegations are nothing but baseless lies and fabrications promoted by Zionist media to tarnish the image of the Palestinian resistance and justify the occupation's crimes against our people. The resistance has upheld its responsibility to safeguard the lives of captives, which at every other point, other than this stated allegation we can't prove, they've demonstrated that. The hostage detainees now in Israel still maintain that. So you just can't pretend that, it's Hamas lies. Now, who knows about the rest of it? Maybe they're trying to cover up a crime. Maybe they're trying to cover up that the other group did it, which we'll get to, and they don't want to be responsible for it. All possible. But what they're saying is also true. They did demonstrate their responsibility to safeguard. Israel is not. Israel never has. And it's with integrity and commitment, adhering to the Islamic morals and humanitarian values, which you may disagree with what you think Islamic morals are, but that is the truth. Robert Inlakesh has broken this down many times, and I've seen at least 4 different videos, including Shiri Bibas, by the way, that they not only protected them from other people, but they shielded, whether you think this is important or not, it is to them, they covered their bodies with the shroud, and that's a sign of respect. And on top of that, the reality is, I think the 2 that I've seen most explicitly show you one of the women that were captured, an IDF member they called a hostage, who one of the Hamas members, they even used the video to make it seem like she was that he was trying to make it look bad. When the reality is he was there going, don't touch her. She's under my protection. You're not allowed to touch her. That's what he says on the record. Easy to verify. Of course, they lied about it. That is exactly the point. Now, it doesn't mean everybody in their group believes that or not. That's up for you to decide. Probably not. Nothing's always everything. But if all they continue to do is make up lies about this and what you can prove shows you that, then you can't just keep pretending that you're supposed to hate them because they told you to. Don't forget, they were funded by Israel, so it's always a mixed bag, but they are just not what they're being framed as, at least since October 7th. And it says it even refrained from harming a dog that accompanied one of the female captives, which is right there. She was released, good health, fed, claimed they treated her well. She even had her dog. Do you think Israel would let them keep a dog? No, they're probably used it to rape their hostages, which, by the way, is not a fake story. That was covered by B'Tselem and other human rights groups. They're using their dogs to rape the people in these prisons. That came out during the conversation. I believe it's even in the Welcome to Hell article. I know that's horrible to hear. Makes you want to pretend it's not true, but it's been reported widely. And it says, demonstrating its deep adherence to ethical and religious principles. This is, we affirm that these false accusations are nothing more than a blatant attempt by the criminal Zionist occupation to manipulate the emotions of captives' families, to divert growing public anger away from Netanyahu and his extremist terrorist government, which, if you pay attention at all to the Israeli conversation, they think that about Netanyahu. Almost the vast majority of the government or the country sees him as a criminal. It's public conversation. And yet this is the chief ally of the United States, even while he's accused of, as he's committing genocide. There's just no way to misunderstand this. Your government is either completely co-opted by this force or they've always been a part of it. Now again, of course, that's Hamas's statement. I wouldn't blindly take that at face value because that would be stupid. Consider it is the point. Now, these people didn't do that. The mainstream journalists, Barry Weiss, from Twitter files, makes sense. Says, this week has been darker than I can remember. My heart is shattered. And they're pointing to Visegrad 24. Great journalism. Dan Cohen says the entire point of this deception, claiming Hamas beat the Bibas children to death or strangled them, depending on who you want to listen to, both from the Israeli government, is to destroy the ceasefire and resume the genocide, sacrificing more Israelis held captive in Gaza along the way. Quote, pro-Israel pundits like Barry Weiss are happy to see Israelis die in captivity as long as it means more dead Palestinians and land theft. Ryan Grimm calls her out as well, says Israel's declared itself not guilty of killing the Bibas children and has put forward a truly complex counter scenario that involves a major cover-up with zero evidence offered, and Barry Weiss just uncritically accepts it. How embarrassing. Now, even if it turns out to be true, it's still a very embarrassing, unjournalistic thing to do. It's showing that you just have a side. Nobody should trust people like that. And it's all over the mainstream alternative media right now. Megyn Kelly, I pointed out, did the same thing the day before even. This was this Noah Berg, who, by the way, came out and still, this is the point. This is only backed up by what Daniel Hagari claims. She's saying Yarden Bibas is asking to let the world know. That's what Daniel Hagari said. And of course, doesn't give you any links or source material because you quickly find out that the only person claiming that is somebody who's been caught lying more times than anybody in this conversation. But it says both were strangled to death. Again, he said beat to death. Don't these things matter? Apparently not the Zionist propagandists. And then that their bodies have been mutilated to fake their death. Okay, so she puts this out. Nothing to back it up. People like Megyn Kelly say, this is sickening, but read it all. Right, including both tweets, there's like 6 sentences. So I doubt she even fully read it. I think she got her marching orders. And I just said, did you really just share this fact-free and also false post about the Bibas father? Pathetic. Typical partisan media. Now, Ryan Grimm put together a report, Dropsite News. The Bibas family has stated that they have received no official details about how their loved ones died and have asked the media to stop publishing unverified reports. Think about that, guys. That's Yarden and his family, as Daniel Hagari is out there screaming that he's speaking on his behalf. We're being lied to. And it says their request comes after Israeli military spokesman Daniel Hagari claimed, what we just showed you, that Hamas militants did not shoot the boys, but killed them with their bare hands. He further alleged that militants then, quote, committed horrific acts to cover up the atrocities. Hagari said this assessment was based on forensic findings from the identification process and intelligence that supports these findings, adding that Israel had shared the information with its international partners, but not a shred of evidence was shared publicly to support any of the claims. And it appears not even with the Bibas family. How do you the only way you see that is that this is a propaganda effort, that they knew the Bibas family might screw up, like everything else, because they don't align with them. I'll show you in a minute where the Bibas, I think it's the sister who was claiming they believe they were alive, she just read a letter still blaming Netanyahu, saying, you did this, it's your responsibility. You have to understand how much we're being misled. And all of it is aimed at you in the West. Why do you think that is? Republicans, I'm talking to you. Why do you think what this whole story is about is aimed at you? They're not trying to convince the Israeli government. People in Israel know they're screaming about this stuff. They're trying to convince you in the United States that this is Hamas. Why is that? Just take a second to think about that. Now, it says any publication of details, it's a quote, including references to the treatment of the bodies, is against the family's wishes. Daniel Hagari didn't care. And we asked that this be avoided, a statement said by the family. Quote, the family has not received any such details from official sources, it added. This complete lack of proof did not stop various prominent figures and media personalities from uncritically repeating Israel's claims. Here's a partial list. This is, Kathy Hochul, of course. We'll show you that in a second. You have Mike Waltz, of course, showing you the absolutely, that it's not a partisan game. They're all on the same side when it comes to Israel. Nancy Mace, of course. Randy Fine, of course. Oh, this is Randy Fine who said, kill them all. Palestinians equal Hamas. Kill them all. Bombs away. References to killing children. This guy's an absolute maniac. and it was endorsed by Donald Trump. Adam Boehler, Elon Levy, Tracy Ann Olbermann, Israel in general, Elon. I mean, all these people are Boris Johnson. I mean, you get the point, guys. Of course, Mr. Mossad himself, Gad Saad. It's just disgusting. He simply says, partial list of the government officials and media personalities sharing as fact Israel's uncorroborated assertion. How do we not see this by now? Now, Ryan Grimm also adds an important part to the story that adds to what we were saying before. They were not in Hamas captivity. So this is Holchel, or Long Island, sharing what she said, announces state landmarks in the United States will be illuminated orange in honor of the killed children. I mean, guys, this has to make you sick. Now, yes, it's sad. The child are killed. It's horrifying. And yes, it should matter that who took them, and that turns out to be the Mujahideen Brigade, not Hamas, and I'll show you that's not Hamas. And obviously, somebody should be held accountable for that. And obviously, it's horrific. And you know what's also horrific? The 20,000 children that have been killed in Gaza. Now, you can all day debate that it's Jim and Shields and Hamas. Okay, let's even say you're wrong, by the way, and it's easily provable, but let's just say you're right. I can prove to you that far more than 2 children on the record have been killed, shot, executed, starved by Israel's direct actions. Doctors around the world, 65 of them, I think, for New York Times, openly reported that they were watching snipers kill children. So, are we going to light up illumination for, it's orange, of course, because of their red hair. This is all part of some ongoing propaganda, and it makes me sick that they're continuing to do this. That in the United States, this is what why? What about the other people that were killed before this? What about the children throughout Gaza? What about the children in the West Bank that were killed 2 days ago? Who cares about that? What about the Americans that were killed in Gaza? Oh, it doesn't matter about those Americans. We only care about what Israel tells us to care about. Now, they weren't in Hamas captivity. She says killed in Hamas captivity, right? No, they weren't. They were held by the Mujahideen Brigade, which shows a lack of any effort to be accurate here because they don't care, guys. And it was announced 15 months ago they were killed by an Israeli airstrike. The attempt to just keep repeating a claim as fact and turn it into the truth without evidence is quite striking. It is. Here is an article from Times of Israel. Bodies of slain hostages brought to Israel after grotesque Hamas ceremony. This is just to show you. Now, again, the idea that I have criticisms as well of the process. But if you're going to be critical of this and make it sound like what they did was some unprecedented act of terror, well, then what Israel has done countless times over the years should matter to you too. So the point is, it all should matter. And I already called out the dynamic. And even Hamas has basically said, there's even people that support Palestinians in general calling out Hamas for their kind of deviation into doing what Israel's been doing, right? Making them wear certain shirts. At first, they were just showing that Israel was the one that was the problem, and then they fell into it a little bit. But the point is, criticize all of it. And I would argue that beating people in the legs that are carrying an American journalist in their coffin is a bit more severe than playing the wrong song and having too many people in a crowd. Like, it's the way, and even then, weren't they the ones you were telling us were raping and torturing and subhuman animals, and your criticism is that they put the wrong song on? You know what I mean? It just shows you how it's embarrassing for them. They're desperate. But here's what this, it should be. There it is. It says, the 3 were abducted by members of the Mujahideen Brigades. This is from Times of Israel, just to make that clear, which I'll show you in Wikipedia and others that it's not Hamas. Footage from Hamas-led assault on southern Israel showed Shiri Bibas clutching her red-headed sons as they were led away by the Mujahideen Brigades. The IDF later released a video it found showing them being moved by that brigade in Khan Yunis. Okay, think about that. So they knew they were in Khan Yunis. That means they could prove that they knew they were there, and then what did they do? Went on to absolutely decimate Khan Yunis. See how silly all this is? Now, that doesn't prove that they killed him, but it sure as hell shows you they didn't care if they did. And it says their fate since then has remained. I mean, look, this is grotesque, but I argue that they had an interest in doing so because they knew that it would marshal the kind of support that they're getting right now. If you don't think they're capable of that, you haven't been paying attention. Their fate since then has remained unknown, says, and the Mujahideen Brigades and Hamas claimed in November 2023 that they had been killed by IDF airstrikes. Israel did not confirm the claim, which it said was cruel propaganda, but acknowledged that there were grave concerns for the young family. Oh, okay. So they acknowledged there were concerns they might have been killed, right? But then why did they go on acting like they knew they were alive and propagandize entire stories and made entire advertisement campaigns in New York? You know why. You don't do that. It's all about getting emotional outrage. And think about how gross that is, especially when the evidence suggests they killed them themselves. Now, here is directly from Wikipedia. Mujahideen brigades. Mujahideen brigades operate independently of Hamas. Now, they're collaborating with different Palestinian groups, specifically Islamic Jihad. That's not Hamas. Now, what you're going to see in the media right now is the effort to conflate the two is the same because they're all Palestinian. No, that shows you that they're only fighting Palestinians. The truth is, another group took the Bibas children. Hamas took the father, the children, and the wife, is what the Mujahideen brigades took. The father was taken by Hamas. Now, as I was saying from the very beginning, it doesn't line up with everything else they've done. Now it seems to make sense why. And it even shows that they decided to take control of it anyway, which arguably, well, even it depends on how, like, I would love to see forensics around this to make this more definitive for some people. But my point would be simply that shows that they acted through this and got them returned anyway, even though it wasn't a group that overlapped with them. And my point from the very beginning was wondering why it happened. Even because it seems like they went out of their way to only take, and that seems to make sense now. So you can't keep making this about Hamas when it wasn't even Hamas. That was Ryan Grimm's point. But they don't care about that. Shouldn't it matter that it wasn't the group that they're claiming or saying that this group has to suffer because of this family's death, even though it wasn't them? Yes, it should. Now, here's what Yasmin Porat said in an interview. This is a squirrel, again, breaking this down. He's been doing a great job on this. What he wrote was, and I'll show you both these videos. It's really in subtitles. I'll read them for you. But it says, Hamas is so unbelievably evil and satanic that they killed 2 children with their bare hands, but also decided to leave their father alive alongside other Israelis, including soldiers who were set to be returned. Because that makes sense, right? The only way you would make sense of that is the whole Assad gasses children dynamic. He's just an evil villain that likes killing children. Okay, I guess it's possible. Seems like you're speaking from experience when you make those allegations against your enemies. But logically speaking, why would they kill the children and let soldiers go home? Well, I hope you're willing to think critically about that because it doesn't make any sense. And then after we look at all the rest of the evidence and what we've already shown you, I think it should be obvious. But it says they fabricated this deranged hoax that didn't even make sense within its own internal pseudo-logic solely to cover up the fact that they themselves intentionally killed them in a Hannibal directive, which, if you don't know by now, has been proven to have been ordered. Not just that it looked like it, but they ordered it. That's been reported by numerous people inside the Israeli military. And it says exactly as the sister of a prisoner said, they do systematically. Oh, wait, let me make sure. The point is the reporting from an Israeli here. I believe that was Yasmin Porat, right? Here, I'll read this for you as we go through it. Now, the point was highlighting the fact that they know that they ordered the Hannibal directive. Now, the first aspect is to realize that inside the Israeli society, they know this. It's public conversation. And yet we have barely come to terms with that because we're so propagandized by a foreign country. It says, explain to me. Hold on, I think it might be easier to do it here. Hold on. I thought it was easier to have the video. No, either way, I'm going to have that in the way. I just want to be able to read it. Well, and when I pause it, that little thing goes in the way. For the podcast, you don't care. Here we start again. It says, I know you're sharp. Explain to me how you see the situation. I know you're sharp and have a good perception. And it says, they are enacting us on the Hannibal directive, is what she says. On us. Let me look at this real quick. Oh, maybe, no, so that is not her. Just wanted to double check that really quickly so I had that accurate, unless she looks quite different by now. But anyway, let's keep going forward. Oh, damn it. And she goes, explain. That's all. Excuse me. This is the government of Israel, the cabinet of my country, and my prime minister, my defense minister. They are enacting on my family, on our citizens. So she's the family member of somebody who was held in Gaza. On citizens taken captive from their homes. the Hannibal directive. They continue the fighting even though it needs to be stopped. They're talking with us about pressure that's helping. Now, remember, just yesterday we showed you the clip from Dan Cohen, where Netanyahu brought in radical settlers to shout down the family members claiming they should be sacrificing their children for Israel, calling them pawns, literally calling them pawns. And the woman said, there's no pawns, these are my children, and was shouting back and forth. That was right in the beginning of all this, when they were trying to get them to be on board with not caring about their family members in interest of Israel's Zionist project. As if it was helping, they wouldn't be withdrawing forces, they would be taking soldiers out of Gaza. And on the side, we hear about our captives. They are getting killed, losing their lives, murdered by Hamas due to the military pressure, which I don't agree with. Just yesterday, we were all notified. So the point this is about is showing that whether they believe Hamas is responsible or not, they're still blaming the government of Israel. You have to understand why that is. And let's also realize that the evidence does not suggest, or most of it proves, that they didn't kill the people that were killed. But my point is, the reason they're still blaming Netanyahu is because they know he had opportunities to bring them home and chose not to. Public information in Israel. It's amazing how the difference is in the West right now. He says, but we already know more than that from the analysis of the IDF regarding what happened there. And we understand that Ron, Sherman, and Nick, we understand that we are killing our people. Look at that. So even believing the other side of it, she's saying we understand that we are killing our people. She's talking about October 7th, by the way, but also what's happening in Gaza. It's a very difficult statement, she says, and it's not easy for me to say it. It says we didn't manage to report on it yet, but yes. Oh, yeah, sure. Oopsie, we forgot to report Hannibal directive. So even they're acknowledging that. And it says there's an IDF pathological report from today that says they don't know what they died from. Oh, yeah. And it says, I talked this morning with Dr. Mayan Sherman, Ron's mother. She's very angry. It says, yes, I think in her place, the word angry would not be the best fit. But we are roaring. And yet they are still enacting on the citizens of Israel the Hannibal directive. Think about ignoring something like this. My government is annihilating them, she says. Think about that in the context of the Bibas conversation. And now, or lying about gassing of the people, same story. Gassing people and then claiming it was Hamas, and turns out it wasn't. How many times can we ignore this stuff? He goes, allow me to be blunt. Because in our terms, it's blunt to say this to you. There is no one to talk to. There is no, and this is said by the ministers, including the ministers in the cabinet that are willing to go very far for the deal. Because yes, I can tell you that you're not blunt, you're just wrong. You are wrong and misleading, she says. There is a deal. There are several offers for a deal. You see, so the corporate media in Israel is lying about the fact that she's simply going, there has been a deal. And you know this because you watched this show. There was multiple offer deals on October 9th, 10th, and many times after where Israel refused, well before the Bibas family was killed. Whichever way you think it happened, despite the evidence that might show you that they killed him with the IDF bombs. Well before that, they tried to return them all. Israel refused. 2 right now, but it doesn't matter. Now, this video is earlier, right? So the point is we've had many since then. Because she says, these are things that you're saying based on briefings from the Hostage and Missing Families Forum. Oh, look at that. So it is being discussed with them in the inner circle about their families, but then, there's so much deception, it's insane. It says the forum of one of the branches through which Nitzan Alon communicates with us, as well as we now know since even Times of Israel reported this well after the fact. Through this, we learn. Sometimes we go to the forum. The forum is the body that represents us and helps us. Sometimes we are being attacked because we are. So explain to me, what is the deal on the table? First of all, stopping, I understand. Says, first of all, deals. When you say there is no deal on the table, you're assuming who is supposed to present the deal.
Hamas, Qatar, Mitzrayim.
He says, Hamas, Qatar, Egypt. She goes, no, no, no. Israel. There's one sovereign, the state of Israel. The country that was founded for me and for my people, she says. Israel is the sovereign who should offer deals. And it has the liberty, the right, and the duty to be active and not just wait for the briefing. So the point is, again, she's simply going, deals were already offered. They've been refused. They have the obligation to make this happen. The point is, as we know, the hostages were secondary. They made that public. So they were okay with killing them themselves. And then we have the Hannibal directive, which you at least have to ask was on that. I mean, it's a reason like we're so objective. Like the point is, Hannibal directive in and of itself says their game is to kill the people that are their people to stop them from being used against them. They ordered that. We know that. And then we're still debating in some cases whether they did so. They ordered it. They meant to kill their own people. The question is how many people on the ground took that to as far as it could go, like shooting 3 hostages holding an SOS sign. It says, from the briefings you receive, Israel didn't offer anything. The state of Israel is obstructing the process, she says. And we know that's the case. Obstructing meaning refusing, creating difficulties, not cooperating, like they do every time in the past, guys. Gallant and Netanyahu, my prime minister, both of them right now are their fingers in the cabinet. In the captives. Wait, hold on. She said, both of them right now are the fingers in the cabinet. They're obstructing the rescue of the captives, she says. Exactly. Exactly what we've been telling you the entire time, and now it's been admitted even by Ben-Gvir that they sabotage the process. You know, just like funding Hamas to make sure they wouldn't have a two-state solution back in 2009 and well before that. Why would the prime minister and defense minister obstruct? See, don't you love this kind of dumb question? Why would they do that? Well, I'm not psychic. I don't know what their intentions are. The point is we can effing prove it. They're doing it. We can see it. They announced it. These people are propagandists, just like in our country. Because they don't want to rescue the captives. That's what she just said. Simple as that. It's terrible and horrifying, and they are counting on the fear of most of the captive families that we won't say what must be said. That's my point. That's why they're using people's own emotions. These people do not support these people. The Israeli government does not support Israelis. The Israeli government, and says, but why? Why do they not want? Same thing. They don't want because they are captive to a dangerous and belligerent opposition. Now, it goes on to make, the point is the simple argument that they deliberately have been refusing them, and as it started, deliberately killing them. That's just one of many people who have their own family members there. And here's the clip from Wilkerson, making sure you understand that they lie about everything all the time. This one is which one was this? Oh, it says not only did Israel intentionally kill the Bibas children, which is now deliberately trying to cover up, they also killed their own children on October 7th, literally burning them alive. This is the one about the tank, Yasmin Porat. The obvious documented example is even the colonel on the record admitted this. Even the tank drivers admitted this. Even the helicopter pilots admitted this. Even multiple colonels admitted this. It's insane how much information there is. It's an established fact. They burned their own children alive in the kibbutz. That's what Yasmin Porat will say to this day. Oh, don't forget, as he writes, and of course, the claim of burning children and babies alive, which is constantly regurgitated by Zionist propagandists, including Netanyahu in every deranged speech he gives, is yet another case of every Zionist accusation being a confession. You should know this by now. This, where Ben-Gvir was included, are a bunch of deranged Israeli settlers dancing, saying, Ali's on the grill, and chanting about this baby who they burned alive inside of a house. This is a very public story. Here is the actual report from Times of Israel. Jewish extremists taunt Ali's on the grill at slain at their family members, showing the amount of impunity that they know that they have. Literally burned their house down, killed their innocent child. Then when they're trying to get some sort of justice, which they never received, you have the settlers dancing or rather taunting them as they walk up, but then also having dancing fest, whatever they're doing in this video, holding an effigy of a dead child and poking him in the eyes and saying, "Oh, he's on the grill." That is who we're dealing with, guys. Look, that's the child right there. Poking it, burning it, attacking it, saying, "Oh, he's on the grill." That's what they're doing. As Robert covered, Israeli settlers consistently use arson attacks to burn Palestinians alive. Guess that doesn't matter, though, in the context of, killing children. Now, Gato Fumador points out, so apparently during the first weeks of October 7th, right? So exactly when they're claiming that this was ultimately, November was when this took place. Really everybody, right? Hamas is claiming they were bombed by IDF bombs in November. Now, Daniel Hagari is claiming that they were just killed by their bare hands and somehow can prove that 15 months later, which makes no sense. But it says, so apparently during the first weeks of October 7th, Israel tracked down anyone in Gaza with a phone that had crossed into Israel. And we talked about this at the time. And then labeled them with suspected kidnappers and then simply bombed them. This is how countless hostages and POWs died. I mean, think about how obvious this logic is. So they're telling you, and look, here, this is the actual article right here. We actually covered this on the show. Quote, "We bomb Palestinians suspected of being kidnappers." Now, this is at a point when I don't think they knew people would ever come to this point of information, that they would be scared away by shouts of racism and would never see this stuff like that used to happen. And it says, "We found such suspects and we bombed them." This is from the IDF. And it was surreal because you see in the identification of the person you are bombing that he is, quote, "a suspected kidnapper of Israelis," meaning that there's a chance there are hostages next to him. In retrospect, we know that many Israelis were held underground, but for sure, mistakes happened and we bombed hostages. The amount of information is endless. This was covered by 972 Magazine. We covered this on the show. So back to the point, as they just highlighted that graph, is that, well, if you knowingly went and the point is you identified who you thought was potential kidnappers, which means that you think they might have taken Israeli hostages, and then you proceeded to bomb their location. That's not confusing at all. Guys, we know by now that they killed hostages. The question is whether you think that they killed the Bibas family and they're covering it up. All we're demonstrating is the mountain of evidence that shows that's highly likely. In fact, with the father adding what we pointed out, I think it's pretty clear, but you can decide for yourself. The amount of dishonesty, the lies, the disregard for their own people, it's kind of easy to see. Now, Left Eye on the News simply says, well, Israel says Hamas strangled or beat to death, because that's the point. It seems to both are circulating. 2 Israeli kids, ages 4 and under 1 year old, actually killed by an Israeli airstrike. We remember, and hopefully you do as well, that Israel starved and suffocated 4 premature infants, leaving them to die in unpowered incubators in Al-Shifa, right? Very easy to look up. We covered this more than once. And yes, they not only... Oh, well, here, I'll grab this so you can actually have it, seeing as they don't want you to see this. Funny how some of them allow you to read them, some don't. A Gaza hospital evacuated, 4 fragile lives, and a grim discovery. Right. Now, I think they updated it at some point. Yeah. Here's the one you should see. Israel's assault forced a nurse to leave babies behind. They were found decomposing. Now, the story they don't want to include is that it's on the record, both by the doctors that were leaving, as well as even the IDF, based on their posts, that they were informed of the children in this hospital. They were leaving, and they said, there are children in incubators. Because they were forcing them out. You were going to kill you if you don't get out. They were saying, there's people in bed, there's people with no legs, there's people that are dying. They didn't care. Many of those people died too. The point is, on the way out, they're rushed out of the door on, rocky road with, it's just absolutely disgusting. They said, there are children in these incubators. IDF acknowledged that and then knowingly left them to die. That's the provable story that's been covered roundly. And it's horrifying because these 4 children, as you saw, not only died either by suffocation or starvation, but they were left there until they came back to find decomposing dead babies. That was a choice, guys. And I guess those things don't matter either. Here, adding to this, is Netanyahu saying, who kidnaps a little boy and a baby and murders them? Monsters, that's who. And I said, well, for once, I agree with the genocidal maniac we call Netanyahu. The list below that Suppressed News posts right here, or here, I just opened it right here. Here's the screenshot of it so you can see it. Tweets get suppressed these days. It says breaking 23 minors, and we reported this yesterday. This was reported by the Israeli government, acknowledged. I think it was actually one representative. I think it was was it the Ravid guy? I forget the exact one, but he was speaking on behalf of the Israeli government, and he said, and we showed you, there will be, I forget the number, the amount of people who are under 19 years old that were taken, not involved in fighting, that we will release tomorrow. That's a crime, guys. There's no way around that. So you're just kidnapping children? Yes. So 23 minors and one woman who were abducted by the Israeli army during the ground invasion of Gaza, who have been in prison for a year, are being freed today. Where are the human activists who were screaming over the past 2 days? And the documents are easy to prove. I said, again, for once I agree. The list below is the most recent group of children who were kidnapped by Israel without charge, many of whom are never seen again. So yes, kidnapping and murdering. How many times the Human Rights Watches and the Amnesty Internationals and the Beth Selems can scream about this? Disappearing children in Israeli prisons. But yes, Netanyahu says, who do you call them? You call them monsters. That's who. That's you. You are the biggest example in the world, maybe say for the United States, of exactly what you're talking about. Including the Bibas family, by the way, which makes that even more disgusting. And you can look for yourself, guys. These are children, some of them very young. Now, Haaretz even, Israeli media. It's routine by now, reads the headline. Israeli troops burst in, humiliate a Palestinian family, and detain a man without trial. Just another day in the democracy in the Middle East, apparently. Asal Rod says, in other words, Israel routinely takes Palestinians hostage. What do you know? Funny how we don't care about that part of the story, though. As we just showed you yesterday, Netanyahu and his team all sat up in a West Bank home, for military meetings. There's no justice in this world or anybody that is honest if that's allowed to happen with no repercussions. There's no allegation. There's no crime. You just steal their home, and the Western governments claiming they're fighting colonialism, just cheer them on. We need to see where we are and stop playing the partisan game, because we have been overtaken by exactly what we thought we were fighting, or maybe we always were, but we can see it right now. Mohammed Tafa simply says, those who killed 20,000 children in Gaza, and I guarantee it's more than that based on the numbers, the Lancet studies that make the same point, those who killed 20,000 children in Gaza are lecturing people about killing children. It really is a grotesque world we live in at the moment. Now, here are some sad examples. Now, I'm going to warn you, there's one that's quite graphic, so just be prepared for that. Suppressed News highlights. We covered this at the time. And these are just a couple of select plucks out. There's so many. I could have made an entire 4-hour show just of the children that you can prove were killed by Israel bombs. Where's the outrage for Asir and Asal Muhammad? That was a very public story. The twins killed by Israel. He even had the birth certificates and everything. This is one of the hundreds of similar incidents, yet the world remains silent. Meanwhile, the Bibas family's case sparks global outrage. Even babies and children aren't seen as equal in this world, on top of the fact that they weren't even killed by the people they claim. Asal Rod highlights another example. How about Henry Job, right? The 6-year-old child that literally everybody seems able to acknowledge was murdered in cold blood, actual cold blood by Israel, because you see it. You can prove it. You have videotapes of it. You have recordings of it. Even forensic breakdowns that prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that they were the only ones capable with the munitions that were used. Who cares, right? Only care about certain children when we can use it for their agenda. And she highlights, notice the difference? Palestinian side, children found dead, no emotions. Children in Israel, emphasis on small bodies and the fact that they're children, emotive language. It's emotional manipulation. PVT highlights something we've talked about a lot. Remember when 65 American medics told the New York Times how Israeli snipers intentionally shot Palestinian babies and toddlers in the head, chest, and neck? 65 of them in the New York Times signed documents, not saying we saw them, we don't know who, but that we know and can prove and will testify to the fact that Israel is executing children. But I guess, again, it's small potatoes compared to a baseless fact-free story spread from a guy who got caught lying already. Think about where that shows you where we are. and all of the lying, we are the media now parasites out there who just keep shouting the false narratives. You can read this for yourself. We've covered this many times. Here's one of those children. There's the MRI showing the bullet in the head. Just another day in Palestine. This one is personal to I Am Palestine. It says, this is my angel, Mira. Mira was shot in the head by a drone sniper in August 2024 when she came into the emergency department where I was able to save her life so she could receive surgery. She's a miracle, but she should never have been shot. There are thousands of children like her in Gaza, and many are not as fortunate to have survived. Now, I'll include this again, and I'll play this clip. I'll play both these since we're looking pretty good, I think, so far. I've added a lot. We haven't seen this in a while. 40 plus, I think. All these doctors, all testifying to the same conversation. Israel's committing genocide. They're executing children. They're breaking the law. We watched it with our own eyes. So we play the sniper one first. I think I'll play 3 in a row, actually. The sniper one first. You guys have probably seen it, but I think it's good for continuity for people that haven't seen this yet, which is what we're always here for. I know some of you get frustrated that we play similar things, and but the point is, it's not about us continuing this story. It's about making sure we're informing people that need to see it, right? So help me share this. Even if you've seen it before 50 times, get in front of other people. Help us share this out. But here's the same doctor talking about that they know they're shooting children. Actually, both those first two. And then we'll go to the last one I added to the bottom of the thread.
When were you in Gaza?
End of April for the first couple weeks. And then there's sniper bullets. I have children that were shot twice.
Wait, you're saying that children in Gaza are being shot by snipers?
Definitively. I have 2 children that I have photographs of that were shot so perfectly in the chest I couldn't put my stethoscope over their heart more accurately, and directly on the side of the head. In the same child. No toddler gets shot twice by mistake by the world's best sniper. And they're dead center shots.
In fact, more than 20 doctors recently in Gaza also told Sunday Morning about gunshot wounds to children. One American doctor told us he even reviewed CT scans to confirm what he saw because he, quote, didn't believe that this many children could be admitted to a single hospital with gunshot wounds to the head. Some shootings have been captured on video.
So, of all the disaster zones you've seen, how does Gaza compare?
All of the disasters I've seen combined, 40 mission trips, 30 years, ground zero, earthquakes, all of that combined doesn't equal the level of carnage that I saw against civilians in just my first week in Gaza.
And when you say civilians, is it mostly children?
Almost exclusively children. I've never seen that before. Never seen that. I've seen more incinerated children than I've ever seen in my entire life combined. I've seen more shredded children in just the first week.
Shredded?
Shredded.
What do you mean?
Missing body parts, being crushed by buildings, the greatest majority, or bomb explosions, the next greatest majority. We've taken shrapnel as big as my thumb out of 8-year-olds.
The UN reports that to date, more than 80% of Gaza's population has been displaced and the majority of its buildings destroyed. A reality which has taken its own toll on the well-being of children.
What about the emotional wounds?
How can you measure that? I can't measure my own. How do you be an orphan and watching your family, melted in front of you and shredded in front of you? How do you fix that? Ever fix that?
In fact, so many Palestinian children have had family members killed that doctors created a shorthand term, WCNSF, wounded child, no surviving family.
Now this one next is Nick Maynard. An early part of the conversation, a long time, right in the early part of this, or really right around Al-Shifa time, telling you that he saw execute doctors. He saw doctors executed by Israel. He saw children shot. It's incredible the amount of information that we have around this. Firsthand testimony, documents, videos, statements directly from the people committing the crimes, and we still, this is why I've been saying for over a year, the world around sees this. Right now is that we are battling with people that don't care about the facts. And it's scary how large that group seems. But I want to reiterate that I don't even think it's close to the majority. Here's Dr. Maynard.
Every single part of the hospital has been destroyed. The whole infrastructure of the hospital has been destroyed. When I spoke to Marwan yesterday, he told me there were 107 patients still in the hospital, 60 medical staff. God only knows what has happened to them. I think we've seen some of the pictures. Surgeons I know have been executed in the last 48 hours there. Bodies have been discovered in the last 12 to 24 hours who have been handcuffed with their arms behind their back. And so there is no doubt at all that multiple healthcare workers have been executed there in the last few days.
You believe executed by whom, Doctor?
By the Israeli Defense Force.
Why would they seek to execute surgeons and medical professionals?
Well, they've been doing it since October the 7th. Over 450 healthcare workers have been killed. Friends of mine that I have worked with over the years. Many have been abducted as well, and nothing has been heard of them since. So there is no doubt in my mind, and I can bear witness from this from my time at Al-Aqsa Hospital and from talking to people, that there's been direct targeting of the healthcare system in Gaza, direct targeting of hospitals, and multiple killings of healthcare workers.
Any death is tragic, but this is not, and I say again, anyone dying in any sense. So this is not, and please don't be upset by this expression, collateral damage. This is specifically targeted, you're saying, medical professionals by the IDF to be taken off and executed, is your belief?
Most certainly, that is my belief.
Have you at any time seen anything that would lead you to believe that there had been terrorists who were hiding in the hospital?
Without exception, every single one has responded to say they have never witnessed any Hamas militant in the hospitals they have worked in.
Think about how definitive that is. Literally firsthand, I saw it myself. I know they're doing it on purpose. And nothing. In a normal sense, like just, you living in your town somewhere, if a person had that much evidence or just firsthand testimony, even like I saw this person murder somebody, that has weight. That's not all it takes, right? There's an investigation, but something happens. You've got endless amounts of people who are like, I literally watched them shoot that child, and your own government pushes back on it. Here's the one I recently added. This is in the United States in front of Congress, trying to speak out about what's going on because these doctors saw it for themselves. Here's what the world looks like under the U.S. government. The free speech, whether Biden or Trump, that happens in this country when you dare to call out what appears to be the real leader.
Jewish, and I've been to Gaza.
Now, again, this is a Jewish doctor, so too was the first one we showed you. But to people, the Zionists, that apparently doesn't matter. The real Jews, apparently, according to them.
Part of the humanitarian medical delegation. I'm Jewish, and I've been to Gaza as part of the humanitarian medical delegation. That was about 5 years ago. At that time, Israel was doing the same thing it's doing now, but it was a slow genocide. Now it's full out, the gloves are off, and the mask is off.
I've told many people that our doctors have been arrested and put in jail and tortured. Israelis are excellent at torturing people. They do it all the time.
A well-known orthopedic surgeon was taken to their torture prison and was raped to death. Raped to death.
Please, just 2 minutes, please.
Just, that's a public story. That was not even that was a very widely reported story on top of the said team in discussion. And yet, here we are.
That's it. We're done. Be the Nobel Peace Prize winner.
It doesn't matter. None of that matters.
And we can't even speak up in our own country.
Fascism.
Say this is unusual. This is targeted, obviously.
Bombs are killing.
Realize this is the current government, which is both Biden and Trump, by the way, but the current power structure sitting there are the ones screaming about censoring you for Israel. Endless amounts of examples right now. Yacarino just says we have to make sure we're combating anti-Semitism on supposedly the free speech platform, which, by the way, most cases aren't even actual anti-Semitism. But regardless, you're allowed to say and speak what you want in a actual free speech reality. We're allowed to call those people racist, sort of like them screaming about all sorts of racist things about Germany and South Africa, right? But that's okay. Or anti-white stuff, which still seems to be allowed despite them claiming, which, by the way, should be because it's all free speech, but not for Israel. Interesting how it's the one standalone in the conversation. We can't figure out what that means.
Hospitals, bombing hospitals, and we can't talk about it, where the bombs are coming from. It's embarrassing. It is an absolute disgrace.
You cannot do it.
Demonstration.
Even
no signs.
you're bringing attention to your cause. Stop demonstrating. Disperse. It's done. It ends here, or else we start giving warnings, and everyone that's involved here is arrested.
Thank you for killing the children.
We are here in Washington, D.C. Thousands of doctors gathered in front of Congress. They are calling for the restoration of funding to UNRWA, and they are demanding the release of Dr. Hussam Abu Safia.
And so I am here with my colleagues, both doctors, both psychologists, veterinarian. Yeah, everyone's just here really making sure that the voices of the Gazans and the Palestinians generally aren't forgotten.
Now, of course, it's just the embarrassing nature of our political dynamic right now is that people will, UNRWA, then you're a lefty, and then you're down, I won't even listen. I'll pretend like it's not even there. Or the same exact thing in reverse. Oh, you got a red hat, then I'm going to listen, I'm going to ignore it. Or Joe Rogan said it, then it's not possible. It's lazy and it's embarrassing. And it's, I think, a rapidly diminishing amount of people. My point is that you have testimony from people that see these things, and it's that easy to dismiss because you choose to. And that is a partisan thing from both sides. Now, Defense for Children highlights, as it should be relevant since we're talking about the killing of children, right? Israeli forces fatally shot 2 Palestinian children in the back. This was on the 21st, right at the same time this was happening in the West Bank. Soldiers fired on both children from inside armored military vehicles. This was widely reported. 12 and 13 years old. Does that not matter? Are we going to debate what a younger age means more? I mean, it's the point at the end of the day are innocent people being killed. And I mean, on the record in plain daylight versus narratives we can't prove, all of it should matter. I just want to know for sure who actually killed these children. If it turns out it's Israel, is something going to happen? To Press News, this one's graphic, says, this is Zionism. The same people crying victim for the Bibas family are the ones who condone things like this. Now, very quickly, I'll show you the actual tweet. It's a disgusting picture of a child in Gaza with his guts hanging out. And this is what the person says. And because we do this on the show for you, here's the actual tweet. So it says, this is child's intestines are out of his body. Do you understand Zionism yet? Do you know what you're defending? This guy says, they released the hostage yet? I mean, it's a special kind of depravity. It truly is. Dr. Simon Godek highlighting another one. This is Rapid Response saying, we're going to have some good news in the Middle East. What happened yesterday, the sight of those babies was not acceptable. Okay, so we're outraged about the return of the bodies that were killed by the IDF, but not outraged about 20,000 children, hundreds of thousands of people, or the ongoing starvation, or the rape, or the torture that has all been verified by everybody. But nah, that's not a big deal. We only care about what Israel tells us to care about. So Dr. Simon Godek says, quote, nobody has seen anything like it, which is what he said. Seriously? He goes, well, how about the tens of thousands of dead babies killed by Israel or their bombs? Stop being a hypocrite. Guys, that's not even being a hypocrite. That's being a deceiver. That's being a Zionist propagandist. And he says neither Hamas nor Israel is worth spending tax money on. I agree completely. The problem is that it's going to both when you send it to Israel. At least it was. This person says, you can't kill enough of baby terrorists. That's what this guy just said. Dr. Simon Godek says, I've never seen a Muslim openly justify the mass murder, mass slaughter of children. But I see it all the time. I'm sure you could find examples. His point is I see it all the time from Israeli supporters. His point is he doesn't see it. Saying you can't kill enough baby terrorists is pure genocidal insanity. This level of dehumanization is beyond disgusting. It is. But you're not going to see that censored, and I'm not calling for it to be censored. It's free speech. But you will be seeing people and are seeing people censored for simply saying from the river to the sea or any other things or standing up for Palestinians or, God forbid, supporting Hamas even, which, by the way, is their right. Supporting Israel, I argue, is well, actually both in a sense, but let's just say supporting, I don't know, I'm trying to pick a middle ground entity. My point is simple as before. I'm not saying that I want people to support terrorist organizations if you think that's what they are. I'm saying that it's your right to support whatever you want. Action is the crime. If you go out and kill people, you can be arrested for that. If you bribe somebody, if you launder money, these are crimes. But if you just go, I think what they're doing is good, that's an idea. When you realize how rapidly we've gone into the area of your ideas being controlled by their conversation for another country, I think you're going to begin to see how alarming this is. Just stand back and look at that. It is everywhere you look right now. Now, here is an example of a group we keep talking about, this Batar US group, which is terrifying. I mean, this group is, not in that sense because they're scary themselves. They actually seem pretty meager and inconsequential. My point is that it shows you the level of influence of what Zionism is doing. Now, actually, I shouldn't call it inconsequential. What they're doing is potentially, if the powers that shouldn't be at the current moment decide to use it, they've been trying to get people deported, Americans included, just because they support Palestine. The Intercept did a whole breakdown on this. They're giving pagers to people like Norman Finkelstein and threatening them. This is what Batar US just said. This person posts, and it's this person's tweet. These are the names of the Palestinian babies Israel killed before they reached their first birthday. It's actually crazy. I've shown this video. It goes on for like 7 minutes of just the 1 and 0. It's hard to believe, but it's true. The names are all public. You can do your own research. At some point, this stuff will be easily to identify. You'll be able to look back and recognize they're either missing somewhere else in the world or they're not there anymore. And that's going to be easy to prove. You're not getting that from Israel. Guess what this person said? This is Batar US, the group that's currently seems to have a lot of influence in the conversation. They're out there protesting using the Trump administration immigration policy against Americans. It says, not enough. We demand blood in Gaza. These are the people that you're supporting? You have Palestinians calling for ceasefire and two-state solution. You go, wink, wink. They mean they hate Jews. Over here, they're going, kill all the children. And you're going, no, that's just, they don't mean that. Or I don't even know what you would say to that. Just ignore it, probably. This is a U.S. Zionist organization calling for more mass slaughter of children in Gaza. Will they be investigated for the incitement? Which the point is, in this case, saying that is not a crime, in my opinion. Or let's just say it's not a crime. But in the way the world is going, people try to make words into crimes today. But it should not be a crime to say things out loud. I don't care how crazy it seems. That's free speech, absolute free speech. The point, though, is in other context in this conversation, even on this platform, they call incitement worthy of censorship or crime. I don't think it should be. But if it's going to be applied equally or at all, it should be equally. And you're going to see that not applied to people that are openly calling for violence against Palestinians all across this platform. PVT points out, another way this is being, I agree with this. I think this is everywhere you look. It's not unique just to Zionism, but it's definitely something they've been cultivating for a long time. This person is an American Jew, previously on the record pro-Israel, who runs an account called Pali News Network, which, by the way, feels like Pollywood, the way that, the gay, that's all fake, but he presents himself as pro-Palestinian. He's made posts mocking the death of the Bibas babies. Basically, this is what they're pointing to say, see, this is what Palestinians think. Typical how that works, right? The replies were filled with his own followers condemning him and unfollowing him. And you go look for yourself. It's also a picture right here. Look at the account for yourself. The people follow this thinking it's Palestinian, and then he makes statements that completely undermine the very movement. They go, what are you talking about? And the reality is there's a lot of these false dynamics out there. And this is just him highlighting what is controlled opposition. It says, however, the easiest way to identify controlled opposition is to judge activists by their outcomes. Yes, like everything else we're talking about. If you find yourself asking why an organization or an activist appears to be engaging in activity harmful to their movement or what they state it is, consider the possibility that its harm is intentional. It's a very good point. Don't assume that, but consider. It's like, why would they be doing that when all that does is prove the point of their adversaries? Well, there's an obvious answer for that. It says, he has made posts mocking the Bibas children. It says, and he doubled down and mocked their condemnation. This harmful behavior is textbook controlled opposition. And you can just see this kind of stuff and you can look for yourself. I argue, this makes no sense to me. If you're supporting Palestinians, then what you're doing is actively undermining. It's not just the Bibas family. It's all sorts of other things that are basically aligning with the most extreme version of what they want you to think Palestinians are. Nope, consider for yourself. Look into it. Maybe you think that's the reality. Maybe it is. But with everything else we're showing you, I think there's a lot of evidence to suggest that we can see that there's a lot of these deceivers out there. Quick point on this was simply, nearly all of his followers rightfully condemned his filthy comments. Our movement is honorable liberation movement in which sociopathic deranged behavior like this is unwelcome. And that is what I get from most of the people on the side fighting for Palestinians. Even if it's only because they recognize saying other things will hurt what they're doing. Same point. But I find that it's more honest than most other dynamics. That's my personal opinion in regard to the Palestinian movement at large. It's not hard to look back at the history, just like it's not hard to look at the history of Zionism and recognize you're being deceived. Now, on the note of being deceived in Zionism, here's Nikki Haley. Disregard 24, same point, stating something that she can't prove, and I mean instantaneously. 21st, less than an hour after they post this. There's no due diligence there, guys. She didn't look into this at all. Simply shares it and says, there is a special place in hell for this kind of evil. I agree. We're talking about Daniel Hagari and Netanyahu? Probably not, but let's pretend she is. But she's not, obviously. She's talking about people that they're claiming killed the Bibas family. But here she is going, and again, she writes, hashtag finish them. Here she is writing, finish them on bombs that were used to kill children. Very clearly. We documented the very bombs that were right here being written on were later used to bomb an entire civilian area. Not hard to understand. Dan Cohen highlights Aviva Klampas, showing the Bibas child saying murdered for being Jewish. Like, you can't even put down your grotesque agenda for half a second. Like, you have no idea, even if they were killed by them, what their intentions were. But this absolute disgusting, vile POS is out here trying to use them even still. Oh, because they were Jewish now. Despite the fact that there's no evidence about that at all, despite the fact that Hamas is very clearly talking about Zionism, but of course it could all be lies. But the point is, she has no clue. She's just saying that because that's the agenda. And Dan simply says sacrifice by Zionists to commit genocide against Palestinians and steal their land. That's where all the evidence supports. Tom Cotton highlighting the same point, and this is what these guys are paid for. So we showed this already. This is what end wokeness can, that's all it's really about to them, right? Parading around a baby's coffin, parading around. Like, you can watch it for yourself. I made the points about this. There's parts about I think the decorum is lacking. So too with almost everything Israel does. But the point is, we've seen this continue to escalate. But the reality is they walked the coffins out. And I guess one of the points was the Red Cross or one of them requested it be private. They didn't do that. And then I think statements were made. It's because of what Israel's doing, which I don't agree with, but it makes sense. Israel's constantly poking them in the eye and constantly making fun of them and constantly undermining the deal. In fact, they've been violating the deal every 30 seconds since it started. That's been widely reported. They've shot at the people they've released. They've arrested people they've released. They continue to starve them. They haven't brought in every moment of this. So my point is, it makes sense. I don't agree with it, why they might feel angry to do something back. And what did that amount to? Not making it private, walking the coffin out to a song that seems inappropriate with a lot of people around. The best of my knowledge, that's what the big outrage is about. You know, not murdering children, starving people, but the fact that they didn't do the right song. That's the best you can do, guys. And wokeness, that's the best you got for why we should be outraged. I care about genocide. I mean, it's just incredible. Or Israel occupying Syria, or the ongoing atrocities in Lebanon, or any number of people, the 10,000 people in Israel prisons that are being starved and tortured, the rape that's ongoing. No, let's be outraged about a coffin and a song because we've been telling you these are monstrous torturers that are raping everybody, and we don't have anything to prove that, so we're going to pick the best thing we got. Be angry about it, took a photo with them, or whatever they keep doing. Parading around a baby's coffin with happy music blasting. And progressives have zero problem with it. That's not true. That's just your lazy. I've seen a lot of progressives and Republicans and everybody going, that's weird, that's inappropriate. Some of them not, some of them are. But you see, they're not trying to look and prove anything. Wokeness and libs of TikTok and Elon Musk, they're all driving a narrative. And that is that the Democrats are bad and Republicans are good. And see, the Democrats support these bad guys. The Democrats are just as supportive of Israel as the Republicans, you absolute liar. But they don't care about any of this. It's about the narrative, and Tom Cotton picks it up and puts it back down. As to the leftists who support Palestinians over Israel, this is what you're supporting. The stupid thing about this is most honest people in this conversation at this point support an end to the conflict, support a resolution, a ceasefire for everybody. But these disgusting people keep the thing going. They keep dragging the war on that keeps killing Americans and Britons and Palestinians and Israelis alike because they're monsters. And all they can do is try to point to some song It really should bother you. And I said, to anyone who supports Israel, Zionist Israel over Americans, since this is an American in the coffin we're showing you right here, like Tom Cotton does, I should have put that before, anyone who supports Israel over Americans, like Tom Cotton, this is what you're supporting. Okay, here is Shireen Abu Akleh. Okay, this is an American journalist who was shot by Israel and killed. And here's what they're doing as they walk out with the coffin. This is not a joke. It's not confusing. They're just literally beating the legs of the people trying to carry. You realize they're not going after, they're hitting the people in the legs who are carrying it or the arms for no reason. And that's what they wanted right there. They wanted them to drop the coffin. That's the story. That's how petty and small and childish and vile these people are, or at least who gave the orders. So here he is screaming about a song. Well, okay, if that's the best you got, I raise you. I just, it's just so stupid. The truth is, guys, we're talking about murder, genocide, rape, and torture, and that's the best they can point to right now. And then here's just double down news. I didn't include both, but showing you the same thing in slow motion. Israel respected the dead, attacking the coffin and mourners of Palestinian American journalist Shireen Abu Akleh, who they targeted and shot dead. Oh, I thought I had that. I did. I included it at the beginning of the show because I was making the point about American journalists, right? Same point. But here, Bob Smith Walker says Hamas fails to correctly identify one body. Now, you could argue it did it on purpose. I don't know. I could see how that would add up with what Israel's been doing. Either way, the argument is they made a mistake. And it does make sense on that side of it because we know that these bodies are bombed and destroyed and shredded. So if that's the case, they did their best to try to make sense of what. There's no forensics over there, right? But that happened. Israel dumps hundreds of unidentified bodies in bags into the street. Western media treats Palestinians like animals. I mean, it keeps happening. It happened back in Al-Shifa. Happens again. They just dump them out in trash bags and act like, and then we are up in arms about the decorum on other sides. It just shows you the utter lack of humanity of the wokeness and Tom Cottons of the world who just only care about what they're told to care about, or will give them shares and money on Twitter. But here's Sarah Wilkinson saying, when Antonio Guterres condemned the Palestinians for disrespecting dead bodies, what disrespect did he mean? Stuff like this? Yeah, Palestinians being brought out in the cart with trash bag. Loaded in bulldozers, respectfully. Or going back, we've seen this many times, right? How many times they've been caught on video when they didn't think they were being filmed, dumping dead Palestinian bodies or doing horrible things to them. Picking them up in the dirt. These were all shared with laughy emojis, making fun of them, calling it meatloaf. I've seen all of them, guys. It's horrible. These are what Zionists were doing, and these are IDF members in most cases. Does that seem like respectful treatment of the dead? You get the point. All of it should be condemned. Here are some people that were released. Right? So we're going to show you, as usual, both sides of an argument, or all. This person describes his torture in an Israeli jail. See what happened to his face. Israel after the Israeli bombing of his home in northern Gaza, which slaughtered his entire family, and is now being released. Right? He'll probably get arrested tomorrow, which just keeps happening despite being a violation of the ceasefire. Here is an alternative example, right? So you got tortured, raped, mutilated people that are coming out emaciated and barely knowing their own name, okay? Over and over and over and over, you're getting, literally every single one of them at this point have been released by Israel and do things like this. Twice. That guy too. Anybody want to explain that? The irrational, reflexive dismissal narratives of these, it's sad. I almost kind of feel bad for them if it wasn't that if they weren't genocidal maniacs. Every one of them. This is the same thing with Bibas family, the rest of it, guys. They've all maintained their story. They watched Israel kill hostages. The Hamas members were shielding them with their own bodies. They were feeding them. They were being kind. They shake their hands. They high five. They give heart symbols. It's lazy to not see how obviously you're being deceived. That doesn't have to mean Hamas is the good guy. It just simply means they're lying to you about what's going on. Very simply. This guy kissed the foreheads of two of those people we're told are subhuman monsters that were doing all this terrible stuff. Maybe that is the case. But at the very least, it didn't happen to any of the people we're talking about post-October 7th, according to all of them still. Doesn't that matter? Like, are we literally in a world where all that matters are politicians' claims about what they want you to think happened? Apparently, it really is wild to me. This is very public. And it says, this scene of the Israeli captive Omer Shem Tov kissing the foreheads of Al-Qassam fighters, Hamas, today, and this was, again, today, has been the most widely circulated clip in Arabic and Hebrew media. You'll never see a Palestinian leaving Israeli prisons doing this or looking even as well treated. You'll never see that. Most of them are so terrified, so psychologically traumatized, you can see it. Shaking, barely able to remember their name, burn holes in their legs, missing limbs, wildly emaciated. Stories of rape and torture, but which has been backed up by human rights groups. Kind of hard to see that happening with this guy, right? Or any of them so far. Closer video, just so you can see it. Alan Mizrahi says, I can promise you no Palestinian captive ever kissed their guards on the way out. These are the supposed human animals your media has been telling you about. No, look, I'm not going to tell you it couldn't be all in a big act. Maybe all of them plan to make them all think. Almost would make sense in a weird way. It doesn't change the fact that they're lying to you about everything that keeps happening. Even if they were convinced that they would do all the bad things and they just didn't, it still shows they're lying to you about whether or not they're currently happening. And that should at least make you want to look into different parts of the history to find out maybe you've been misled the entire time, which I think is quite obvious. Now, here's another example. This is another hostage, or in this case, this was I believe it was actually a hostage because this was somebody, I don't remember whether he was IDF or not. Anyway, the point is an Ethiopian Jewish person who was taken a long time ago. Robert broke this down for me. Israel didn't care, ignored this, gave up on this person. Why? Because as I've shown you many times, they don't care about Ethiopians, or they don't care about anybody unless they're white, apparently. And I've shown you this many times. Oops, how do you spell it? I don't know, did I spell that? Isn't that right? How do you spell Ethiopian? Oops. Isn't that right? That should pop up. Oh, that's why I misspelled it with an I. No, I spelled it right. That's weird. Sorry, hold on. I just want to show you this. I guess I used an I instead of an E, or vice versa. There it is. Yeah, I put an E right there. So are Ethiopian Jews Israel's second-class citizens? Asks DW. Thank you in the chat. Appreciate it. This is one of the many. And the reality is they'll tell you this if you actually just care to look. They are treated like second-class citizens, which there's only one way to look at that. Here's another one. For Israel, Black Ethiopian Jews are not Jewish enough. Think about how wild that is. Oh, wait, did I? Oh, there you go. I'll include all three for you. There's one more. I've looked at this before. Oh, wait, see, I'm wasting time right now. We should be moving forward. The last one. Oh, this is actually the wrong. I don't think this one's as relevant. Oops, dang it. This one. Oh, yeah, well, that is relevant. I mean, we've talked about this in the past as well. Ethiopian women in Israel given contraceptive without consent. So these are just three random articles. You'll hear this in Israeli media too. Ethiopian Jews are considered second-class citizens. I thought there was one more. Sorry. Yeah, okay. So the bottom line, though, is if we're going to talk about this, as to give you back the story again. So this person was taken hostage a while back. Here's what Robert said. Where was he? So he says, Ethiopian Jewish soldier was a prisoner. He was there for 11 years taken in 2014 during their last their last genocide of Gaza. And it says Israel said he was dead. And this has been roundly discussed. You can look this up. They claimed he was killed. Then years later, afterwards, Hamas released a recording of him showing that he was still alive. His family confirmed it. It was his voice, but Israel still pretended he was dead. They really care about it. Just like the current hostages, by the way. They didn't care about him, Robert argues, which then drew criticism that it was down to the anti-black racism, which we just demonstrated for you. And then Robert says, to be honest, he was shocked that he was still alive, but they left him there for 11 years. And now he's coming back out and they're acting like they did this. Like, we did this, we saved him. And the truth is they gave up on him a long time ago. Now, the argument is because he's not a white Jewish person. Again, the reality of the history shows you that they are treated, anything other than Zionist Jews that are white in Israel are treated like they're not part of that country. Listen to people in the country. Stop listening to morons in the West who tell you what their Israel tells them to say. I'll include all this for yourself. Please look into it further. So the point is that other guy is being released, and I don't even think they wanted or cared about that, but they're still going to pretend that they did it and they caused it all to happen like they've done many times already. Like the person they found wandering around in Gaza and claimed that they rescued him in a big operation, and then it very quickly turned out that it was no operation and they just found him. But that's what they do. That's what they lie and they lie and they lie. That's the reality. Or they use eugenics and try to ethnically cleanse with contraception anybody that's not white, according to The Guardian, at least in the context of Ethiopian Jews. Now, here is the part about the body of Shiri Bibas. Now, this is interesting the way this has ended up, because right now I'm seeing these reports go around with nothing to back it up, that it turns out that it really was her body and that it was a lie, which wouldn't surprise me. But let me first read to you what Haaretz wrote and some others, which makes it sound as if it was a mistake and that they just followed up right away, and it was on Friday. So it says, the body of Israeli hostage Shiri Bibas was returned on Friday, it says, a day after Hamas handed over to Israel the bodies of her children, as well as of a body that the organization claimed belonged to her. Weird way to say that, although DNA testing showed it did not match any Israeli hostage. So that makes it sound like there was a body that was wrong, but now they've returned the right one. But just to be clear, I am seeing reports that are not sourced to anything, claiming that it turns out that the forensics said it was her body. It could be that that was what came out and this is being misreported, or intentionally kind of opaquely reported, so you assume that, which would make sense. But you can decide for yourself, and I'm sure it will flesh out more in the coming days. According to information released by the IDF spokesman, the three were kidnapped by, again, just to highlight, the Mujahideen Brigade, the not Hamas. And it says the bodies of her children were returned. Daniel Hagari said they were murdered in cold blood with their bare hands. He added that terrorists committed horrific acts to obscure the atrocities. You've already reported all this. It says later on Saturday, the Bibas family issued a statement requesting not to share further details without specifying the details. The family has not received any such information. So even Haaretz making that clear. They're using them still. But that the body was returned. So my point is, unless you see anything else in the chat, guys, let me know. As at this moment, it seems that the statement from the media, at least in Israel, is that there was a discrepancy, but it was really quickly resolved on Friday even, right? Which is interesting to me. So either they lied about it and they just rectified that for some reason, or they rapidly got the real body to them. Why I think it's interesting is this was resolved yesterday by everyone's account, and yet they're still claiming that this is justifiable for continuing the war, which, you know what I think about that. That was the plan all along. They just don't want to give up on the agenda. So Netanyahu vows revenge after Israel says Hamas sent wrong body. That was yesterday. So that same day, mind you, despite all these headlines, we're being told that they had already returned the right body. See? Revenge. Now, here's why that's even more important, because the family of Bibas spoke out. And she says, our painful journey, which has already lasted 16 months, is not over. Now, again, this was the 21st. 7th October continues, she says. We are still waiting for Shiri and fear for her fate. Now, this was 3 p.m. yesterday. The point is that towards the end of the day, or according to Haaretz, they returned the body. But she says, Shiri, Ariel, and Kafir were taken alive by a murderous terrorist organization, who, by the way, was funded by Israel, and it was Israel's responsibility and obligation to bring them back alive. There is no forgiveness for abandoning them. on 7th October, and no forgiveness for abandoning them in captivity. So that means Hannibal directive on October 7th. That means the ongoing disregard for their lives. This is what if you actually listen to Israeli media or the society, they're screaming about this. And yet we just can't have an honest conversation all the way over here in the West. What does that show you? And she goes on to say, Benjamin Netanyahu, we did not receive an apology from you in this painful moment. Of course, it's not his fault, right? Hamas did everything, even though they're telling you they blame him. For Ariel and Kafir's sake and for Yarden's sake, we are not seeking revenge right now. We are asking for Shiri. There's a reason she put that out, because Netanyahu is over here screaming about revenge using their names, just like everything else we're showing you. And she spoke up and said that we only want to, they don't care about that. Now, New York Post, of course, doing the typical propaganda for Israel they seem to be doing right now, says U.S. officials warn Hamas will face total annihilation if it doesn't release all hostages after Shiri Bibas' body wasn't returned. Again, seems as if it was. I don't think they even cared. They rushed out the story in that 30-second gap, apparently, they had to write the story. But the main point is total annihilation for all hostages. Okay, well, there's an ongoing ceasefire where that's part of the conversation. They're trying to use this moment to kind of wreck the whole thing, like we told you they would. And I'll make this even more clear. So right here, all they're doing is just kind of rushing to, well, you didn't return the body, so just give us everything back or we're going to go back to war. Well, that's not what it would actually, if they continued and followed up and gave the body back, which it seems they did, well, the ceasefire would continue. They're just trying to make it seem as if this, if you don't now give us what we want immediately, then you're going to be the one, but you don't get to just add new things to a ceasefire in the midst of an ongoing agreement. But that's what Netanyahu is now doing. We'll come to that in one second. Ryan Grimm points out, the mantra from the very beginning has been, quote, stop fighting and release the hostages and the war ends. How many times have we pointed this out? They have been telling you from the beginning that even if they're all released, the war ends when Hamas is gone. So even though we just keep getting lied to, and our own propaganda media or officials keep rolling out that lie. Just release the hostage. Are the hostages released yet? Fetterman, the rest of the morons out there keep putting that out there. Well, it wouldn't matter if they were or not because they're going to keep bombing the area. We should want them all freed, obviously, because these are just mostly civilian. The point is, remember, the overlap of Israel is that most everyone is in the IDF. There's only a few exceptions. That has to matter. That's Israel's choice. But on top of that, there are examples of people that aren't. So it's important to be accurate about that. Hamas is trying to do exactly that, and Netanyahu is trying to restart the war because his fight is not just against Hamas, right? He is making sure this continues. Al Jazeera has new comments from senior Hamas officials, breaking all of it down we're discussing. Over 100 Palestinians have been killed in the first phase. Much of the agreed humanitarian aid was not allowed into Gaza, and the withdrawal from the corridor was postponed. This is all very easily verifiable. People on the ground from the UN, different groups have been very clear about that. And not a word from any of the people acting like the deal is important. None of it. Except the argument of how we might break the deal because the children in the song that was played. I mean, just think about how ludicrous this is. They broke the deal right from the beginning. Unfortunately, it says Netanyahu and his government have been rejecting to engage with the second phase. Wait, who told you that would happen? With only 1 week is left from the first phase. The point is they were supposed to come discussing how the second phase would begin the end of all this. They told you that's not going to happen. And Trump told them they could. We believe that, again, these are dirty games from the right-wing government to sabotage and undermine the deal, so to send a message of willingness to go back to war. Now, here, 12 Ball writes, the stuff Israel is making up about the Bibas family and the babies and the scripts that they have clearly given to their paid surrogates to act out in response, it's basically in unison right now, really seem to suggest they're going to start slaughtering again soon. Just as overview opinion, I agree. The way you can see this kind of organized, exact same sentiment across all of them within minutes. There's a plan playing out. And this is about marshaling the effort to keep this, which again is what I believe is happening with all the evidence that backs it up. They're going to go back to this. Now, in the midst of all this, realize they're dropping leaflets. Israel army drops leaflets on Gaza threatening the existence of Palestinians. So we're going to believe that they want this to succeed. And this is what they're putting out. Here are the key things for the messages. And here you can, if you want to read it, it's right there. It says, the implementation of Trump's expulsion plan, which will force you to be forcefully displaced, whether you like it or not. That's what they dropped on Palestinians. And you're supposed to pretend like this is an honest engagement? That's literally telling you there is not going to be an end to this. You have to leave or you're going to die in the midst of a ceasefire that they claim is going to amount to the end of the war. I mean, I don't know how many times I can be like exacerbated by how clearly we all see that they're lying and we have to pretend like there's some It's insane. We know that they don't want this to continue and they're going to make sure that happens. And I promise you, they're all going to claim Hamas. It says, quote, the map of the world will not change if all the people of Gaza disappear from existence and no one will ask about you. That's what they wrote on this thing they dropped to innocent people. Children, women, you don't matter. If you disappear, no one will even care. That's what they just said. Quote, neither America nor Europe care about Gaza at all, nor even your Arab countries, because you realize most of them are cut off from everything. They don't know. They don't know that the world supports them right now. Maybe not. And it says, nor your Arab countries, which are your allies now and provide us with money, oil, and weapons, and they send you shrouds. It's just demoralizing. They're trying to break these people who are clearly not breaking. And it says, promises of aid in exchange for collaboration, an effort to sow division amongst the population. Saying, come up here, we'll give you food, and really probably going to get shot, which is what's happened many times. That is what we're dealing with, guys. I'll include that tweet actually for you so you can read it for yourself. The depravity. Talking about human animals. Of course, we're not talking about only Israelis or only Jews. We're talking about anybody that acts that way. Christian, Jew, or otherwise, clearly. Now, Haaretz, on the 22nd, today, writes, Trump should listen to the Bibas family, not to Bibi Netanyahu. While the Bibas family urges the government to prioritize the release of hostages, Netanyahu uses their suffering to push for war, putting Israelis still in captive at even greater risk. My God. Right now, today, with the conversation, this is what the leading Israeli newspaper is saying. We are lost in this country, guys. And I don't mean the people. I mean the structure, the framing of the narratives, every part of it outside of what I think most people are seeing. It's a dangerous reality. We are taken right now. It's crazy to me how obvious it is that we are, and you could decide what that means, but how do you not see how they are blindly sacrificing anything you ever thought they were just to support an ongoing genocide the world already sees? And the point is that their own newspaper is going, don't listen to the Netanyahu, listen to the family who he's using. We're saying the same thing. And then here's what Trump says. Okay with Netanyahu's eminent choice on Gaza truce after barbaric release of Bibas bodies, right? Not all of the children, not the starved, emaciated, tortured, blown apart babies. No. Which shredded babies he was just talking about. No, those are okay. Those don't even matter. He probably doesn't even talk about that. But he only outraged about what he was told to be outraged about. Probably part of the deal. Probably already discussed. Now, Netanyahu adds new demands. And here we are. So if you didn't already see this coming, I don't know why not. It's exactly what you would probably expect. The point is that in the middle, so we're in right now is the moment we're supposed to initiate phase 2 and begin conversations of winding this down to an end point. That's what the conversation was. Now, if the Bibas family's been returned, including the wife, there's literally nothing holding this up anymore. So Netanyahu has to throw a stick in the spokes because that's what was planned. And what's that? I demand new things all of a sudden, which completely undermine the deal. So that's not how this works. To suddenly ask for new things shows you he's deliberately doing what he always does, which is trying to sabotage the deal. You could just keep going forward with the deal that every part has now been met except from your side. But clearly I think they wanted Hamas to call them out and then use that to claim they lied, but they haven't really. Even though they've called it out, they keep doing their part, which I think actually frustrates Israel. But it says Netanyahu has added several new demands for the second of the Gaza hostage and ceasefire deal, according to Israeli news. The report said Netanyahu is demanding Hamas leadership be exiled, for Gaza to be demilitarized. Now, if that was something that was needed, that should have been included in the very first conversation. It was not, and I'm willing to bet you that was why he left it out, so we could make this sticking point now. Either way, Hamas has already said publicly, we're happy to step back from the government role at all. Right? So what he's asking for is for them to be exiled, which is more than, and that's obvious. So regardless of what you think about Hamas, there's no logical reason why the only defense force for these people would leave unless they wanted to give up on the cause. You know as well as I that if they were then removed, they would simply wash right through them and do whatever they wanted, which they're already kind of trying to do. So what they're saying is get rid of the last thing stopping us from doing what we want. Give us everything we want, and then we'll take everything from you, and then we'll pretend that was a deal. That's what you're looking at right now. So you realize it doesn't matter how many they let go from the prisons, they're all still part of a displaced population. They're going to do whatever they want to. And they're going to get rid of any force they might have that might defend them. I think it's quite obvious that nobody would agree to this. And it doesn't even matter since you're not allowed to just insert new things into a deal that's in the middle of playing out. Now he says, and for Israel to, and this is the main part. So Hamas has to go away. And then Israel must maintain security control of the Strip. Okay, so right back to square one. All you're really trying to accomplish is give us everything we had before and get rid of Hamas, and we're also going to take the Gaza Strip. So everything they've ever wanted, and Hamas, Palestinians get nothing they've ever asked for. Nothing. They don't get any territory. They get displaced. They lose their homes, their family members. But that's the deal. Sort of like Trump's last deal, he claimed. The greatest deal was deal of the century, he called it, when it was exactly like this, framed as a success. It says, which would mean a continued blockade or occupation. That's all it means. Hamas has rejected Israel's calls for the group to be disarmed, and its main demand has been for Israeli withdrawal, meaning that it would be unlikely to agree to an agreement that keeps Israel troops in Gaza. On Wednesday, Hamas offered to release all remaining Israeli hostages, all of them, in exchange for permanent ceasefire. So right there, again, making it clear, calling their bluff. We'll give you literally everybody and everything if you stop what's doing. And Israel's going to say no, which yet again is why their own population is outraged, because it's clear what that shows you. Steve Witkoff, President Trump's envoy for the Middle East, acknowledged on Thursday that it would be difficult for the second phase of the ceasefire to be implemented, but it's possible. So the very agreement you guys set up and agreed to is somehow now difficult to implement. For what reason? Hamas has met literally every aspect of it, maybe with one part of it being delayed, but here we are. It's obvious they want this to fail. I think that's very clear. Quote, the issue with phase 2 is that there's supposed to be an end to the war and that Israel's red line that Hamas cannot be in the government. Well, that's already been met. You see, that was the written down dynamic. They can't be in the government. They already said, fine, we will step back from the government. And then they just go, oh, they have to leave too. Too late for that, bud. But that's why he's doing it, to make sure this gets blown up. That's my opinion. And it says, Witkoff continues, it's hard to square that circle, but we're making a lot of progress. No, they're not. That's the same thing they say every time. That's Blinken's dynamic. And hopefully it leads to good things and good results. Witkoff said defending Trump's calls for the U.S. to take over Gaza. So you realize how dumb it is to argue that one thing leads to the end of the war and we're trying to fight for that, but at the same exact time we plan to take over Gaza? Those things are counterintuitive. And it says, which would require an ethnic cleansing campaign, since Palestinians don't want to leave, despite the massive destruction caused by the U.S.-backed Israeli siege. Quote, I sat in Gaza with a bulletproof vest, Witkoff says, looking at the scenery. And I don't know why anyone would want to live there today. It's illogical to me. The tone-deaf, disgusting nature of the way they keep doing that, I mean, it really is revolting. You mean the destroyed society that you killed, that you and Israel destroyed? Now, and you don't, yeah, you're right. But their choice is whether they get to stay there, not yours. And the only reason it's like that is because of you guys. And to use your own destruction to rationalize what you want is the kind of villainy that I'm always talking about. The worst of the worst. Now, in regard to the false flag that happened in Tel Aviv that I think is very clearly developing, and Robert, he might be done with it already, but he's working on an article that probably won't go up until tomorrow. We talked about this yesterday. Israeli false flag. That was in Tel Aviv with the bus bombings. Multiple empty buses that were apparently supposed to be simultaneous, and one went off later, and they made up some. If you look at the full data, all of this is very suspicious, including the fact that they arrested 2 Jewish Israelis for bringing the people to where they were put. Now, there's going to be more, and I guarantee Robert's going to have some more insight on all this. I think so the main point is, right now I'm going to read you quickly from this post, but it's aiming it at the West Bank, which is what Robert originally thought, and it is still accurate. But what they're doing is the point that we're going to end with today is that it's about Iran. So they're going to use this to kill anybody in Gaza, to kill anybody in the West Bank, destroy and occupy all of it, but then use that to step on to go after Iran because that's always been their plan, despite the fact that none of this is actually Iran. But they're blaming Iran. They don't actually have a suspect arrested other than 2 people they arrested for delivering them, which I argue is still suspects because they're involved in it. The Israeli Jew that they arrested for driving the explosive planters, he's denied access to a lawyer. Think about that, guys. Why would you, in the only democracy in the Middle East, I think because there's because my opinion, either they knew this was happening and it was their plot and they're trying to cover it up, or they don't want the information to come out that would make them look like, or that they won't be able to blame Iran or West Bank. But it goes, and will appear behind closed doors in his ongoing process, but no updates beyond that. And he's going to follow up in the report he's putting together for us right now. Now, here's an article from Anti-War, again, which you should be following, antiwar.com. Netanyahu orders West Bank escalation after empty buses explode in Israel. Kind of hard to miss the problem reaction solution, or at the very least, never let a good crisis go to waste. West Bank has, there's no evidence of any kind to suggest this was the West Bank. Robert made the point that the groups in West Bank are not capable of doing this, and he knows more than most in this conversation. It says the prime minister has ordered the IDF to carry out an intensive operation against the centers of terrorism in the West Bank, which he calls Judea and Samaria, which is the biblical term. So they're fake names for it. Now, you realize how stupid this is, seeing as how before this happened, they were already neck deep in the West Bank occupation, tearing up roads and arresting people and everything else they're doing. And then they go, because of this, we're going to do the thing we're already doing. That's lazy, and that's the typical stuff you get from them. I can prove to you that they were already immersed in this operation, and they just continued it after this and made it sound like this is why they were doing it. And they think that's how dumb you are. They think that's how easy you are to play. I know they're wrong. And he says the buses that exploded were empty and in separate parking lots. And the Israeli police said 2 additional unexploded bombs were found. No one was wounded or injured in the blasts. It says Israeli police say they're treating the incident as a suspected terrorist attack. Of course they are. And Israeli officials are claiming the blasts are tied to the West Bank, although so far no Palestinian group has taken credit, which is very unusual. If it was for them, I think it's obvious what's happening here. But truly, we're going to wait for more evidence to develop in Robert's investigation. But what we currently have with 2 Israeli Jewish people being arrested for being involved in this, empty buses, the timing, the way it was used to go after something they're already doing, it feels very clumsy to me. But that's what we're used to today. Now, to go over a point that I think is important around the connection between the 2 parts we're getting into, the Teal universe, even the OpenAI, Sam Altman, the Stargate dynamic, all this stuff that is, I don't know how we're ignoring the overwhelming connection to Israel and all of it. Not because I'm looking for it, but on the surface, how all of them are like aggressively pro-Israel, many of them Zionists themselves, many of which are working with the ongoing genocide right now, like Palantir. And all these people being so wrapped up in the ongoing fighting the deep state illusion that Trump is rolling out. And as they do that, they roll out an AI infrastructure, satellite networks, and spy dynamics. I mean, how is that not terrifying, even if it's not Israel? But the worry that they're all doing this together, it is the globalist, technocratic, Zionist outcome that we're worried about, that people that have been calling out for years are now ignoring. This is from the 21st of February. Tech giants Microsoft and OpenAI are accused of enabling Israeli genocide. We'll add it to the list. Palantir's right there with them. It says an investigation by Associated Press reveals that Microsoft and OpenAI, that's Sam Altman, that's Stargate, significantly expanded their collaboration with the Israeli military during the ongoing genocide, contributing to the civilian casualties. The tech giants provided advanced cloud and AI services, enhancing Israel's targeting capabilities and lending to widespread destruction. Not surprising. By March 2024, the IDF's use of AI surged 200 times, with Microsoft offering discounts to secure military contracts. AI errors such as mistranslations and misidentifications resulted in accidental deaths, including the incorrect flagging of 1,000 high school students as militants. Oops. Maybe it wasn't an accident at all. Yeah, of course, then OpenAI's Chat GPT accessed via Microsoft Azure, which we've already connected very clearly, both Microsoft and that very thing right back to Israeli intelligence, played a key role in military operations despite the company denying partnerships. Google also supplied AI services to the IDF, further implicating big tech in the conflict. Google just rolled out, I didn't end up covering that, but was hoping it would pop up. Let's see, opt. Is that it right there? Yep, there it is. Nice. Google's new policy tracks all of your devices with no opt-out. That was February 18th. You know, it's just one step at a time. Now, that's Google, right? But you can see Google's overlap with all the larger agenda, however you want to look at that. And they're simply telling you, no, it's not your choice anymore. Welcome to technocracy. No opt-out at all, which, by the way, has already been going on for a long time. Both with the spyware from Israel that we just reported on, that it's called buttonless, something like that, where I think that was the case. The point is you don't have to opt in. Just looking at it, having it on present or being put there, accesses all your information. That's the current level of this stuff. But they're just rolling it out. Welcome to technocracy that they're all building around you. And they're all working to commit genocide. And that doesn't matter, apparently. Stargate, right? There is SoftBank, which is Israel. I mean, it's directly, like literally the financial back behind their Unit 8200 startup dynamic. And he is the chief financial aspect as well as the CEO of this dynamic. You've got Larry Ellison with Oracle that works aggressively with all this stuff, that was spying on you during COVID-19, that's using your health data to manufacture AI shots. And then you've got Sam Altman, part of the AI dynamic, working with Elon Musk. And I mean, it's endless. These people are the obvious problems. This guy's scanning your irises of your eyes for free cryptocurrency. Can you imagine if that was Democrat? The laziness of the side of this to not call these things out. It's just dishonesty. Here's Palantir working with Israel as far back as January 12th, and obviously way before that, as Alex Karp just publicly said that we kill people with our technology because freedom. Also include Derek's excellent work on this. Meet the Peter Thiel acolytes in Donald Trump's second administration. And it's alarming how almost everyone is interconnected to Peter Thiel in some way, which makes you wonder who's really in charge. As well as the fact that he follows up and talks about Curtis Yarvin, the philosophy that seems to be guiding them. And it really comes back to what Trump just said. This Machiavellian, the ends justify the means. That means might makes right. How long have we been telling you that? And here we are. Pete Hegseth said, no, we're just going to marshal them over here to achieve our war efforts. The idea about this is simply saying that it's all about the counter-elites dynamic, counter-elitists. These people, I don't know if they believe it or not, but the argument is believe that the world has to be led by elitists. They call themselves elites. Now, I guess his name is, Yarvin pronounces it Andreessen. I thought it was Anderson, but Andreessen seems to make more sense. But Mark Andreessen, another aspect of all of this, was recently on a podcast literally saying that there is no democracy or a republic. It's all the illusion. Like you have to have an elitist structure, otherwise we won't succeed. Weird time for it to roll out where we're all telling you they're rolling out that exact dynamic led by the technocratic elite. They're telling you it's not politicians anymore, it's the experts. Didn't we just go through this with COVID? Like, how are we falling for this? They're trying to convince you that they're the counter elites, the rebels fighting for your freedom when all they want is the control in another way. And everything you can see shows you that. And the philosophy they're guided by shows you that. Read it for yourself. I think we're genuinely at the point where this is a technocratic Zionist coup, like a legitimate change of power in this country. Every day, more of evidence presents itself that seems to point to that. I hope you're at least willing to ask that question. Now, this is one of another. We've gone through many points, from the ethics pledges to the different access they have, to just one point after another showing you why this should be concerning, whether or not you trust Elon Musk. It's the opposite of what anybody pretended this was going to be. Less government, more freedom. And guys, they're adding more. They're consolidating control everywhere you look. And that's just become, well, it's our guy, so it's okay. But aren't you willing to reflect on the fact that it's not what we actually were told? Of course not. A lot of them are, though. They're just not being given a voice. Here is an article from The Atlantic. And no, I don't blindly trust The Atlantic. Why would you assume such a stupid thing? The point is that it's information. You can look at it for yourself. It's worth considering this. And we do know that this is happening. That they're now having access, according to Elon Musk himself, to just about everything. DOGE has God mode access to government data. The President's Special Commission now has an unprecedented ability to view and manipulate information at many federal agencies. So whether you think China, like Laura Loomer wants you to think, or Israel, or Russia for that matter, just consider how this could be a problem with how Elon Musk seems to be. I mean, the possibility that somebody else is influencing his decision-making is obvious. And even if you disagree with that, the point is it's possible. So that's why we never allow the kind of consolidation of power we're seeing, or we shouldn't anyway. So whatever entity, or even if there's nobody, the kind of power this is building is dangerous and only ever leads to the kind of problems we've seen in the past. So think about that. February 19th, DOGE has achieved God mode, it says. That's according to an employee in senior leadership at USAID, which we should all fight to stop. I think USAID is a problem. It says, who told us that Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency has full, unrestricted access to the agency's digital infrastructure? They do. Being not wanting that consolidation control is not the same as saying USAID is good. That's the only way people can seem to make sense of this in the partisan field, because they're binary thinkers. The reality is it's a huge problem that has been used by both sides of the paradigm to achieve horrible things in the world, but also some good has been done. And I don't even mean like the woke BS. I mean, just in some cases, food is gone, people that need it and so on, but it's almost always used as a cover to achieve something else, or even just the ongoing efforts are later used as a shield to hide what they're doing, right? The reality, though, is that they're also now doing that. As Rubio made clear, and even the people screaming it was shuttered are now also telling you because they're liars, or they were, and now they're just going along with the narrative, which is that it's now being used for Trump's agendas, which, by the way, if you're paying attention, is the same agenda. It says the ability to see and manipulate financial systems. Just the idea of that, with the potential of power or the petty actions of Elon Musk. I shouldn't need to keep making the point. It's obviously a concern no matter who it is, let alone somebody as juvenile as Elon Musk. The reality, though, is that the consolidation with the possible and obvious influence from something like Israel should make you worry, especially with what Catherine Austin-Fitts keeps adding to this, and I'll play that next. The worry that this financial dynamic is already out of control. I don't mean in the sense of what funding is going where. I mean whether this is not even being used for Americans anymore. It says the employee's account, along with the accounts of several others across financial agencies, offers the clearest portrait yet of just how deep DOGE has burrowed into the systems of the federal government and the sensitive information of countless Americans. It says at least one DOGE ally appears to be working to open back doors into systems used throughout the federal government. Now, sure, if you believe that Elon's doing it to fight the deep state without any evidence to back that up, that may sound great. How about we worry or consider the possibility that you're literally watching the Unit 8200 influential, the infiltrating cybersecurity dynamic that Israel's proudly displaying around the world, or that we hear China has been actively trying to do for 10,000 years. Like, how can we not think about that? You've got one group with unaccountable people, or all of them are unaccountable, building backdoors into federal systems. The idea that we can't talk about this in a real way and worry that, or really just point out that we shouldn't allow this no matter what because of that possibility. As I said at the beginning, if you wanted him to do what he's doing, he didn't need to go through one channel where you don't get to see he could have done this in the normal channels and just put people in the places that he and they chose. But you see, that would very rapidly show you that they're all the same thing. So they have to do this in an opaque way where you just trust the plan. Believe that he's the right guy doing the right thing because you've built your entire life around that. It says Thomas Shedd, former Tesla engineer, who is recently appointed director of the Technology and Transformation Services, requested privileged access to 19 different IT systems administered by teams within TTS, according to two federal workers we spoke with who were familiar with the request. With this level of control, Shedd would be able to not only view and modify federal data, but also grant and revoke access to other people. And if there's no real oversight and they're boxing everybody else out, who are they giving access to? Are we even able to tell anymore? This is the kind of thing I want people to think about. I think that was it on that. Backdoors, granting access, boxing out other people. I think it's important to think about. Now, Ray from BitChute pointed this out. He's the CEO. He says, you claim that DOGE is maximally transparent, which is so shockingly not the case, but Americans deserve answers, especially given the alarming details revealed in this article. What specific data are you accessing in federal systems? How is this data being used and protected? Like, why would we not be given this information? Why isn't Doge.gov updated its detailed answers to these questions? You may have good intentions, but with unprecedented God mode access to sensitive systems, it's time to deliver the transparency you promised. Society shouldn't rely on investigative journalists for information that should be voluntarily and securely disclosed. DOGE is a public agent, not a private one. And even though that's how he's acting, with no oversight and with all the conflicts of interest, he goes, and its work should be done, shouldn't be relegated to Twitter. This public deserves a dedicated, secure website. Now, that I would agree with. My point, though, is if you're going to make a database of what you're doing in regard to spending, there are public contracts you can point to. I'll show you again how they seem to have created their own weird side database where you have to then, I'll show you when I get there. Now, maybe it'll work out to be better. I'm just simply saying in the moment, it seems to be one extra step of trying to verify these things, which right now it seems the site's even down. So we'll see if it still is when we get there. This guy's, and this is the response this person gets. So Ray is putting up a genuine, logical concern. Not saying we know this, we know that, simply going, why isn't this more transparent? We deserve transparency. Look at what the guy says. Quit your whining. Do you not realize that there are thousands of people that are about to go to jail? Patience of virtue, says the absolute Q moron who has been telling you people are going to go to jail in tribunals for 45 years, apparently, whatever the long-term. I mean, just think about that response. Stop whining about transparency and having information about what's going on. Trust the plan because they're going to go to jail, I swear. Wow. It's pathetic. Now, again, as always, even if it turns out to be true, it's still pathetic for him to pretend he knew that when he does not. Now, on top of that, the guy they're calling big balls that from everyone from Elon Musk and Tucker and everyone else seems to be screaming is even though it's just weird how these contagion points flesh out through the mainstream alternative media in 20 seconds. They're all talking about it. The point was, we talked about the dynamic of these people in general, some of them specifically having access to things that they shouldn't. On top of that, the 25-year-old basically just resigns the moment he starts getting exposed for these posts of some racist, some about eugenics, which concerns me with where we're going, obviously. And he resigns, which is weird, right? And who knows? Maybe these people are working for a foreign government. We would never know because of the system that's currently in place. Case in point, actually. 19-year-old DOGE engineer Edward Crostein turns out to be grandson of a former KGB spy, Valery Martinov, who played a role in the sprawling 1980s espionage saga. Now, maybe it's coincidence. Maybe it means nothing. Maybe it's not even true. My point is that we don't know anything about this. Shouldn't it be fleshed out before? Yes, obviously. But my point, even if you want to pretend they're doing right by you, what happens if you wake up in a year, too late now, all you've been doing is following what he's been telling you, and you wake up suddenly and things are different. Well, this person just looked it up on Grok, and it says, yep, that's the guy. Seems to be referring to Big Balls, his nickname, Edward Crostein. Shouldn't that matter? Well, I guarantee it would matter if this guy had some 30-second removed Palestinian connection, of course, but not this. Now, Wired reports as of the 19th, DOGE now has access to the top U.S. cybersecurity agency, CISA, which, by the way, also was wildly intertwined with the Israeli dynamic. Whitney's covered it many times, overlapped during COVID-19. My point is simply to highlight this yet again. They have had a stated, public, open conversation about their global cybersecurity infiltration. And now Elon Musk and the Zionist government of Trump just got access to the largest U.S. cybersecurity dynamic. I just think we have lost the plot here. Very valid concern for what we're seeing. Too many people are shouting you down from even talking about it. Now, Catherine Austin Fitts says, unanswered question. If significant amounts of U.S. government data has been illegally transferred into Palantir, Grok 3, AI programs, how will the Privacy Act be enforced? I think you all know how likely that is right now. They have access to the largest database of information in this country, many of them. And what they're telling you is they need to train these AI models using big sources of data. Even Larry Ellison made the point about your health data to train the mRNA cancer shot, which nobody wants. I think it's quite obvious that let's say it's highly likely that they're using that data for this exact purpose. It wouldn't even be illegal in the sense that, it technically would be a violation of your privacy, which I argue would be illegal. But just like everything else, if Trump just says go ahead, apparently it doesn't matter. Laws be damned because ends justify the means. Do you want that? What would that mean going forward for the AI that knows everything about you? These things matter. David Icke says, are we getting it yet? Here's Putin on the 21st saying new AI technologies will reshape the world. Get ready for your technocratic lockstep. We saw the biosecurity lockstep where everybody lined up for the same thing, even adversaries. Here we go. Get ready for the new shift in power for all of them to put you in your place. It says, are we getting it yet? While people argue and fight over this country, or that there is a global agenda unfolding by a global cult rushing ahead behind the diversion. I just read that. It says, in case you missed it, because I said it so quickly, while people argue and fight over this country or that, comma, there is a global agenda unfolding by a global cult rushing ahead behind the diversion. That's what I completely agree. This is not about Russia or China or the US or Europe. It's not even about Putin, Xi or Trump. They are gophers in a global plan for the total AI subjugation of humanity everywhere in the world, bar none, except the elitists. He says, I have detailed in books how Russia's AI plans mirror those of the US and Europe because it's globally coordinated. Now, you could argue that they have interest in controlling your lives. They said the same thing during COVID. Doesn't have to mean that they're all in the same plan. Like, I argue they would sabotage each other if it would give them the smallest benefit. But I think they all have an interest in using this to get you under control, and then they'll fight amongst themselves as they always do. Like, that's one way to look at it. But it says the current demolition of the American system by Trump and Musk is all connected to this, which is why the Trump regime is encircled by AI big tech players like Musk, Thiel, Andreessen, Ellison, Altman. Like, if you would name those lists off and said that's Trump's inner circle, they would laugh at you a year ago. That's the Great Reset. Yeah, you're right. Meanwhile, those who would once have pushed back and exposed this are on their knees, tongues out, cheering and punching the air, while those they worship are in the process of shafting them and their children and deleting what's left of freedom while claiming to save it. Sad or what? Pathetic too, I might add. Now, we're going to show you examples today, many examples of people like Alex Jones being like ridiculously lying or being wrong, or not checking sources like we tend to see often. It's partisanship. It's left and right. It's people that are trapped in that dynamic. David Icke says, I just watched one additional point on this that I've been bringing up a while. He watched a new series on Netflix exposing how deep the deep faking goes, and how it can be used to change video footage in real time by intelligence agencies and the authorities in general. This is what we've been talking about for a long time. Now, I ask the question often, like, why the shoe hasn't dropped. But what I often leave out of that is that I think the main point here, where we are, is that the shoe hasn't dropped because it's already been going on. Like, they don't want you to see that it's rapidly happening if it's something they're actively using to control the way you see the world. They being the hierarchy enslaving you, whichever one you want to talk about. The reality here is that we can prove it's going on. We can prove the technology is so far advanced beyond what we even understand. And I'm not even talking about on the government level, but even the apps you can download, in some cases, are, and the ones you have to pay for, but you could download, are near impossible to see. So we have to realize when, we used to talk about this when YouTube would go down. We go, what, they just changed, right? It's probably everything. Stalin, so back a long time ago, was able to carve out somebody in a picture he had, whatever they call that, to edit out somebody a long time ago. It's a famous story. God only knows what they've changed and have committed to memory. We don't even know we're being lied to. Talk about the Mandela effect. Now, it says, I know from my own research, he writes, how accurate this is, that they are doing this in real time, and how they can do even more than that. There's also a theme, especially near the end, of how algorithms are used to map political campaigns for chosen candidates, which include events that are apparently bad for the candidate, but have a strategic motivation that leads ultimately to the success. That's the kind of next level long-term, we even overlap with the point of the metaverse dynamic. That's where these things ultimately come from. They can game out these things. They can map these things, where we're talking cybernetics or game theory. They are using this, and they have been for a long time. Now, at one point, I really need to do a deep dive on this and go over this all, but the point about, just simply think about this. They have every piece of data you've ever put in the system since they were able to map this stuff long time ago. And a lot of people have dumped in everything they've ever thought and done since. What you had to eat, where you went that day, checking in, right? All this dumb stuff. Now, they can, especially with the algorithms and AI dynamics they're using, they're scooping up all this stuff, especially with the access to the top-down information from the United States government. Now, but my point is, a long time ago, they've been doing this. So imagine for a second that there's a intelligence agency in the United States that has a database. Consider it like a metaverse, like a SimCity dynamic, right? Where they have individuals acting out lives in SimCity. Each one of them represent an American citizen. Okay. Each one of those citizens are marching around in this SimCity dynamic and acting out the data points given to it. And what are those data points? The data points they've scooped up about Ryan Cristian And they input those data points to this entity, and then it acts out what it would assume Ryan would do in that moment. Every second, they're adding more things. Whatever you said that day, the show I did, what the thoughts are, and arguably someone who does act, I mean, I'm probably going to not a good case since I don't add this information. The argument is, and I've read about this, that in some cases, the intelligence, the military, can estimate what you will do next week on Wednesday at 3 p.m. to like a 90th percentile or whatever, I'm just off the top of my head. And the reason they can do that is because they've inputted the data that this is you acting out your life. Now, how long that goes forward, how technologically advanced it gets, the predictive level of it, I think we're so far beyond what we realize that it's crazy. But these are all just hypothetical, not the digital twin discussion. That's what I was highlighting right there, which I argue all of you, it's some bunker server system. We have some kind of digital twin where they're mapping out the long-term, what happens if we say this there? What happens if we destroy this? What happens if we bomb this country? How will it play out? You know as well as I, they've been doing that long before technology. Now they just have artificial intelligence and digital twins. Back to the point, everything you're adding to the system and what they've been doing and how they manipulate, I think we're so far past that. So again, that we don't even know what really is going on. All we now remember are the narratives we were fed. Now it says this is also a theme about using the algorithms to basically do something that hurts them in the moment, but helps them succeed in the long run. That's kind of what I was getting at right there. That they can map these things out. And it says, if you watch, you might ponder on any campaign by politicians who face legal challenges and even assassination attempts that lead to their election by making it appear the deep state is against them when the deep state is really getting them elected to serve its intentions and agenda. Well, you obviously know what he's getting at. Now, one other point on this is just in case people still don't recognize this. Now, DOGE was not something new created. Even Elon Musk was forced to admit, yes, we just renamed the U.S. Digital Services, which, by the way, was created by Obama, to U.S. DOGE Services, which ended up being the same acronym, by the way. So they didn't start something new, and that was the way they skirted some of these potential oversights. They wanted to be unaccountable. I need you to see that. And the U.S. Digital Services is all about your digital ID and everything else they're rolling out. You've been played. We said that back then. Just make sure you understand that. Every part of this is some kind of shadow game they're playing out in front of you right now. And speaking of Obama, guess who they just added to the winning team of rebels fighting the deep state? Deep state monster, Condoleezza Rice. It's not a joke. Secretary Cristian Noem says, glad to welcome Condoleezza Rice today to the government, DHS. We had a great discussion on securing the American homeland and returning our federal government to the vision of our founding fathers. This guy says, Clown World, the Clown World account with 2.9 million followers says she's deep state. Guys, if you can't recognize by now that this is not what you think it is, or not what the team sport Republicans like Alex Jones are screaming about, then you don't care. It's insane to think that any of this lines up with anything they've ever said, or at the very least, it's just like last time. I simply said, so much winning. Condoleezza Rice is a war criminal from a Democrat administration. Not that any of that the point is they're all part of your government that have always been deceiving you. They're all in line with the same agenda. Now, breaking news, Alex Jones reports, FBI Director Kash Patel tells the deep state, quote, there will be accountability. And we all jump up and scream, we won, it's over, we did it. He said they would give accountability, guys. We did it. It's over. I said, breaking news. The government says stuff. Breaking. I mean, it's just kind of silly. It looks like we might be losing the stream. Big surprise. Let me know if you guys can hear me in the chat. I mean, it's just kind of sad. Now, look, of course it could. Maybe something will happen. But you're like, he's not saying we're going to do something specific. Now, you can listen to the full speech. It's 11 minutes long. There are specifics in his conversation. What I'm saying is the framing of there will be accountability is an opaque thing. It means whatever you want it to mean. Now, are we agreeing on what the deep state is? Do we agree on what accountability looks like? Who cares? You're winning. Just shut up and go to sleep. I just think it's silly to me. Now, don't forget, he was just recently confirmed. Another aspect, a guy who just said we need to make Israel our priority. The first thing, that's America first, apparently, according to these Zionist, technocrat, globalists that want you to pretend they're fighting the deep state. I just think it's funny. There will be accountability is the laziest thing you could say. And right now, you can see that they're actively doing the opposite, but that's my opinion. Now, I don't know if I'm going to play all this since we're longer than I wanted to be at this point, but I want to play some of this. And this is interesting. Now, I want to point out very clearly, I'm not super familiar with this channel, very prominent million follower account on YouTube. That's also, I think, very partisan. That's not the point of what I want to get into, though, but just keep that in mind. And don't let him saying things that might seem pro-COVID-19 dissuade you from hearing the points he's making as a legal expert, which is, even as I say that, as well as I, there's going to be partisans that just will immediately shut down the moment. That's how they've trained you. So don't let that happen. But it's interesting to think about the legal aspect of this. Now, just because you want to believe that they're the right side or that somehow the law doesn't matter when you're fighting the deep state, all these arguments have been put out, and you think for yourself, maybe you're right. I think the worry for a lot of us that are trying to be objective about this is the obvious nature that this is rampant lawlessness. And I even had a recent conversation about, maybe that's the only way to fight what you think you're fighting. My thing is, I think you can obviously prove that they're not fighting what they pretend they're fighting. That's where I stop. Or where I think what hitches me, that's my problem with it all. But let's just even say they are. Is this the way you would go about it? Or is this only going to guarantee, as Catherine Austin Fitts says, that it's just going to roll right back to that's how it's designed. So even if they actually are, it's built in a way that will guarantee it doesn't actually go away. That's the party paradigm illusion. So just think about that, because what he's doing is objectively illegal in many cases. If that doesn't matter to you, then I hope you turn out to be right, because otherwise we're in for a pretty big problem.
What is DOGE? I keep asking myself that question, and with every thread I pull, things just unravel more. It's an advisory committee. No, it's a White House office. No, it's a department. No, not that one, the other one. Do you know what DOGE is? Because I sure don't. But DOGE sure seems to have a lot of power these days. Like a really, really suspicious amount of power. But it's cool, it's run by the richest person in the world. I'm sure he will understand the common man and will use his immense, unchecked power for good. Now, when millions of people voted for Donald Trump, they probably did not envision a situation where a few guys from Silicon Valley would storm through federal agencies tearing them down. Although, a few of them obviously did imagine that. But here we are. America is in the grip of a soft coup effectuated by a government agency named after a meme coin, led by the world's richest man who's so sensitive about his feelings, he pays others to play video games for him to make it look like he knows what he's doing.
That's a true story, by the way. I covered that myself, and if you play any games whatsoever and you go through that, it's impossible to miss. He's pretending to be some very high-level player on Diablo when it's clear that he didn't even know the basic dynamics when he was caught live playing, and or rather not caught, but he was doing it for some other context, and it was very obvious. And all of these major gamers were like, he does not play that. That's just sad. It shows you that there are one of two things in my mind. You're either desperately trying to cultivate an image of somebody hip and cool and inside because you're just that pathetic, or it's cultivating a fake idea for something much more dangerous. Maybe both, or something else, but I think it's clear that's pretty embarrassing.
Yeah, it kind of sounds bad when you say it like that. But the Department of Government Efficiency, known as DOGE, is chewing through the federal government, changing code, controlling trillions of dollars, accessing sensitive information about taxpayers, veterans, and federal workers, illegally freezing spending, closing agencies like the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and claiming to have shuttered the Department of Education, while also accusing groups like Lutheran Family Services and USAID of being criminals. Although President Musk's first 3 weeks in office have been chaotic, lawyers and judges have mobilized to stop DOGE from breaking laws. So today, let's talk about what DOGE actually is, because I'm not convinced that anyone actually does, and all the lawsuits that are out there trying to stop it. Yes, Elon Musk and a small group of young men marched into multiple federal agencies with their personal computers, copied an untold amount of sensitive data onto private servers, threw the government into chaos, and then bragged about it on Twitter.
That is a huge part of this. It's on the record that they just took all, what are they doing with the data? That's why Catherine's asking that point. You know as well as I what they're doing. They didn't just take that for no reason, guys. It's obvious this is being used for what they're trying to accomplish. It's probably Trump's directive. So you're going to have an argument whether that's even legal. It's because he said so. But this is where we get into the lawsuit aspect of it, where people are trying to argue that what they're doing is, extra, illegal.
Musk claims his raids on government computers is rapidly shutting down billions of dollars worth of illegal payments, but nobody elected Elon Musk as president, so how does he have the power to seize control of the IT systems of seemingly every major U.S. agency?
Or additionally, is that even actually what's happening? I can prove to you many examples that are inaccurate, false, or misrepresented. Now, I'm not even talking about the Gaza condom stuff where you're just claiming major savings that turn out to be a complete lie. That's not by accident. I'm talking about things that are currently on the receipts page that I can show you are not ended. In fact, were recently funded. So what does that mean? You can decide. But I think it's clear that it's either clumsy and inaccurate or deliberately dishonest. And why would that be?
Well, because Donald Trump told him that he was a... Musk claims his raids on government computers is rapidly shutting down billions of dollars worth of illegal payments, but nobody elected Elon Musk as president, so how does he have the power to seize control of the IT systems of seemingly every major US agency? Well, because Donald Trump told him that he was a very special boy. Specifically that he was now a special government employee. So checkmate. That's the end of it. Totally legal, totally cool, nothing we can do here. Except that, of course, the law is clear that Musk's incursion into these agencies is outside the scope of special government employees, but that hasn't stopped Musk or Trump from treating the designation like it's a cheat code for unlimited and unchecked power, setting the stage for multiple monumental lawsuits. Of course, it would help if we could figure out what in the world DOGE is in the first place.
And before he goes into that, this is the point I'm making, right? Like, it's even just some comments. Like, I'm not familiar with this guy. I'm willing to bet because of his following, because he's on YouTube, that he's not somebody you should blindly listen to. But guess what? You shouldn't blindly listen to anybody. You should be questioning everything and engaging with the facts you can prove. My point is that what he's making outside of all the side points about Elon being a good boy, all the things you can see have a, divisive, like they're trying to, it's about the law aspect of it. And the reality is that that's the case. What they're doing without question is illegal in the context of the current legal structure. That has to matter, especially with the concerns we have about what's actually driving this.
But let's start at the beginning. What makes a government employee special, and why are Trump and Musk convinced that this is a magic word that gives Elon the power to do whatever he wants? Well, in what is now one of the greatest twists of irony in modern legal history, the designation of special government employee was originally introduced into law to combat government corruption and rampant conflicts of interest. From time to time, the government needs to hire competent technical experts on a temporary basis to advise at the top level. And so this new designation was a means to do so while still holding these employees to a reasonable standard of ethics, accountability, and limit their scope. A special government employee, or SGE, is defined in 18 U.S.C. 202A as, quote, an officer or employee who is retained, designated, appointed, or employed by the government to perform temporary duties with or without compensation for not more than 130 days during any period of 365 consecutive days. Now, defining an SGE as principally an officer or employee of the government means that all SGEs are subject to certain ethical codes. And as outlined by an ethics briefing given to new SGEs by the Department of Commerce, SGEs are told, quote, you may not participate in any particular matter that will have a direct and predictable effect on your financial interests or those imputed to you unless you qualify for a regulatory exemption or receive a written waiver. Of course, Elon Musk is a walking conflict of interest. As the New York Times reported, his companies are, quote, increasingly facing regulatory battles and overlapping federal investigations from all corners of the government. So it makes perfect sense why, in the summer of 2024, Musk felt it timely to donate $277 million to the Trump campaign and use his celebrity to publicly go all in on the MAGA movement. And it seems that in return, Trump gave Musk the authority to raid financial records, networks, and private data of many federal agencies. Now, you would think that this alone means that Musk is violating conflict of interest restrictions, but some SGEs actually qualify for an exception to these ethics rules. Now, for the exception to the ethics rules to apply, the matters the SGE attends to must, quote, not have a special or distinct effect on the SGE or their non-federal employer beyond its impact as part of a broader class. The exception does not apply to financial interests such as stock ownership or other direct financial stake in the employer or prospective employer. Now, on a surface level, you can see why it's in the best interest of the government to allow for some exceptions to the conflict of interest rules, such as when Trump appointed Dr. Scott Atlas as a medical expert special government employee to advise on the COVID-19 pandemic. During the crisis, any direct government benefits distributed to all practicing doctors would have technically constituted a conflict of interest for Dr. Atlas, and so the exception would have protected him if he advised on such a course of action, because being a practicing doctor is part of a broader class. Now, the advice the special government employee Dr. Atlas actually gave President Trump was, don't worry about it, the whole thing will blow over. But generally, you want your special government employees to be able to advise to the best of their expertise. And that's why Musk and Trump have repeatedly claimed that all DOGE is doing is simply modernizing computer systems. And if that were true, Musk would likely be exempt from conflict of interest rules so long as he limits his activities to things like advising departments to upgrade to Windows 11, which, knowing his track record of giving terrible advice, is something Elon Musk would probably do. But we also know that that's not what DOGE and Musk are doing here, especially when Musk called USAID an evil and criminal organization just months after its inspector general started investigating the millions of dollars of Starlink units it bought from Musk to assist Ukraine were being used effectively and appropriately.
Now, here's what I think is important and stuff like that, right? That's obvious. That's true. And you can look this up. We covered it on this show. But of course, because the way you frame it, being as if you're suggesting that that group is not a bad thing, which I think we all, at least in this group, probably agree. USAID is a very clearly manipulated regime change engine that's used by both sides of the paradigm. The point is still the same. I find it fascinating that this happens after there's a reason for him to go after it. And you keep seeing this trail, like he shows you next. But we've pointed out many of these, or the reaction he has to different conversations, and you see him go absolutely ape SHIT in regard like H-1B visas. I mean, go crazy. So I think it's important to consider that there is a very clear personal and juvenile tone to a lot of what he carries out. Personal. And with that level of power, I mean, guys, there have been major people that supported him on Twitter, like million follower accounts that were huge supporters that they go, look, I was wrong. This guy is deceiving us. He's lying about this. This is not free speech. One by one, I've been seeing this happen. Time for us to start recognizing what's going on, I think.
When he accused FAA Administrator Michael Whitaker of destroying the human race after the FAA fined Musk $600,000 for gross violations of safety protocols at SpaceX, which delayed a launch for 6 months.
Okay, so is it possible that those things are the same thing, that one happened with no relation to the other? Of course. But interesting that happened. And then he goes on to make this war against the FFA, where they highlight a website about woke dynamics that was literally the same website while Trump was president in 2020. We already went over this. Another one of the many lies that spun out around the helicopter crash. And it turns out that the diversity website that they're pointing to make the argument that's why it happened was the exact same during Trump's administration. It's points like that that should matter.
You might recall that on Inauguration Day, Musk demanded that Whitaker resign his post, and Whitaker complied. Then he set his sights on the FAA, vowing to fix what was arguably one of the most complex yet reliable data systems ever created that millions of travelers rely on every day. Musk has since forced his way into several other agencies, including the GSA, the CDC, the Department of Labor, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Association, and even gained complete access to the sensitive payment systems at the Department of Treasury that process over $5 trillion worth of government payments every year. And all the while, the White House says that Musk is not subject to any oversight. He will police his own conflicts of interest. And yet Musk's 6 companies are among the government's biggest contractors. The New York Times reported that 2 of Elon Musk's companies account for at least $15.4 billion in government contracts over the past decade. Now,
isn't that just obvious that obviously clearly you're in a position to take action that will and can benefit you directly financially? Why is that suddenly not an issue because of this weird name we give him? It's obvious that this should be a problem for anybody in this situation, that we realize the reason that those are not allowed is because people abuse them. And we've already seen this man abuse just about everything in front of him.
Musk could get a conflict of interest waiver, but they can't be given retroactively, and the waivers have to be made public.
The point there is that if they wanted to give him a waiver for these dynamics to make this legally the reality, it would have already had to been done and it would have been public. But I guess it won't matter if Trump just decides to do it today reactively and just claim that the law doesn't matter as long as we win.
Waiver requests for executive branch employees are covered by 18 U.S.C. 208b1. Under that provision, a waiver is available only if the person who appointed the employee says that the employee's financial interest in a particular matter, quote, is not so substantial as to be deemed likely to affect the integrity of the services which the government may expect from such officer or employee. SGEs must also receive a live ethics training before participating in deliberative meetings. And we're pretty sure that Musk took none of these steps, which means in no uncertain terms that he's not exempt from the conflict of interest rules.
I mean, it goes on, guys. I think these are, again, do your best to try to put aside the partisan discussion, whether it's about the things that we can prove that you can easily look up for yourself. It's about the reality of the dynamic, and it shows that, and I've been covering most of these points myself, the reality of the conflicts of interest, the idea of the ethics dynamic. It's clear that this is a problem. You put in anybody in this position from any paradigm, and it's a problem because it's eventually, even if they're not a problem, will be abused because it is a consolidation of power. We used to all understand that. Now, here's Sense Receptor highlighting what Catherine Austin Fitts recently said. So I'll read first what he wrote about this, and then we'll go on to the actual clip from Catherine. And it's talking about DOGE. He says, with DOGE, we're going from a more covert and invisible kind of financial control to a much more high-tech and much uglier kind of control. We're canceling the old corruption to build the tools of the new corruption. That's what Catherine thinks. I agree. Former Assistant Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Catherine Austin Fitts, describes how the Department of Government Efficiency is a vehicle for transforming the federal government from a more covert, visible kind, like we just said, to the worst dynamic. Furthermore, Fitts notes that if DOGE really wanted to tackle the government's enormous debt, it would start with the $21 trillion that the DOD has stolen since 1998. But that's not how this is going to work, because this is about the illusion of change, or at least the illusion of positive change. Now, it says Fitz, also with MSU, Professor Mark Skidmore, have elsewhere said that this $21 trillion was stolen by the Department of Defense between 1998 and 2015. Fitz notes that in the clip that it's hard to say how much DOD has stolen since then, and this is important, because of the FASAB 56, the Federal Accounting Standards Advisory Board Statement 56, which was implemented in 2018 during the Trump administration. Very relevant. There's a continuity to all this that you can't miss. For reference, Grok says FASAB 56 permits federal entities to modify or obscure financial information in unclassified general purpose federal financial reports. How would that make sense? To prevent the disclosure of classified activities. Basically, they can lie to you about finances as long as they claim that not doing so will hurt classified information. It is national security. They can do whatever they want in that context, which is what they're doing. It says shift amounts between line items or even omit certain spending details entirely if revealing them could compromise national security. My God. Exclude a component reporting entity from one entity's financial statements and consolidate it into another entity's reports. It's about hiding anything they want, conflating anything they want, should they just say national security. Grok goes on to say these modifications do not necessarily have to be disclosed to the public, meaning the published financial statements may not fully reflect the true financial position or activities of the government entity. The quote, real data may be maintained in classified records accessible only in secure environments. That is what it looks like the more we progress into an imperialistic authoritarian regime. The consolidation of power, the shutting off of information. I mean, guys, this is step by step. We're watching this happen. Here's what she had to say about this. I'm hoping you're willing to pay attention, because this, guys, is very clearly what I think is happening.
Let's get back to DOGE. What's DOGE doing? The first thing that DOGE is doing is it's saying, okay, the old tools that we needed to run things in the unipolar empire are no longer needed. Instead, we need new tools. Mm-hmm. And in fact, those tools need to be much more high tech, and they need to centralize and give us much more control. So we're going from a more covert and invisible financial control to a much more high-tech and much uglier kind of control. So when you listen to DOGE, they're talking about, aren't we once wonderful? We're canceling the old corruption. If you look at what they and the administration are doing to build the tools of the new corruption, I'll take the old corruption any day of the week. And I hated the old corruption. I hated the old corruption. Okay.
I think we all
now,
did, yeah.
So we're going from old tools to new tools. And there's a wonderful commentator. His name is Brian Berlatek, I think is how you pronounce it.
Oh,
and he just did
with a sword, right?
Yeah, with a sword. He just did a wonderful video on old tools, new tools.
Exactly.
And he just nails it. He just really nails it. It's very good. Anyway, so when you look at the new tools, there are two things you need to remember. One is our biggest sign of corruption over the last 3 decades in America is the fact that since 1998, we have failed to obey the financial management laws. So America's been operated financially way outside of the law. During that period, as of 2015, 21 trillion had gone missing from the U.S. government. And the reason we only know up until 2015 is in 2018, the Trump administration instituted a new policy called FASB 56, FASAB 56. And that policy allowed the U.S. government by administrative order to keep secret books. Now, let's say that you and I were coming in as DOGE to the U.S. government. We were going to stop the corruption.
See, think about how obvious this is, that Trump rolls in under a guise of pushing back against the ridiculous left. And that's how it's been built in the context of the woke DEI agenda, and allows him to slash things and, basically pull the mask off in a lot of ways, but build the empire. And then we go back to the woke dynamic. And by the way, all the while still building what's going on, still funding Israel, still everything. But then Trump gets to roll back in, and it's the justification, which is, I don't think, even working as much anymore. But it's obvious to see Trump is the one who who created many of these situations, and Biden continued, whether it's the Operation Warp Speed. Now, to be clear, this is not about Trump versus Biden. It's all of them. It's my opinion, all of them and none of them. And it's simply your government and the real power structure that guides all of this. But I just think it's wild that we can't acknowledge how these steps have come together to the very consolidation of power under a basically dark financial aspect under Elon Musk consolidating power. I mean, God only knows what's going on. Doesn't that scare everybody? The idea that you just have this childlike belief that they are on the right side, therefore nothing else matters. Can you not at least consider that that was set up so you felt like that, so you don't see what's coming? You, of all people, used to be the ones that would call this out even without evidence, and now you won't even look at the evidence.
The first thing we would do is say, no more secret books. We're going to cancel FASB 56 and bring sunshine to the U.S. government finances. And then the second thing we're going to do is we're going to start obeying the federal financial management laws. And part of that is we're going to go over and audit the Pentagon and the Treasury and the Department of Housing and Urban Development. And the New York Fed accounts for those agencies, those three agencies in the U.S. government. We're not going to audit the New York Fed. We're going to audit the Treasury and HUD and DOD accounts at the New York Fed and see how much money they've been sending to the BIS and central banks and other people around the world, including the Clinton Foundation and the Gates Foundation.
During Trump administration too, again, bipartisan. That's the real truth of it all.
And we're going to find that $21 trillion, and we're going to assert ownership of those assets, right?
But you're not going to hear that. You've heard floated ideas about potentially doing things. I'm willing to bet you that you won't see that. Not until if and when they have a justification to pull that rug out to roll us into the next stage. But maybe not at all. I mean, it's just right now we have to see that all of this is building to something. I'm not willing to risk it on your hopes, personally.
Did they say that?
Guess not.
No, they didn't mention FASB 56. They left that in place.
USAID.
So that's a little bit like you're not going to deal with a tank rolling down the street. You're going to take out a pea shooter and hit a bottle cap. I mean, it's just a joke.
Right. The idea being that they're waving their cat toy over here to get you jumping at the woke DEI, which, by the way, Catherine also agrees are bad and should be stopped. But the real picture is over here. I mean, if you are not going to address the largest aspect of this and just simply keep feigning it the direction while taking actions that immediately and every moment benefit a foreign country, how are we pretending this is America first, that it's in American interests? The evidence is right there for you.
Okay, not to say that it feels like a joke to the people who are getting their money cut off, but
right.
What you're doing is you're canceling the old tools and you're putting into place new tools. Now let's look at the new control grid they're doing.
Now, on top of that, I find this very interesting as well. Ray from the BitChute also shared this. He says, can you clarify who's actually in charge of DOGE? Joshua Fisher, the director of the Office of Administration, stated in a sworn affidavit that I'll show you next that, quote, like other senior White House advisors, Mr. Musk has no actual or formal authority. Now, that's something that's not even like a contentious, like there's an overlapping point going around, like you just heard the lawyer guy talk about, where technically he's just an appointee, or an advisor, so he doesn't have the authority, so we're just listening to his advisement. But we can see that's not what's happening. This guy is literally marching in with his own team and just taking action. That's not the reality. So if it's on the record that he doesn't have any actual authority and people are just ceding to what he wants, there's a problem. Or somebody else is actually. I mean, these are things that need to be fleshed out, other than the childlike belief that we like him because we won and we're not even paying attention anymore, or whatever's going on. These things should be fleshed out before we're allowing this much information, data, and access to, financial information, access to other people that are working through them. It says, Mr. Musk has no actual authority and is not an employee of the U.S. DOGE service. Interesting. He also affirmed that you're not the U.S. DOGE service administrator. And the reason that makes sense is because if all you did was rename digital services and he's an advisor, if having him on that actual government entity then gave him the ability to be checked and balanced and have oversight, well, that's why they're skirting this. So they're making sure this guy does not have the ability to be seen, at least in the context of what's actually happening, oversight, influence, checks and balances, his conflicts of interest, his ethics pledges. The reason, I think, is because of what we've always been talking about. What will you find when you do that? I think we can see it on the surface. Despite your public statements about DOGE, Fisher's affidavit says that you have very little authority. The public needs the transparency, but nobody cares, apparently. Here's the actual point. And you can read through it. You can see right here, I make the statements based on personal knowledge and knowledge obtained in the course of my duties. It's saying Mr. Musk is an employee of the White House office. He holds a position as a non-career special government employee. In that job, Mr. Musk is a senior advisor to the president. It is not uncommon for presidents to have senior advisors. Where was the point? Musk has no great authority other than a senior White House advisor. It's interesting. You could read more for yourself. I think it's interesting. All the data seems to add up to it's a puppet show. Like it's the shadows on the wall. We're being shown something that just doesn't seem to add up with what we can see. Now, I think it's a good time to play what Greg Reese put out about Elon Musk before we go into the pretty much the rest of the show will be about the spending that I think is, a lot of deception. But it's important to remember the many, 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 many lies from this guy's past, which again, look it up on Grok for that matter. Type in any of these claims on Grok, and I did it the other day, and Grok will tell you, yeah, he lied about that. Yeah, he had money even though he said he didn't. Yeah, he didn't go to all of them. Yet we pretend it's okay to give this guy access to all of your information. And who knows what else.
Pop culture has touted Elon Musk as some sort of eccentric heavyweight genius with humble beginnings. But this is demonstrably false. Elon Musk was born in South Africa, where he claims he grew up extremely poor, but his family owned an emerald mine. As a teenager, Elon would trade emeralds for cash in New York City, and his father bragged how they had so much money we couldn't even close our safe. Musk claims to have had about $100,000 of student loan debt, but he received a full scholarship to the University of Pennsylvania, where he bought a 10-bedroom frat house with his friend Adeo Ressi and ran an illegal nightclub. The pop culture claim is that Elon has an IQ of 155, but this has never been tested, and after being accepted into Stanford for PhD studies, he dropped out after 2 days. After dropping out, Elon began his first business venture with his brother Kimball, Zip2, which was essentially a digital version of the Yellow Pages. The brothers received tens of thousands of dollars from their parents, and yet Elon denies this. An associate of Elon's father, Greg Curry, got involved to bring in investors, but Elon's code was no good, so they had to hire on professional coders to rewrite everything. Zip2 was then sold for $307 million to Compaq, who later shut it down without ever earning a profit. Elon made $22 million, bought a $1 million McLaren F1 supercar, which made mainstream news, before he totaled the uninsured vehicle. Musk then went on to create an online bank, X.com. He partnered with banking expert Harris Fricker, Edward Ho, and Christopher Payne. All three ended up leaving the company after accusing Elon of lying to the media about the quality of their product. Elon claims he founded PayPal. Before the company was named PayPal, it was known as Confinity. It was founded in 1998 by Peter Thiel and Max Levchin. After losing millions of dollars, Elon's X.com was bought by Confinity in a merger in 2000. All Musk contributed at Confinity was his own power struggle. He made himself CEO and pushed to change the name to X.com. The executive team successfully petitioned to fire Musk while he was away on vacation. Part of Musk's resignation agreement stipulated that all references to founders of the company will be removed from their website, allowing Elon to claim credit, which so far is all he has ever achieved. Peter Thiel then rebranded the company as PayPal, went public, and sold to eBay for $1.5 billion. Elon made $180 million from the deal, which he then invested into Tesla, SpaceX, and failed company SolarCity. Elon falsely claims to be the founder of Tesla. Tesla was founded in 2003 by Mark Tarpenning and Martin Eberhard, who developed the Tesla Roadster. When Tesla Motors began looking for venture capital, they approached Elon Musk, who had the fake credibility as PayPal's co-founder. Musk joined with the condition that he be named chairman of the board. In emails, Musk was upset that the media was not giving him credit for Tesla Motors and went after Martin Eberhard, replacing him as CEO. He then forced Eberhard out of the company and rewrote the company's history to have himself listed as an original co-founder. Martin Eberhard, the man behind the Tesla Roadster, was promised the first Roadster off the assembly line. But Musk screwed him over on that as well and sent that car into space.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly.
So who is Elon Musk? Elon describes his father as being an evil, abusive man. His father, Errol Musk, has been accused of being a pedophile and fathered a child with his stepdaughter, who is 42 years younger than him. This spoiled, narcissistic failure, son of accused pedophile, wants to put computer chips in everyone's brain so that we can merge with artificial intelligence. His girlfriend is now bragging how this could all lead to a communist utopia. And strangely enough, former Nazi and head of NASA, Wernher von Braun, predicted a man named Elon would conquer Mars in a 1952 novel that he wrote. Which is odd, because NASA has partnered with Elon's SpaceX to work towards colonizing Mars. Elon Musk, like everything else in today's modern society, is a fraud, a fake genius, just like fake philanthropist Bill Gates and his fake vaccines. Brought to you by the fake news. Here's a pro tip for dealing with the mainstream media and all of pop culture. Assume it's a lie and research everything.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly.
Worth knowing all of that. That's easily verifiable. Now, while that was playing, I just quickly was looking at a few things, and I want to just add a couple things I saw floating around before we finish up in general, probably another hour or so, probably. But I just think this is hilarious. Like this kind of inner circle dynamic of random statements that get like 5.3 million views for this absolute sourceless nonsense. 5.5 just for saying that. This is what she says. Insurrection Barbie, of course, the completely one of the most uninformed people on this platform, says the whole world has more outraged and devoted more media coverage to a fabricated story by Elon Musk doing a Nazi salute, which, by the way, pretty sure it literally happened and we all saw it. I never claimed you knew his intent like you always do about other people you don't like, but it's an exact salute, exactly like what it looks like. So whether he meant it or not, that's what it is. If you jump in the air and you call it laying down, doesn't mean you didn't jump in the air. We saw it. You did. Maybe you didn't intend to, but it still happened. It's stupid. But they go on to say that you did more coverage about that, which in some cases is true, even though it's a stupid story, than about the torture and brutal murder of Jewish babies in Gaza. And you know what? I agree with that because you, including you or Elon and everybody else covering this, is ignoring the reality of what actually happened. What she's insinuating there is that they were killed by Hamas, even though the information we just covered makes that clear. We already know these people are engaged in a lie. And this is just legal man saying you're pushing hilarious war propaganda. There's even Health Ranger. You forgot to mention the murder of Palestinian children by Israel. It's all morally wrong. Good. I agree with that. But Elon says true. True. Just so stupid. It's just so stupid. Here's a bunch more. Van Cohen highlights the fact that the Bibas family, now reported recently from Times of Israel, doesn't want any Israeli government official to attend their funeral. This is likely because the family knows the government abandoned them. And by the way, we just showed you the video of the sister saying that. Here's just another example of why they think they're responsible, even if they believe Hamas killed them, which I think is clearly not the case. Oh, hold on. Let me make sure I include these for the show notes for you guys. Something that very few other platforms do. Don't forget that. Demonstrating our worth for you. Even though what's funny is we get like criticized half the time for having so many links. It's so stupid. Despite, that nobody includes them. But this is interesting as well. Oh, wait. This one next. I added both these. There we go. Okay, so this one, this is Randy Fine. This is the 20th. The one that Donald Trump supports. This guy is belligerently genocidal. Like, I don't even mean like anti-Hamas. He is anti-Palestinian and has openly called for the killing and death of Palestinians. More than once, I've shown you on the show. Now he's simply saying Gaza must be destroyed. That's a senator in the United States Congress who's openly calling for death. What is a crime, no matter how you spin it. U.S. senator calling for genocide. No big deal, though. Not on this platform anyway. And I'm not calling for him to be censored. It's just a statement. He didn't, the point is simply, it is worth highlighting that these people are the problem, no matter who you're talking about. Also, Israel is now citing, and we already showed you the part about the forensic location, but the squirrel adds a part that we didn't mention. The group that they're citing, their chief forensic pathologist, was the one that put forward the lie that he personally saw beheaded babies. That's the guy we're now listening to who claims he's proving that the Bibas family were beaten to death 15 months later. The guy who lied about seeing something that we can prove beyond doubt didn't happen. That's worth knowing, isn't it? We're being lied to, I think, like every other part of the story, which is just grotesque. Now, Alex Jones puts this out. Elon Musk has been knighted at CPAC after receiving the chainsaw for bureaucracy. If you didn't see this, Malay comes out, the guy who just scammed all of his followers for millions of dollars with a crypto pump and dump and then refused to say he's sorry for it. They're the good guys saving the world. No, they're all part of the same government dynamic that's never cared about you in the first place. But he gives him a chainsaw because it's all theater now. Hulk Hogan comes out tomorrow and, we live in an idiocracy, it seems. And I simply said, it feels like watching a cartoon. Now, I know this gets framed as me hating them. I hate all of them, by the way. Or I don't like words hate. I think all of them are a problem. I think left and right and government anywhere is not in your interest. So if you're just desperate to frame it as some like Trump derangement syndrome, then you're clearly not paying attention. Or at the very least, you can say government derangement syndrome. That'd be fair. But I don't think I'm deranged at all. I just think I'm acknowledging the history of what they've always done to you, and you're refusing to see it on one side of the conversation. My point is, it's not about me hating one side or the other. I think anybody standing back, especially those not in this country, which, by the way, ask them how dumb this all looks to them outside of this country. It feels like a cartoon to watch this game with the chainsaw and it just feels with his weird glasses and the way that he couldn't even string sentences together. Probably on ketamine again, for all we know. It says, and also it doesn't matter how much that might influence what he's doing. And it's not a secret, by the way, that he's a very he uses lots of different drugs and this has been his statements, by the way, ketamine and all. He's like, what did he say that he, I don't know. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head that he uses ketamine often. And you wonder whether that might make a difference. It definitely would. Either a cartoon or some kind of Saturday Night Live skit. These days, it always feels like partisan sides are making fun of their base. That's all of them, guys. Like you watch these things and you go and maybe it's just become that cartoonish, but it does feel like they're making fun of you. Or maybe it's all just gotten this grifty in general. Many will dismiss this as hatred for Musk when both sides are just as silly. And Elon Musk in a clip here, and by the way, another weird one where they're sitting Trump and Musk, and just the dynamic seems odd, and not even for the reasons that the left are saying. It's like there's different parts of this that stand out to me as just telling. You can watch for yourself. Musk reveals the lessons he learned at PayPal. Aside from stealing money from people like myself, $6,000, which I never got back. He says, who complained the loudest, the quickest, and with the most righteous indignation? The fraudsters. That's who. Oh, okay. So then you, right? I mean, if we're going to stand back and look right now, who is the loudest, quickest, most righteous indignation? That'd be both of you, right? Now, of course, he's trying to make this about the lefties screaming about the USAID, which is just how they trap you in this, despite the fact that I can prove to you the biggest claims they make involve all of them. Well, who cares? But the pushback you get for let's just tear it down. Then you're saying the same thing I was saying years ago. Don't act like me pointing out you missing half the story now is me ignoring the whole thing. We've been talking about USAID going away way longer than you woke up to it yesterday. Well, the point here is that you're talking about what you're doing. Or the broad stroke of saying that anybody who complains quick and loud is somehow the one who's secretly lying. That's not always the case. All he's doing is trying to paint doubt against people that are calling out what he's doing, which could be part of the story, or it could be like he acted with everybody else. But what I think is funny is that's what they're doing right now. Pretty tone deaf. But we went over this in the last show. I think it's kind of funny, but it shows you a larger conversation. But I tried this for myself, and you could see it right here. I simply asked, who is the biggest misinformation, disinformation, and lie spreader on X? Please answer with one name only, and it gives you Elon Musk. I'll do it again right here. Let's see if it changed. Probably not, because it's based on... Now that's funny. Did you see that? No, it took a second. I was going to say, that's funny. It just answered with Elon, and it didn't say Musk for a second. Okay, but Elon Musk. So there's two reasons this is important. First, I just think the general idea is funny. that it's saying he's the largest spreader of misinformation. Now, the point that I addressed yesterday, and also to point out this person who pointed this out to me that I saw online, is that ultimately, if you're the one with the largest reach and the most impressions, as I said the last time, if you just simply come out and say, you know, today is Tuesday, well, that would be, as an AI system, regarded as telling the truth based on what they can prove, right? So there's a lot of this that could come out of just be included. Like, so if you ask right now, who's the biggest spreader of true information? It also says Elon Musk. But I think the reason that's important is because there's only one way to look at it. If you're being honest on the platform, you'll sometimes be wrong. So if that's the case, that should not add up to 50% of the time unless you're not checking your information. But if you're lying all the time, some of the normal things you say will be regarded as true by an AI system, and it'll lean towards the side of lying, right? So my point is, when you can ask who's telling the truth, it's easy to see there are aspects of this that are seen as true by an AI system that are not the factual reporting of a story that just happened. At the same time, this is important right here. Oh, I just asked this too. Has Elon been caught deliberately misinforming on Twitter since 2024? Yes. That's pretty simple. That's Grok 3 telling you that. But here's what I thought was important, and the highlighting's gone. It's just right here. Give me a percentage breakdown of how often Elon Musk's posts turn out to be factually accurate. Now, it says one notable analysis comes from a widely discussed evaluation by Grok, apparently on the 20th of February. The analysis reportedly examined Elon Musk's last 1,000 posts on Twitter, and it concluded that approximately 48% of the time he was accurate. 22% were deemed outright false. 30% classified as misleading or ill-informed, often oversimplifying complex issues or amplifying unverified narratives. So that means you have 52% of the time inaccurate or misleading. To me, the only way that happens is if you're not doing any due diligence or you're lying all the time. And the 48% of accurate can be as simple as saying, I'm Elon Musk, and that gets regarded as fact. You see what I'm saying? That to me is very, very, very telling, and that's his own system. I would be very embarrassed if that was saying that about me and I made the system. So I said, tried it for myself. You can ask Twitter who the largest spreader of misinformation is. It'll say it's Elon Musk. Now, on top of that, he came out the day after and said he's going to fix community notes while he's wearing these weird glasses in the middle of a very bright thing. But he says, claiming without evidence that they're being manipulated by government and legacy media. So I asked last time, I said, does that mean that then they haven't been correct this entire time? Or are you now simply arguing that they're suddenly being gamed? Well, either way you look at it, it exposes the whole thing. If it's always been wrong, why are you only now bringing it up? If it's suddenly being gamed, all that shows you is that it's always been capable of being gamed, and you have been doing it this entire time, in my opinion, and now you're angry that others are doing it too. If it's easy to just overwhelm it by, like we've been telling you, mass flag, or this is the same system as before, framed a little bit differently. And we know this. We've seen this. We've seen the ADL. We've seen the Yacarino influence, the World Economic Forum, the censorship of Israel, criticism. It's everywhere. Now, on top of that, in regard to just dishonesty, I'll include this yet again. This was a large story that got very underreported because nobody seemed to care, at least outside of very specific nonpartisan circles, which was that this major thing starting with Elon Musk spun out of the process of like 4 days you can see right there, the majority of the funding was in 2018, 19, and 20, where they claimed they were funding what they called active social engineering defense, large-scale social deception. And Elon Musk deceptively called it Reuters funding. It wasn't. It was Thomas Special Services, Reuters, which is a large grouping of DOD contractors, or a DOD contractor with a large grouping of things underneath the umbrella, one of which is Reuters News, which I said at the time still could mean they're getting funding through this. But the argument was, here's the new name for the corporate media, with no framing on the idea that it was 2022 when it stopped, claiming it was right now. And half the people on the story thought it was USAID. It wasn't. It's just this is the We Are the Media now. It's like we just showed you, led by the chief manipulator, Elon Musk. I said the newest misinformation from We Are the Media. It's not Reuters news agency, but still obviously matters. And it should equally matter that it was funded all through Trump's administration. Now, the people pushing back on this are trying to act like I only care about the Trump side. That's really clearly not the case. If you look at our work, all of this matters. All of the government funding to all news agencies, or all USAID funding for regime change, not just part of the story, or only if we can make it look like a Democrat did it. I also include the Gaza condom story, which was flagrantly false. And no, it wasn't, oh, it was only Mozambique. No, that's also false. The story is clearly that they lied about how much was being sent, got caught for that. I was going to show the graphic on here so you can see it. Right there. They lied about this, claimed it was Gaza condoms. Trump said publicly that it was for bombs for Hamas. No, it wasn't. It was a false story. It was went to Mozambique, and it was for STD prevention, which I don't agree with any of that. That's crazy. We shouldn't be spending money for any of that stuff. The point was that that included maybe in some cases condoms. They made the story into, oh, Elon Musk, well, we're going to be wrong sometimes. Turns out it was $50 million for condoms in Mozambique. No, it wasn't. In 2023, they spent $7 million for the entire year for condoms for the entire world project. So they're just extending the lie, trying to act like it was a minor mistake when no, you guys fabricated an entire story based on a hollow point to make it about Gaza and Hamas for Israel. Here, and this is every day they're doing this stuff, guys. Before we get into more of the financial deceptions, I thought this was important to highlight. To me, I don't care. Like if this was literally every person that I trusted or every single person I respected, I would still feel this was stupid. I would still feel embarrassed to be placated so transparently. So here's Linda Yaccarino saying today, Twitter's head of news, who, by the way, is a legacy media person, I think it's from Wall Street Journal, took the media seat in the Brady briefing room on behalf of all independent and citizen journalists. Oh, is that on behalf of us, apparently? No. On behalf of Twitter, pretending to be on behalf of you. And who says, who do such incredible work on Twitter. Now watch this. I said, hopefully most of you can now see that they're simply making fun of you. Here is your special off to the side placation seat, currently filled by We Are the Media Now news head, who also happens to be legacy media.
We have somebody in our new media seat today. We have John Stoll, who is the head of news at X.
What does that even mean, by the way? The head of news at X? You see where this is going. Your Everything app is going to be your one source. They're turning this into something. They're just recreating the same problem. And I think you're blinded to it because you believe he's on your side, just like what's happening in the government. Everything about this, it's the same people, it's the same problems, it's the same consult. This is turning them into mainstream media, using mainstream media. But we're winning.
Today, we have John Stoll, who is the head of news at X. As you all know, you're all on X. It's home to hundreds of millions of users, a large contingent of independent journalists and news organizations across geographies and political spectrums.
Yeah, and they're also on Gab and I'm just blanking on the other terms. The point is to make it sound like somehow they're uniquely on Twitter. Yeah, I agree. It's the largest platform. But at some point, we'll probably shift unless we continue to recognize that we've been forced into this consolidation by the government. But my point is to make that sound like that's unique to Twitter. No, people like me are on lots of platforms. And it's not that we're a journalist on Twitter. We're a journalist that use Twitter like everybody else. It's a very dishonest way they keep doing this. Or like claiming it's the largest source for news. Your Twitter is an app. It's like calling your TV the source for news. It is the source that's the source for news. They're just facilitating the transfer of that source material. Or in this case, pretending they're doing that by showing you a screenshot. I just think it's so dumb how people, I don't believe we're this stupid. I believe that people are feeling driven to support what's happening for a multitude of reasons, when the reality is most people are just uncomfortable. It feels stupid.
And news organizations across geographies and political spectrums. And at the same time, X remains the go-to platform for many legacy news outlets. And I know, as I mentioned, many of the reporters in this room use X to attract eyeballs to your work. Prior to joining X, John spent 2 decades in journalism, including several years as an editor at the Wall Street Journal.
Right, because that's what the resistance looks like, right? Now, of course, I'm always open to the idea that somebody can change their mind. But I think it's hilarious how you have a administration stacked full of everyone we always thought was part of the problem. But the moment they change their mind, we go, yay, our team now. Except you're not considering that they might just have said that. Pretty basic deception.
We are excited to have him in the briefing room today. John, we'll let you kick it off. And as I said at the top, please direct your question to the individual up here who you'd like an answer from. John, why don't you begin?
All right, thank you very much. I am sitting in for a thriving ecosystem of journalists.
Okay. He says, I'm sitting in for a thriving ecosystem of journalists as he sits off to the right in a seriously lower chair than the rest of them. I mean, am I crazy or is that the dumbest thing I've ever seen? Why wouldn't you just give him a seat in the middle with everybody else? I think that's embarrassing. Now, maybe you can argue they're trying to make it seem unique or benefit. You're literally in the kids' table. You are sitting at a smaller chair. Look at his head compared to the rest of them. He's lower than them. Now, whether it's because the floor is lower or the chair is smaller, I don't care. You are in a separate, weird side position, and they're acting like this one carve-out represents everybody in the independent media. Well, we've got 75 chairs for all of the legacy morons that have been lying to you their entire lives. How about you just let independent media in? Oh, of course, that's not what they're actually doing. They want you to pretend that's what just happened. Like everything else is a pretend win. I just can't stop seeing that. I hope I'm wrong. Tell me what I'm missing.
Independent and emerging news organizations who do depend on X for publicity, for a business model. And so I look forward to seeing many of them in this seat.
Oh, okay. So it's a rotating seat where they're going to let one person sit in because you're special now. Or are you being placated? If you were going to let people in from a different dynamic, there wouldn't be one rotating seat to represent literally the largest representation of media in the world. Now, I don't mean conglomerates. I mean, if you break down the amount of people in the actual independent media, and I'm not even including the fake mainstream alternative media, the actual independent media are far more people than these deceivers sitting in the table or sitting in the room. So they are wildly overrepresented. And you get one little special seat for one fake independent media person to represent all of you, even as most of us don't agree with anything they're doing. We're winning.
Months and years to come. I also thank you, Caroline, for opening this seat up to new media. It really is a testament not only to your open-mindedness, but also to innovation, that you'd actually think about, folks that are not traditionally credentialed to be in this room, and
as he comes from the Wall Street Journal, though.
Not only have a question, but also to witness. This is a very important intersection of power and free press. Mm-hmm. And so just the ability to witness this and be part of it, it brings everybody's game up. So thank you for that.
Well, let's see what happens. If something positively shifts, of course I will call it out. Not just the statement or the maybe or the claim that we're building this or funding that, but actual change. I will always call it out. I praise Donald Trump for the action he took in regard to women's sports. But of course, the obvious point people made was that it's kind of hard to take it at face value when you see them rolling out shots that are being aimed at your children. But those are separate conversations. What he did with that, I agree with wholeheartedly. The point is that's actual. Like you could already see that being rolled out. Now, whether these different locations actually do it is a whole nother conversation, but you've already seen things begin to happen in states that are going forward with that. But see, that's why executive orders are not the way to do it, because it's not actual law. If you wanted actual change, you could have probably rolled that through with your control over every house and but no, not even a try. But either way, it's still, I think, the right direction. My point in all of this just is obviously not any real, this is about giving you the illusion that you're in this room when you're not even remotely in this room, when a Wall Street Journal lackey is being put there by a World Economic Forum ADL run platform by the current government in power. That's the opposite of some kind. That is allowing you to think that. Now, like I said, if it continues to shift, if they somehow just open the room up to people like myself included or anybody else out there that you might think reaches some level of influence, but whether or not they're left or right or independent, then yes, I will happily praise that. I think we all know that is wildly unlikely, but I certainly hope it happens. Now, as I said, I feel like you're being made fun of. Now, I just think this response is funny. It says probably can pull back a teeny bit on the cynicism. Now, just that probably right. Doesn't mean cynicism is incorrect or like right now that maybe more is called for. But I would agree that it can be detrimental. That being cynical about these things can make you miss the truth sometimes. It could also, even if it's necessary or accurate in the current circumstance, can drive other people away. Just that being said, I think what I'm doing here is exactly the right amount of skepticism, but you can decide for yourself. But I do agree with the sense that cynicism can cloud the issue. But they say, save it for a more important stuff. Also fair. This will turn people off because they're weary of snarky swipes at every sign of positivity. But see, that's not my responsibility to worry about how you've been primed to ignore honest criticism because it hurts a certain side. That's the kind of dynamic. Like if I start training myself to worry about that, then we're already lost. We have to stick with what we believe in, our principles and our integrity, and stay the course. Now it says maybe a measured approach that acknowledges that not everything is effing as terrible. That's the real point, in capitals, that I'm somehow pretending everything's bad. No, I'm not. I'm pointing out what I genuinely think about all these things, and most of it seems to be problematic for me right now. I could be wrong, of course, but I said, should I forego giving my opinion because it may upset some children in the audience? It is wild that you even thought that was a logical thing to say. Even if I'm wrong, mind you, I would still play that. I also think it is quite obvious that what we are looking at is very far from a good thing. This person says, forego, maybe moderate a bit. If you want to reach people who might become your audience, but it's a small point, a nuance, just saying something I noticed in the last few weeks. Just thinking TLAV was going after low-hanging fruit and window treatments more than usual. I think it's important to highlight. And I said, I'd say that's fair. I know exactly what you're saying as I thought about this a lot. I do every day almost. But I currently see a lot of what I would also have called low-hanging fruit recently as suddenly more important now, since I am seeing how it's blinding people who would otherwise be most resistant to what's happening. So I would argue that just Elon saying things in a general sense is ultimately it's not the thing we should focus on. But if I'm starting to notice that what they're doing is getting monumental influence and it's changing a lot of people who would be able to make a difference to not seeing it, see what I'm saying? But this is why I asked yesterday. I genuinely want your insight on this. I, as always, will decide what I think is most important, regardless of whether the majority of you agree. But I care about what you think. And I said I would add that what I do never centers around what is most engaging or what most want to hear. I simply call it as I see it, always. But it's interesting though, right? Because I agree. A lot of this is just this dumb social two-party dynamic stuff that is just clouding the issue. But give me your thoughts on that. Because I'm really trying to balance that with the factual reporting, but also some of this kind of ongoing psychological stuff that I used to, to a large degree, not get so much into. Tell me what you think. Not necessarily that you enjoy it, but whether you think it is most important to what we're trying to accomplish. Let me know what you think in the chat. But I really do appreciate the person's thoroughly, let me even be a little bit more transparent and fair here. The way I responded was probably a little bit curt with the way that they were saying that, other than I guess I read this as, kind of the real point. And so I felt it was a little bit, of course, as usual, as we talked about, this platform can be so vitriolic and so disgusting with a lot of bots and nonsense that you can be on guard. And we should all try and be better at that. My point, though, is I really want to appreciate what the person went on to do and just kind of being, fair. And I felt like an honest statement. Consider it for yourself. Now, this I think is important. This was an article from Robert that I want to make sure I read the gist of, that I briefly pointed out yesterday. That's a huge, sadly, this is already 45 lies behind, right? So people are probably like, who cares now? But it's important. They blatantly lied about this. And his article says, no, USAID did not give $3 million to a Gaza-based rapper to make anti-Semitic songs. They lie, and they lie. But here's what he says. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Okay, good. I thought I lost that. It says there was indeed a grant that was paid in 2 installments back in 2022. And that link, by the way, is in the article. I had it up yesterday in the show notes. It is a grant. Oh, I think I got it right here. Yeah, here's the grant right here. USAID started in 2022 and goes to 2026. And then see, as always, you can hit the action date to see whether or not it's still going. So as of right now, it's also important to note that this hasn't been canceled. Now I'll show you. I think I might have it right here. Okay, good. It says terminate for convenience, or just terminate. That's what you would see if these things are actually shut down, which means they're stopping the funding. Okay. That's important to understand, because there's very clear examples of nothing or a 0, but it says continue, which means they're continuing these things. Many of which I showed you yesterday briefly. I'll show you more today. Have to do with things like climate change or diversity. Now, you may not think that's possible, but I'm telling you right now, of course, the reflexive argument will be, it can't be them, so it's probably some holdover. That's your assumption. The point is, it's their current administration, and I'm of the mind that a lot of things are still continuing that you may not think is the case. But this is just one of them. So the revision means that this is currently still active right now. That seems interesting to me with all the conversation around this. But tomorrow they could jump in and say terminated, right? No money is seemingly gone since 2022. Worth considering, though. So the actual contract, again, it says women entrepreneurship development. Okay. Now, look, on the first one, we'll tell you that it could be a guise for any number of things, including funding what you could argue is propaganda, right? In this case, which you'll find interesting that AIPAC was supporting of this, which is one of the things that don't include. It could be, if you thought the story was true, that they were funding the anti-Semitic songs to be able to claim that's what they do. They've been caught for this many, many, many times, but that's not even actually what happened here. This seems to be a wholesale lie. Now, the contract where the grant was paid in 2 installments back in 2022. That's what we just showed you. The first for 1.7 or 1.8 million, which is crazy. The second for 1.5. To an organization called Tomorrow's Youth Organization. That is it's registered in the United States in the state of Virginia, not Gaza. Its work is actually based in the West Bank, which its center located in a specific neighborhood of Nablus, and its executive director of Rafael Sadia, while its founder was founded by Hani Masuri. The point, Gaza is inaccurate right out of the gate. It's actually West Bank, and it's a U.S.-based dynamic. But it gets even more obvious when you find out that it wasn't, the funding was well before the songs were created. I mean, it's just like the Gaza condom story. They took a very small shred of truth, which is that there was a grant given to this person's name is included, and just made it into whatever they wanted. And this guy is a person that pushed it. Another one of these lackeys for the Trump administration, Mike Lauer. And then even more interesting, though, it was Morning Joe, a Democrat show that helped push the lie, because it's really nonpartisan when you're paying attention. But it says, to continue, alongside his charitable work, oh wait, that was too far down. It says its work is, the group that they funded, his work is actually based in the West Bank. And okay, I just read that. So yeah, the rapper in question, Rafael Sadia, is a Catholic Palestinian. So first, the idea that they're making this about hatred for, they're misrepresenting his religion. They're making it about Muslim hate for Jews. That's how they frame the whole thing. He's a Catholic Palestinian who was born in the United States. He grew up in occupied Jerusalem, so in Israel proper, and volunteered at interfaith dialogue groups at Georgetown University. Alongside his charitable work, he's also made rap music. The songs they're claiming are anti-Semitic. Now, it says the 3 songs that have been cited for the alleged Jew hatred and anti-Semitism, both quotes they've used, Tears Over Palestine, From the Ghetto, and Scars of Gaza, were all released well before the grant was ever issued. So even if you want to pretend they're racist, which it goes on to make clear is not, the grant money was sent long before, or the music was released long before the grant money was ever given. So again, you know how easy this is to look up. It took Robert 24 hours to break this down. They either are not looking like they seem to be doing, or they're knowingly lying to you. On top of this, it's clear that that Sadia, the rapper, has his own record label called LXIV Entertainment, for which he works on music projects. This is registered separately from the group they got money for, the Tomorrow's Youth Organization, where he works, and there is no evidence that he has used the government's funds for his private music. Now, who knows? Maybe it's possible. But the point is, what they're pointing to proves on the record is the opposite. They're not claiming to have some new information. They're pointing at the contract and then making the claim. Now, it also says, it's also clear from the lyrics that he never says anything anti-Semitic. I challenge you to listen for yourself. It's like saying Palestine, or, free Palestine means you hate Jews. They've made that claim. Elon has made that claim. It says, rather, he makes mention of Nazis' genocide of the Jewish people in the Second World War. And then, I know, shocking, connects that to the Palestinian suffering. Like other Jewish Holocaust survivors that have openly said, this is happening. I mean, the many, many, many times we've shown you that. I think I even might have that still up here. Here, I'll just do it real quick.
A Holocaust survivor, my message to the brave student protesters in America is just keep doing it. Don't give up. We are doing exactly the same. And in the long term, we are going to prevail.
He's one of many. People like Ben Shapiro call him trash, right? Because he's not a Zionist, but they don't frame it like that. They say he's a fake Jew. But yeah, but are you calling a Holocaust denier a fake Jew? See, they won't cross that bridge, but they do in a general sense. It's disgusting. And then we get called anti-Semitic for fighting alongside Jews and Christians and Muslims to stop a genocide. But it goes on to say, simply connecting a previous genocide to a current genocide, he gets called racist. And he says, to the suffering of Palestinians in some of his lyrics, says, although such comparisons may be deemed controversial by some, it is far from the vile kind of Jew hatred you would expect to hear given the descriptions of his music. The only thing he's saying is that they're suffering, like people in World War II did. Now it says, the Palestinian American Christian is also not from Gaza, nor is he in the Gaza Strip. So that's shockingly inaccurate again. And there was no USAID funding provided for his rap music. The Tomorrow's Youth organization that he heads has been active since 2007 and is open on his website about his work, which runs programs for education, women's empowerment, youth development, mental health and family support, emergency relief. Yes, and my point as always is USAID loves to use those for other efforts. Maybe the point was to try to work through them to carry out a false flag. The point is the evidence does not back up what they're saying. It notably provides support for the struggling families of 4 refugee camps in the West Bank. Not only was the USAID grant program passed through the U.S. Congress with unanimous bipartisan support in 2019 during Trump's administration, but it was even supported and praised by every pro-Israel lobby group from AIPAC to J Street. Now it's starting to feel a little stupid, doesn't it? Right? So going back to the lie, let's actually listen to this. Shared by none other than Insurrection Barbie, of course. USAID paid a rapper in Gaza $3 million to produce anti-Semitic rap song. Nope, you're lying. I pointed out right there. Is it funny how you ignore that it's supported by AIPAC and had bipartisan support? Funny, right? Let's see. I didn't even look to see those responses. Oh, good. Somebody's saying, thank you for your facts. Of course, look, there's 2 responses, one of which I can't see because that's typical how this platform works, right? But let's listen to this. It's really incredible to see how ridiculous this is. By unanimous bipartisan support during Trump's administration and unanimous Israeli lobby group support. And now we're being told this is supposedly anti-Semitic funding? Well, then that means that you all supported anti-Semitic funding. How's that work out? But see, they know that they're going to get blind support for this, and those of us that pointed out will get drowned out by the algorithm. That's how this works today.
Middle East and North Africa subcommittee.
The multimedia market.
Oh, that's right. Whoever recorded this, there's some like background noise you keep hearing from their computer. Just ignore it. That's not me, by the way.
So, Governor, that's what we'd call you in the South if you were thinking about running for governor. Governor, I want to get to your hearing today with Fed Chairman Powell. Let's start first, though, with you, with USAID. We were just talking about it. I support PEPFAR. I support these programs because they save so many lives. But I also support it strategically as an old Cold War conservative. I understand that boots on the ground are important, but also humanitarian aid is important. It's also important what intel we pick up, whether it's from the Ivory Coast or Sudan.
He's just trying to rationalize the intelligence apparatus that it's always been. Because now they're slowly starting to show you that. We're going to use it through the State Department like it's always actually been. It's just lazy to those that have been paying attention.
Are other parts of Africa and other continents. I'm curious what your thought is on how USAID should be approached.
Well, Joe, we're actually going to have a hearing tomorrow on USAID in the Foreign Affairs Committee, and a lot of these issues will be discussed. When you look at a program like PEPFAR, I have been very strong in my support for it. 60% of PEPFAR's program is administered by USAID. Secretary Rubio did grant a waiver for life-saving programs like PEPFAR, which...
Oh, good. So they're continuing things that are even considered the Democrat-style stuff that they were doing during Biden's administration. You all okay with that? Right? If we wanted this to stop, you would shut this down entirely, which I support. But apparently Republicans for a moment supported it when they thought that was happening, but now fight against me when I want to shut it down entirely because that all lines up, right?
obviously is critical on the continent of Africa, saving tens of millions of lives over the last 2 decades. Probably one of the best soft power accomplishments of the United States foreign aid program ever.
I mean, he literally just called it soft power. He's basically admitting that we use helping people as a surreptitious way of invading your country. Good place.
But
that's bipartisan.
Then you look at some of the expenditures by USAID. For instance, I uncovered over $3 million to a rap artist in Gaza producing anti-Israel, anti-Semitic songs. Is that the best use of American taxpayer dollars? I would venture.
See, I'm willing to bet you that somebody just set that in front of him. Didn't even double check it, because these guys don't check anything. These congressmen don't even read these bills, for crying out loud. These are people in suits that are being guided by something else, usually money. Think he's lying about that or being used?
Or not. And so one of the things that we're going to do in this hearing tomorrow, obviously, is...
That's good. That's so irritating. I'm willing to bet you that's Insurrection Barbie, because they're the one that shared that clip. They just recorded it. It's so stupid. But going back to this, remember, bipartisan support during Trump's administration, which is not just about Trump, it's showing you that it's all of it. And it was supported and praised by every pro-Israel lobby group from AIPAC to J Street. Now, while Republican lawmaker Mike Lauer claims that he was the one who uncovered the alleged funds going to a rap artist from Gaza producing anti-Israel, anti-Semitic songs, it's clear that the information he cites was actually first spread by Itmar Marcus of the Israeli registered NGO called Palestinian Media Watch. Surprise, surprise. The article makes sure to tie the issue to Israeli Netanyahu's statements about de-radicalizing the Palestinian people. Well, what do you know? It stems from an Israeli agenda, and I mean, how in so many ways, literally Israel wants something, and Mike Lauer rolls it out, right? They say jump, and he says how high, without even a question about influence or accuracy. That's how this is working. That's a false statement that was rolled out through an Israeli propaganda network, and Mike Lauer and the U.S. government proudly shares it, and a Democrat platform helps give it a boost. You confused? Shouldn't be. Now, it says, according to Haaretz's article in 2012, Palestinian Media Watch was associated with an Israeli right-wing establishment and was a project to outsource the Israeli military's monitoring of Palestinians. You know who's doing that today? Palantir. Now, it says, as for Mike Lauer, he is listed within the top 20 recipients of, surprise, surprise, pro-Israel donor money from 2023 to 2024, and is said to have received at least a little under $700,000. No big deal, though, right? More than most Americans will ever have. And this guy, you know, here's a little bit of, I mean, it's just so obvious, as Massey will tell you, the AIPAC guy and all the information we have, and they're still lying about this stuff. Couldn't they just like manufacture the fake thing? I think they're just making stuff up. That's how stupid this is. Bill Ackman happily shared that. He's lying, or he doesn't care about the truth. USA paid $3 million. Why? Because this guy said that? Why are we trusting the government blindly, ever, on any side? Now, here is the actual Haaretz article. U.S. Congress votes to include legislation for what we just pointed to. That's 2020. Now, Insurrection Barbie also, what I showed yesterday, says this is how much the USA gave to terrorist link organizations. Oh, I don't see any source material. I guess the screenshot we'll have to blindly trust from somebody who's been caught lying every day. That makes sense. But let's look at it for a second. Now, how much you want to bet she didn't check this? She got sent this by somebody, or it was on an Elon page or something like that. Just my opinion. I'm not claiming I know that. The point is, look at all the groups she's pointing to. Okay. American Near East Refugee Aid, Arab American Institute, the Muslim Aid or Palestinian Children's Relief Fund, which, by the way, the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund is not a terrorist organization. My point is, most of these are at the very least not provable terrorist organizations, or even, and there's even data to back that up. They're just Muslim or Muslim adjacent. Now, that's not even confusing. These people are racist or have an agenda because Israel says. I don't know how else we look at this. If she wants to give evidence for why these are terrorist-linked organizations, other than they claim they're connected to Palestine, which many of them aren't, I would love to see it. But until then, it seems like more very, very clear bigoted Zionist propaganda. But the point is $164 million. That's what she wants you to think. No context. Was it for a year? Was it for last 20 minutes? Was it for our entire lifetime? Who cares? Just be shocked because there's Arab names and money. We should be outraged. We are the media now. But my point yesterday was simply, okay, well, how much has Israel got from the United States just since October 7th of 2023? $17.9 billion. And I'm willing to argue that doesn't even include what recently went. So 164 million for 17 billion in the last year. And one that's committing a genocide according to everyone in the world, but we should be outraged because those Muslim groups got money. Now, again, I do not think any money should be going out of this country right now for any type of foreign aid of any kind. I just think that's important, especially to recalibrate right now. But that's not what they're doing. You'd think that was what the Republicans were calling for, and then they say, we did it, and then they roll out the same thing in a different way, and they go, no, but those are good ones, though. Okay, well, how did we just get eclipsed here? I was agreeing with you that we should cut it all. Now they're not, and you think it's the same. The point is, yes, we should shut down USAID. Yes, we should shut down the IRS. Yes, but that's not whatever was on the table, despite them pretending that's what they were doing. Now, here's an article from the New Republic that, again, whether or not you feel they have a slant, which every one of these platforms seems to these days, just consider the information. And I think what we're looking at, even what I just showed you, highlights that this is in some way happening. And I'm going to show you more as we wrap up the last kind of 3 parts here. Elon Musk is faking DOGE results to hide his incompetence, says the New Republic. Oh, wait, tell me I didn't lose that. Oh, it looks like I did. Oh, well, I think I had this highlighted. But the bottom line is that I think what we can see, and I mean provably, from just what we just showed you, why would you need to make up all these big grandiose lies about what you're cutting, which didn't actually happen, if there were so many transparent ways to make the case? And I've already shown you some ways that they are removing funding, like in a good way. The question is the real outcome. Is it just being reshuffled? Or are we actually stopping? Or are we just going to give that money to Israel like we've done twice already? $7.4 billion, $1 billion, right after shaving money off what they claim they were saving. Or the $500 billion they put into the AI infrastructure, which $100 billion has already gone forward. We're in the red right now already. But it says Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency may be trying to inflate the numbers on his spending cuts. DOGE published an itemized list of canceled government contracts Monday, accounting for an alleged $16 billion in spending. Almost half of those savings were attributed to a hefty $8 billion contract for D&G support services to provide program and technical support services to the Office of Diversity and Civil Rights at the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency. There was just one problem, though. The DOGE website included a screenshot of the award, which showed that it was only worth $8 million, not $8 billion. As what the amount listed directly below the image. So here's what I'm going to show you this in a second. Or I can even just show you real quickly. If you look at these, you click on it, it gives you that shot. See? Claiming to show you the savings. Make sure I don't lose this. We'll come back to that. So my point is, you can click on it. Even though it says 8 million, they listed 8 billion in savings. That is a ridiculous mistake or a way to try to fudge the numbers to make it look like you're winning when you're just moving things around. Or maybe you just sent $7.4 billion to Israel by claiming you saved $8 billion. I mean, there's a lot of overlap here, guys. The point is, this is easy to prove. The links are even in here. Now, it says New York Times reported at the discrepancy and determined that the original contract, which started in September 2022, had initially been listed as a value of $8 billion on the procurement system. On January 2022, 2025, or January 22nd, 2025, the number was updated to $8 million. The contract said it had been signed on January 30th and terminated the same day. Now it looks like DOGE is trying to desperately to cover the mistake, which is what they've done every time. When he gets caught with a lie, he just kind of tries to extend the lie, which is not what an honest person does. But the reality is that this seems like a manipulation of the numbers, which you can now tell, like, it's easy to pretend that you didn't know that changed and use the larger number. But I'm not going to say I know what their intentions are. They could just be incompetent. It says, now it looks like DOGE is trying to cover the mistake. A visit to DOGE's wall of receipts reflects the award's actual $8 million value. But when clicked through, as we just showed you, a familiar inflated number appears, $8 billion. Plus a different signing date and a termination date pushed up to 2027. See, this is what I'm talking about. So if it's pushed to 2027, that means that it's technically not done, that it's actually going to be extended if they don't technically terminate it, even if it's zeroed out until now. They could fund it tomorrow or next year. It says, DOGE has linked to the original inaccurate contract, which supports his claim of massive savings. It's quite a bit, isn't it? I mean, that's $10 tens of billions of, I mean, think about and I'm talking with all of them. The amount of money that you could pretend you're saving when you're just inflating numbers like that is pretty easy. Meanwhile, its list reflects the accurate price. All the screenshots are in here, and you can look. Just so you know, these numbers you can look up for yourself. Or this one doesn't have it, the one up here. They have the actual ID number. And I'll go through this all and show you on the actual page. You saw it yesterday. Oh, I think that was it right there. Right there. Okay, so let me finish this. It says, the top is what it looked like a few hours ago. Now someone has gone in and changed 8 million to 8 billion. And also dates are different. Now it says, the statement to Media's Touch D&G support services acknowledged that the previously reported contract value was 8 billion was incorrect. So they acknowledged that. The discrepancy appears to have resulted from a clerical error in the original government filing upon contract award. The contract value had a ceiling of 8 million. Now, it could be a simple mistake, but when you're talking billions of dollars, it could also be money laundering or some kind of, we spent this much here, but it actually went over there. That's how these people work. To add insult to injury, USAspending.com revealed that of the ceiling, only 2.5 had actually been spent, meaning that DOGE's savings weren't even 8 million, but more like 5.5 million. But these things matter, guys. Like, the reality is that this matters in the context of whether you're claiming you saved 8 million, 8 billion, when it was only 5.5. Because that comes down to right here, right? The potential versus the actual spending. Now, you could argue this is just a quick oversight. But if you're really going to start claiming these things are happening and it's a very contentious conversation, this wouldn't be how this was done. The DOGE website boasted a total of $55 billion in cuts, which remained unchanged between Tuesday and Wednesday, despite the correction of DOGE's accounting. Obviously, they're not going to roll back the number. They're probably just going to let it roll. But that's not my opinion. It's right there. Now, here is one of the many things we talked about. I just find this to be laughably stupid. DOGE raises alarm over $4.7 trillion that it's almost impossible to trace, which probably means it's almost impossible to prove. Interesting. I think I was going to jump to this one here. And of course, New York Post dutifully reports exactly what Elon says with no backing. And you can go through this for yourself. I've already broken this down. You will not find any data about this. You find references to that number. DOGE discovers $4.7 trillion in treasury payments that were missing a critical code. Now it says the DOGE announced Monday that some $4.7 trillion, which is just such a ridiculous number, in payments from the Treasury Department were missing a critical tracking code, which made tracing the transactions almost impossible. In the federal government, the TAS field was optional for $4.7 trillion in payments and was often left blank, making traceability almost impossible. As of Saturday, this is now a required field, increasing insight into where the money's actually going. So that's their success. We're one. We did it. We added the thing, which nobody's verified anything even going on. I'm not even saying it didn't happen. I'm just saying it's a bunch of statements and people seem to be running with whatever he said last. Then it says, Musk touted the change as a major improvement to the Treasury payment integrity. This was a combined effort of DOGE, Treasury, and the Federal Reserve. Looks like Catherine Austin Fitts was right, which we already probably knew. The reality is this is consolidating power in the very people that you thought you were stopping. Nice work by all, says the Fed. Oh, that wasn't the one. Where was this? Maybe it wasn't here. It says the tracking code, according to the Bureau Fiscal, the Bureau Fiscal of the Fiscal, that must be a typo. These codes assigned by the Treasury Department is saying federal government financial transactions are classified by TAS, as he's talking about. On Monday, DOGE said that within the federal government, the field was optional. Now they added it. Now they have to do it. That's what we just read. There's a point that I made last time that I want to just jump right to, and I just want to say it because I want you to see it on the actual article. The overarching idea in this, guys, is that it turns out that it wasn't really gone, that it was unaccounted for, and they ultimately reapplied some of this money. I just went over this yesterday. But see, the story is that we just uncovered $4.7 trillion like somebody lost it. That might even be what I have over here. I mean, the overarching point, see, I think what I did yesterday, I closed some things. I was trying to shorten down because we just talked about it briefly yesterday. First of all, the same point, 4.7 trillion, impossible. Well, if you're not going to prove that, or we have anything to back it up other than you saying that, then as far as I'm concerned, it didn't even happen. That's not because I'm saying I know it didn't. I'm just saying it's stupid for anybody to pretend we know this or can report on it when all you got is somebody who's been caught lying many times already, saying more things. On top of that, I think when you read through this, and I think I had it highlighted, the ultimate reality is that this money simply was rediscovered. Oh, let me just double check that in case I had something on there. As of Saturday, this is now a required field. Yeah, same thing with the Fed. Now, I wanted to try to find any example of this, right? I looked up their website. I looked at the Twitter file. I looked at their Twitter account. Only thing I can find is this statement where it says they changed this code. Treasury system symbol is identification codes linking the treasury payment, blah, blah, blah. We've now added this. The federal government and the TSA field is optional for this much money, 4.7 trillion, making it almost impossible. As of Saturday, this is now required field, increasing insight. Okay. Might think this is going to give you more insight. It does not. It simply gives you a definition of what the TAS is. So everything's being cited on him claiming this for $4.7 trillion. Seems silly to me. And of course, Alex Jones takes it at face value. Deep state attempts to hide 4.7 trillion. Again, that's not actually what went down. When you look into the story, the reality is, and we're going to show you he lied again or got taken by not checking his information, is that ultimately the deep state, there's only one thing going on here. The money was not tagged correctly and that they realigned that system. But of course, that becomes, they tried to hide it. And now Trump has taken over the Treasury. No, you know who took over the Treasury? BlackRock during COVID-19. Because of Trump. But we're not going to talk about that because he's on a clear side right now and they don't want to ruin the game of winning. But yeah, this was Donald Trump, the BlackRock takeover of American interest, specifically the Treasury. All this comes together when you stand back and look at how it's all been going forward. It doesn't even matter. This person's saying, why don't people call him President Trump? It means you hate him. It's like, no, you guys didn't say President Biden. And the point is, all of them, I say Trump or Biden. I feel like it's silly to make these claims when I don't think these people are actually in charge, but that's up to you. But here's the point we mentioned yesterday. This person, by the way, this account, Project, they've been posting this under everybody. Now, we briefly talked about this yesterday, and it's even gone a little bit further. The conversation of these gold bars, which clearly was an analogy, a metaphor, rather, and now is apparent that Alex is claiming that, no, it's actually true now. Even though I'm going to show you Zeldin literally claiming that it was just an analogy. Now, my point is, first of all, that they're ultimately running with this because it is a narrative that seems to catch traction with the partisan field. And it's been kind of rolled into Fort Knox and where's the gold, which has been an ongoing thing for a long time. But it's funny how the timing of it all works. Now, this happened with this clip from Zeldin on the 13th. Now, here is a video from 9 days ago. Okay, so first let's play the video from the 13th. Now, here's what it says. What this claim says, shocking revelation. The Biden administration hid $20 billion in gold bars at banks outside government oversight. Okay. Here is Alex Jones saying, shocking revelation as EP ad reveals the Biden administration hid $20 billion in gold bars and cites that exact tweet. Okay. Let's listen to what he said on Fox News, and then I'll play what Alex said, and then I'll play what Zeldin says in reality.
Zeldin joining us now as we watch this, and he's also digging into waste at the EPA.
Now, what does that even mean, waste at the EPA? Like, there's a ridiculous amount of waste in all these agencies, but why would the EPA head be investigating waste? And what does gold bars have to do with the EPA? Like, it just doesn't even make any sense. But I think it's because that's a dishonest story to begin with.
How's that going so far?
Oh, we're crushing it. We have a great team. Big development yesterday. It was a couple months ago. There was this video that came out of a Biden EPA political appointee talking about how they were tossing gold bars off the Titanic. Says it multiple times in the video, rushing to get billions of dollars out the door before Inauguration Day. Well, members of Congress were really concerned about that. So as I'm going through the confirmation process, they said, if confirmed, will you commit to making this a top priority to find those gold bars? Came in, I was just confirmed a couple of weeks ago. We found them. They were at a bank parked just outside of government. $20 billion was sent there.
Okay, you see what happened right there? And I'll make this even more clear. It's an analogy. Are we pretending that they were on the Titanic? I mean, how stupid can we be? Now, if this turns out to be actual gold bars, I think the point is just like before. The information is clear right now. Because I didn't choose to assume with everybody else at a point when it's always correct to not assume, guys. Even if you assume correctly, it's still stupid to assume at a point when you don't know for sure. Now, I want to play this for you again with this and him and the next one and show you that it was all about an analogy of throwing gold bars, which just doesn't make sense to me. A metaphor of gold bars from the Titanic, unless that means something to somebody else. But what he said right there continues the analogy, but makes it clear it's just tax dollars. And I'll make it even more clear.
We found them. They were at a bank parked just outside of government. $20 billion was sent there, and a little oversight. 8 entities would be receiving all $20 billion, and they would be distributing all of these funds without EPA knowing everything that we need to do our job to provide accountability to Congress, the media, and to the public.
So now when you say distributing all these funds, you would not be dealing in gold bars. Now, just stick with me because I'll play it directly from his mouth, and I did fix that clip from yesterday. But here's what Alex Jones said using this exact clip. Right, so this is the clip that was shared by this account. And that's the 13th. Okay, then you can see that on the 17th, sharing that exact clip and the Fox News clip. That's what he's sharing, saying that this is actually correct.
Years ago, I've been on the air 30 years. People would accuse me of exaggerating, but as the years went by, people found out that usually it's actually worse than I've said. Well, I got the biggest example ever right now. About a week ago, Lee Zeldin, the new head of the EPA, responded to a Project Veritas video where they have this high-level EPA administrator, a holdover from Biden, saying, yeah, we get $50 billion to give to NGOs every year, and Biden wanted to get rid of this $20 billion and not let Trump know where it was, so we literally threw gold bars over the side of the Titanic. And he says it, in the undercover, 20-minute video, 6-7 times.
Yeah, the Titanic, because we normally ride the Titanic with gold bars. It makes sense, right?
And I was like, oh, it's an analogy of gold bars.
Yes, because it is.
And then now we have the whole thing about Fort Knox and the missing gold.
Which I think is interesting because the timing shows you they just use whatever momentum that you're giving them.
All this gold suddenly, since Trump got inaugurated, flooding back into the U.S. Treasury vault in New
And to point out, the $20 billion dynamic is something that is a floated idea. No one's proving this, by the way.
York, that's confirmed. And now... And I was like, oh, it's an analogy of gold bars. And then now we have the whole thing about Fort Knox and the missing gold and all this gold suddenly, since Trump got inaugurated, flooding back into the U.S. Treasury vault in New York. That's confirmed.
A lot of that coming from places that they've taken it from, like the amount of money they keep from Venezuela or the money they took from Bolivia or, in say it's a gold. That's very public.
And now Senator Paul says, yeah, we need to audit it. It's never been audited. They wouldn't let me in there. I tried to get in there for 10 years.
Yep. And they won't. I mean, if they do, the point is that this is something that should be done by somebody that doesn't have an interest in a very clear agenda that's lacking oversight with no accountability. Like if you had Ron Paul, for example, do it, I would love that. But I guarantee that's not what's going to happen.
And then Lee Zeldin goes on Fox a few hours ago and says, no, it's real gold bars.
No, he didn't.
It's real gold bars.
No, he didn't.
And Biden stuck it at a bank outside D.C. under the name of 8 institutions. I mean, then... DOGE just found Treasury putting $4.7 trillion, $4.7 billion into black holes with no names on accounts.
Oh, because Elon said so. Great reporting, great journalism. Look for yourself. Most reports are saying Elon claims, other than the New York Post and things that are blindly on one side. That is not verifiable. That is a claim that is completely up in the air, but he knows because Elon said.
If you're going to steal big, they thought they'd never get caught. This is insane.
Okay, here's Lee Zeldin on the Post from 9 days ago. Okay, Alex Jones, here we go back to the page here, is posting this on the 17th. Okay, this is 9 days ago. Of course, the one I thought was strange, by the way, is it's unlisted for some reason. And when I downloaded it, it was not playable for some reason when I tried to play it on this. I'm not saying that means anything. I just thought that was interesting. Now, I had to basically download the video and the audio, splice it together, and edit it myself so you guys could hear what he says right here. Even this says EPA finds billions of dollars worth of gold bars in quotes. Here's what he said.
An extremely disturbing video circulated 2 months ago featuring a Biden EPA political appointee talking about how they were tossing gold bars off the Titanic, rushing to get billions of your tax dollars out the door before Inauguration Day.
Tax dollars.
The gold bars were
in quotes. He did that very clearly for the podcast. The gold bars in quotes.
tax dollars.
See, right there.
Tossing gold bars off the Titanic. Rushing to get billions of your tax dollars out the door before Inauguration Day. The gold bars were tax dollars. And tossing them off the Titanic meant the Biden administration knew they were wasting it.
See how stupid this is? Why do we have to be the ones to break down this ridiculous nonsense? Why do people get played by this stuff? Right? I mean, the idea that this post he shared has, let's see, 500,000 views. Right? The post that this guy keeps sharing around under everybody has 3.8 million views. All of this is false. That's why Zeldin clearly followed up with that and claimed otherwise. Let me just do this since we're playing it. Give it there so other people can see it, even though we know this gets suppressed on this platform. But that's where we are. Here's the video for you. You can look for yourself. You can listen for yourself. But here's Robert the Builder. Exposed. Biden hid $20 billion in gold bars. This stuff gets reach. Here is Elon Musk. And the point is the gold. No, see, for the 17th, the same day that goes out, now it's Fort Knox. Which, again, they just happen. You know, if you've been following this stuff, this has been a kind of revolving conversation for a long time. Has it been a lie? Is it tungsten full with, gold-plated bars? Or we've been tricked in the past? Certainly a fair question, but it's been ongoing through multiple partisan, left, right administrations for a very long time. They just seem to be trying to tap into all the, or like, for example, I'll show this later in the end of the show, playing an old video of RFK Jr. and claiming that it's happening, it's over, we just won, even though it's from July 2024. I think I show right here. See, I shared this. It's just crazy to me. It's a breaking, not breaking. He says, this breaking, HHS said RFK Jr. lays out the proof that COVID was a staged event. Yeah, we know that for a long time. But the point is, the video, as you can clearly see, is from July 16, 2024 at the Reawaken America tour. Doesn't that matter to people? Like the idea that this is such a wildly deceptive move, trying to convince you that it just happened, because right now it's not feeling like it's going in your direction. That makes it feel different. That's what I argue. But look at, and here's Trump talking about Fort Knox as well on the 20th. Now, if let's see what happens. Even if they dishonestly roll this into something that happens positively, good. Either way, the point is that I think what we're seeing is a weird manipulative dynamic of getting you thinking things are moving. And this isn't my opinion. I've shown you many examples of literally doing this. The question is whether you think anything else is happening behind the scenes that we can't, that might amount to what you think might be happening. I guess the overarching point is the evidence is simply not there for just about anything they're claiming. Now, let's go through some of the spending. Now, this is the first thing I showed yesterday that I want to show you. You can see USAID, Burma, diversity and inclusion. That's $45 million. This is what it looks. Oh, here's what it looks like. Let me see actually if this is back up now. It was down. Okay, it's back up now. It's down all day today. This is what it looks like. And then when you bring up their contract, and you can get the identifying number. But let me show you this first, by the way. If you read through this, like, this is my point. There's really no way to verify most of what, even this gives you what it says underneath the justification. This gives you the number. There's amounts over here. But my point is, this amounts to the same thing, other than they give you the number, which you can then verify yourself. It's just written down numbers. Like, why, if they wanted to give you, this gives you a contract that you can literally look at. Cited to USA spending that shows you that is them writing down information from this. I just think that's interesting. I feel like it's every removed step is about getting you to trust what they show you without you verifying it for yourself. But my point is, here's what it looks like to actually end these things. Okay. Burma, diversity. You can see it. There's the amount. There's the money right there. And it now says terminated for convenience, which that's an interesting way to frame that. Maybe it's not that he stopped it because they hate woke ideology, but either way, the point is it ended. That's the 29th of January. That's what it will look like. So the others we see that aren't like that, at the very least, it's still up in the air. So here's some more examples. This one is for Politico Pro subscriptions. Remember that whole conversation about the funding of Politico through USAID and everything else? Oh, it's weird that Oh, wait, did I not grab that? Let's do it real quick. I swear, did I close that on accident? Well, there's another Politico one. Well, let's look at this real quick. See, that's what you just saw really quickly before I changed it was what it was showing earlier today. Basically just saying that it was down for whatever they were doing, which is interesting, by the way. Who knows what they're changing because people are paying attention. I know I'm such a conspiracy theorist, right? But again, here, USA spending, go down to award ID, enter in the ID that they have listed on that page. And it should take you to the one that it is. There you go. Politico LLC. So let's take a look at this. The next one is what I'm going to get to, but I think I was in the process of this one and it wasn't loading. So the site was down. Okay, so good example. So right now, as last spending was 2024, July, $129,000 for Politico subscriptions. Now, I made the point then that you couldn't simply argue that you knew this was for propaganda for the left. Certainly could be. And again, as Ron Paul pointed out, this is happening on all sides of the paradigm for your media. Today, clearly for mainstream alternative as well. The point, though, is that you also can prove that there are platforms or groups that use the subscriptions but you can still say that they're feeding them certain media narratives. But nonetheless, it's still like a newswire system for Reuters. Like, that does exist. But question it is the point. Broadly assuming one or the other is what they want you to do on both sides of the lie. But here, you can see that it didn't stop. So we'll have to wait and see if more funding goes through this. I'll show you some that are. But wouldn't they cancel this if they were convinced, as Trump said, that this is Politico subscriptions and they're really just funding left media? Well, yeah, they would. But most of what I'm showing you shows you that this is not what it appears to be. Here's another Politico dynamic for $268,000. There's the number. Here's the contract. This one, Politico, right there. Same point. Ongoing. Didn't end. This one, another Burma overlap. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Was that the right one? Let me see if that changed just then. Or was this one? No, it's weird. I thought I saw Burma right there. Anyway, this one is another contract we're going to look at. This is new task order. It's a big one. It's for $1 million. Oh, wait. Did I get these mixed up? Hold on. Yeah, it looks like I forgot to close some stuff. Damn it. See, I thought I was organized. Here we go. Hold on. Make sure I have this right. That number, 008. Hold on. How did I just do that? Do that. Okay. There we go. Yeah, that's correct. Just making sure I wasn't wrong. There's the number, the ID. There's the number. Okay. Well, what's interesting, though, the number is different. I think this is, I'm just forgetting why I lined this up. So this is, I just clicked the link, right? It brings up that, which is the 754, that number ending in 9008. Right there, 9008. And there is the 75F9008. Okay. But that says 10 million, 7 million. Different, right? But the number is the same. But now you can show that it simply shows $7.6 million that has been ongoing. These are all things that are supposed to be savings, the whole thing. In case you missed that, here's the top of the page. Savings. All this is listed under this page right here. Look at Washington Post subscription. Like, I'm willing to bet you that you will not find subscriptions for right-wing media in here, even though those exist too. Why wouldn't they? I'm telling you, that's how this thing works. But let's get to some of the more important stuff. So this one is a big number. ITSSC task order for systems, 1 billion plus. Here's the number. Just showing you that so you can stop it if you want to look. And here's the actual number. And this is from the Social Security Administration, ITSS task order systems. As of February 14, 2025, they added another $1.7 million. Okay. So if the claim is that this is a saving of $1 billion, or at least the amount that they're saving, or, really, here's the point. This is what it would look like. They're claiming they saved $231 million for $1 billion contract. How exactly does that make sense if this contract is still ongoing? And There's no minusing money, which sometimes happens. It went straight from 2024, 824,000 to Donald Trump's administration in February 14th, adding 1.7 million more dollars for the purpose of modifications to add work for the office benefits, whatever the system's dynamic is. My only point is this is listed as saving you $230 million when what you see is another 1.7 being spent on it. No cancellation, no termination for convenience. I guess we'll just assume it was a mistake like the $8 billion. Or maybe we're being lied to. Here are some overlaps I thought were relevant. USAID. Okay, this is for USAID in Mozambique. Intends to award $24.9 million for a 5-year cooperative agreement to support feed the future Mozambique resilient coastal communities. I guarantee if this was under, they'd say, that's a woke U.S. Okay. Still happening. Improve the resilience of coastal communities and ecosystems, engaging young people to increase their productive participation in sustainably managed natural resources, building sustainable food and fishery systems, and climate resilient, diversified, and economically viable livelihoods. Okay. Pretty sufficiently woke for people that want to see it that way, which I agree. But my point is, I don't think most of these descriptions are just, you know my point. I think this is not really what it appears to be in most cases. It's about using those for a larger agenda. But here we are. Ends in 2027, USAID, and look at that. $7.9 million in the Trump administration. These things should matter. If USAID is a problem in general, that should matter. If it is foreign funding under woke dynamics, that should matter. But Trump's continuing it. More money, almost $8 million. But you won't hear this being talked about by the insurrection Barbies of the world because they don't care. My opinion, anyway. Department of Commerce, not USAID. It's important, that distinction. Climate science and prediction. One of the things they're listing. Okay. Donald Trump's administration gave on the 7th of February $3.5 million. Then on the 10th of February gave another $1.1 million. And then on the 11th went zero, but shows you it's maintaining. That's the point is clearly this is not stopping. That's why it's even without the zero, without a termination, it would be continuing. So Republicans out there, are you wanting to fund climate science and prediction for the regents of the University of Colorado? That's what your current government is funding. That should matter to you if you're going to be consistent with your logic. Department of Agriculture. This expands markets for climate smart beef, bison, and beef bison byproducts in 49 states, excludes Alaska, and supports farmer and rancher implementation and monitoring of climate smart practices. Not hard to understand, guys. That is Donald Trump's administration for $2.3 million. Pretty easy to understand. Shouldn't this matter? I guarantee you, like, somebody please clip this out. This stuff right here is what needs to at least be seen by all the people that don't know what's happening because they'll never be shown this by the partisan grifters. Here's another one. To study the effect of climate change. Very clear. Donald Trump's administration on February 12th gave almost $200,000. Not as much, but still funding. This one. Oh, let me see if it's in there. I forget why I looked this one up. Okay, this one, let's see. Department of Health and Human Services. So Donald Trump funded this. Let's see what it says. Oh, right there. Partnering for Equity, an academic and community alliance to eliminate disparities throughout the fibroid experience. The most significant racial disparities in reproductive health. Okay, is that sufficient for your woke mindset? Okay, here is Donald Trump funding this in February 12th to $1.4 million. Or through his administration. My point is never that Biden and Trump are knowingly doing it, but I think what we need to understand is that these things either all matter or they all don't. You can't just start splitting hairs when you see things that you don't want to care about. The reality is your government has always been using these things. And my logic here would be why it would continue is because I think where these things are being done, it's important for whatever reason they need to keep that agenda going. And if tomorrow it suddenly made more sense to use a different kind of narrative from a different political sense, then they would. That's what I think is happening. Okay, here's some more examples. This one is from the Department of Homeland Security. These I found interesting that the end date says not provided. This says, now this is what, oh wait, that's why I wanted to include that. I'll put it last. I hope that stays up there. Okay, good. Just note how many these are. Every one of these are listed under the idea of, where was it? I'll show you right here. It's actually, it's insane to me when you look at this. These are under grant to local government for repair or replacement of disaster damaged facilities. Okay? This one's for New York State Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Services. It literally is listed as provide reimbursement to state and local tribal and territorial government entities and certain private nonprofit organizations for emergency protective measures taken during the pandemic. Emergency protective measures necessary to save lives and protect public health and safety management, control, and reduction of imminent threats to public health and safety, emergency medical care, medical sheltering, administration and distribution of vaccines, community engagement, and information dissemination. Wow, that really encapsulates it all, doesn't it? What that simply means to me, lockdowns, masks, different the lockdown infrastructure, protective measures is what they're talking about. But it also includes emergency medical dynamics or administration, distribution of vaccines, or specifically engagement, information dissemination, propaganda. Check this out. Donald Trump's administration, and there's even more than this, I just cuts off the page. February 6, 2025, Donald Trump's administration gave almost $7 million. February 11th, 2025, gave another $1.4 million. Another on February 11th, again, gave $4.7 million. On February 11th, again, of this year, gave $2.9 million. On February 11th, again, gave $1.7 million. And to be clear, these are all separate payments on the same day for the same thing. Who knows what that really means? Looks like payoffs in a way. These are all February 11th. 1.7, February 11th, 66,000. February 11th, 19 million. February 11th, $93 million. February 11th, 1.6 million. Lastly, the last one also on February 11th for $2.1 million. That's incredible. All for what we just read. Reimbursement for emergency protective measures, vaccine distribution, and propaganda to New York, of all people. Isn't that supposed to be ideologically wrong? Telling you guys, this needs to be seen by people that are honest out there, that this might influence the way they see this. Now, of course, maybe this is happening without Trump knowing it. But we should be proving that, shouldn't we? And maybe somebody should bring it up and say, what about this? And see if they actually stop these things than just saying it out loud. Now here, there's a bunch of these. This one is for the governor's authorized representative in San Juan. So a territory, not necessarily in the United States, but like also the Virgin Islands we'll talk about next. Same exact thing. I mean, literally. Provide reimbursement to state and local tribal, same thing. Administration of vaccines, disinformation. Same thing. February. That's right. So those are some smaller amounts, minus 200,000 and so on. Well, February 12th, right after the 11th dynamic, 336,000. Also February 12th, 193,000. Also February 12th, 2,499,000. Also February 14th, 1.1 million. Lastly, February 14th, $3 million. What is all this money going to? Do you know how much money this could, what this could be done? I mean, just the last time, just this last dynamic of $93 million on the 11th. You know what that could do for a lot of people in this country? But I guess it's okay that Donald Trump is reimbursing people for their COVID-19 propaganda and control measures and vaccines. Isn't that what Republicans support? Sure what I think he supports if you understand the bigger picture. Well, here's the Virgin Islands. I mean, it's the same point, guys. And look at how much spending we're talking about. February 6th, $89 million. February 6th, $3 million. February 6th, 1.5. February 6th, 2.5 million. February 6th, again, $21 million. February 6th, $2 million. February 6th, 1.7. February 14th, $78 million. I'll add this up. We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars when you add up all of them, because my point is it goes on forever. These are everywhere. I mean, there's so much unaccountable spending. It's absolutely crazy to me. Oh, this is not the one I was looking for. Well, okay, never mind. This is terminated. There was ones in there we were looking at for other. Oh, you know what? I think this is actually the wrong search. in any sense. Let me go back and see if it does that one. Nah, it's okay. The point is, if you search for these, I think specifically it was for, God, I wish I could remember that, disaster relief, or one of these tag keywords I used, and it was just an endless string of these things all doing the same thing. But even just those alone, $50 million for vaccine distribution and propaganda on February 14th, that alone, guys, should be worthy of your condemnation. Now, to end on the point of vaccines, COVID-19, mRNA, this is where it's going. And we already talked about the bird flu overlap on the 16th. Trump admin approves poultry jab for avian flu, conditionally approved for poultry. And of course, we got screamed down from all the Republicans that swore that was not true or Biden did it. No, they were wrong. And then, we demonstrated for you that this is why we were reporting the story ahead of most, because we simply looked at the information and didn't wait for some other propagandist or other partisan element to say that they saw it happen. We simply looked. And I shout out AG Web for being one of the only platforms that had the courage to report that when all they were doing was citing direct statements from the person speaking for Trump. Meaning that it's very reportable, but usually most people in the partisan field need some kind of support base before they start saying things they know will be controversial, because the truth isn't the primary objective. So we recorded this on the 16th. Then on the 17th, we followed up. Trump admin reveals new biosecurity and medication plan, which also got incredible pushback until now. That's being the public stated point. I just think it's incredible how that keeps happening. And again, demonstrates our value of being ahead of the story for you. And the biosecurity medication dynamic is very real. We showed it to you directly from the website they were citing it on, from the Fox News covering it. But now we also have it from the horse's mouth, even though you already know this because you've already been doing your due diligence. But here's what he said, just like we told you we did back when it wasn't a video we could show, or at least I didn't see it in front of me.
Grocery store I shop for our family in part because I love to look at prices, and there were no eggs at the store yesterday, just a few, and so that happened because they killed all the chickens. And so what we need to do is have better ways with biosecurity and medication and so on to make sure that the perimeter doesn't have to kill the chickens.
Is that what you want? Or that he goes on to highlight, which we showed you in the last two episodes we just referenced, that they're talking about an artificial intelligence perimeter. An actual biosecurity. This is what they're building, and it's not just for whatever narrative they want to use. Chickens, immigrants. The point is the agenda, not the excuse.
Have a better, smarter perimeter. And so having a smart
perimeter. You know that you would jump at that in your sleep if that was Biden saying that.
Is what we're working on, and we're finalizing the ideas about how to do that with the best scientists in government, and that's the kind of thing that should have happened a year ago. And
right, the best scientist, sort of like a technocratic society, right? But here is what I thought was an interesting follow-up. Remember, we showed you at the time, and it's interesting how our theory turns out to at least make sense with what's now happening, which is that they fired all these people all of a sudden right after the shot was approved. They got a lot of blowback, pushback from their own people, so then they just fired a bunch of people. Bird flu. And what was the reporting by partisans? He's chopping down all the part of the pandemic liars and getting rid of all the bird flu. Okay. My point was, maybe. I don't know who they're firing, nor do you. And even if you know them, we don't know what they were really intending to do. Maybe they were the ones actually firing the deep state, and you're just pretending that, you get my point. And I pointed out that was probably done just to give you that bone, to make you think things were shifting. And then guess what happened the next day? Trump administration trying to rehire bird flu officials it fired. It's very easy to look up. It's hilarious to me. Even the Washington Post says, stupid page, won't show it. USDA tries to reverse mistaken firing of bird flu agents. Oh, a mistake, was it? Obviously not. Obviously, this was paraded around as an action Trump carried out. Now it's a whoopsie. We hired them all back the next day. At the very least, that's the opposite of what you thought it was, so at least own that. But here's what this report says. Epidemiologist analyzes Trump administration's strategies against the bird flu. And it says, so let's talk about this new strategy the Trump administration says it's considering, stressing vaccinations and tighter biosecurity. Is that what you voted for? What difference could that make? The response says, yes, so livestock vaccination actually has been a strategy that's been seriously talked about for a while now, that nobody in this side, frankly, I think most people don't support anymore. Maybe I'm wrong about that on the Democrat side, but I think a lot of people are learning and understanding very clearly that the Trump supporting base does not support that. The second is biosecurity, right? It says, if we start vaccinating all our poultry, this increases the probability of seeing asymptomatic spread among birds. I also know that medications have been mentioned. However, these are far more risky than, for example, vaccinations, because antivirals can lead to viral resistance. And this actually happened in China, where we dumped a ton of antivirals in a chicken feed in 2000s. So these methods, they cost a lot of time, they cost money, and we really need to weigh the pros and the cons. All I'm showing is that the vaccination is the direction it's being stated. This administration has talked about, even beyond vaccination, setting up perimeters for quarantine. Sounds like the same problem. Bennett goes on to say, well, as we mentioned, USDA says it accidentally fired the officials who are working on bird flu and is now trying to rehire them, very clearly. Even before that, there were concerns about information not being provided by this administration, in some cases being removed from websites. What level of concern do you have? Well, the point is, I don't know why, even if there was there, we would trust what the government was telling you at this point. Consider it. Don't deny it. Don't ignore it. Consider it. Question it. But the point here, accidentally firing officials, like, how does that even happen? Are we really going to pretend that was like you slipped on a banana peel and fired everybody in the? That's just stupid. Clearly, they took this action for some reason, and now at the very least, they made a mistake hiring back. It seems incompetent. I genuinely think it's about trying to get that moment was keeping you ignoring what was actually happening. Now, here is an example of somebody speaking out. Now, this is just his statement on Twitter. I can't verify this, but take it for what you will. This is a farmer who has chickens who is speaking about what he thinks is happening. And my point is that I think it's obvious that, as we just showed you, Meryl Nass, for example, saying, look, you're being lied to. This is their risk they're claiming, just like with COVID, is an illusion. I agree with that. Here's what this guy has to say.
I'm a chicken farmer, and they are bullshitting you about the reasons why your eggs are so expensive. Listen, when you consider the fact that we consume over 9 billion chickens a year, and just in meat alone, there's over in 2023 we had over 382 million egg-laying hens in this country alone, and so far we've only lost 300 million birds worldwide. It doesn't make sense. They say the same shit every year. I know it because I'm a chicken farmer. I see the same alerts. And I see the same opportunities to jack up prices, and yet I choose not to. Listen, when you look at these large facilities, a lot of these birds aren't dying of bird flu. They are dying of neglect. They don't give the freaking vitamins, oregano, all the supplements they are supposed to be getting. They're getting in these mega facilities, and these birds are dying of disease and neglect. And every time a bird dies, they say bird flu.
Sounds kind of like what they do to the human population, doesn't it?
I'm telling you, they're bullshitting you.
Interesting. Here's another post by Sal the Agorist. And this is Breaking 911, who, by the way, was just blatantly caught sharing fake information without checking it. Says, egg prices have reached all-time highs, says reporter. Trump says, I've been here for 3 weeks, and I've got nothing to do with the inflation. This was Biden. Typical. Maybe he's right. I'm just saying it's just funny how it's always every time that happens for all 4 years, pointing back or pointing forward or taking out. It's just funny. But he says, reminder, Trump printed more money than Biden. That's a very clear fact. More money than any other POTUS, as a matter of fact. So it matters. Yes, you have my point is it's one handing the baton off. They're all doing it. But to pretend he's not involved is just willful ignorance. Now, we already talked about this. The U.S. awarded Moderna $590 million for a bird flu vaccine on the 17th of January, 3 days before he was inaugurated. I still am pointing out at this very moment, guys, I'm seeing no indication this is stopping. If I see something, I'll tell you. But at the moment, appears this is rolling forward. Here is one of these contracts I was able to find. It seems very opaque and hard to see right now, but here it is. To issue task order, the number we looked up, in support of avian flu mission from the HHS. Okay, clearly they're rolling forward with this. There's money going in the direction of injections, both for you and for birds. Now, I want to show you this in a broad sense as well. Now, this is actually I was just looking up mRNA and seeing what was on the books, at least what they want you to see. I thought it was interesting to note that Moderna is still on contract until 2025, April. And I mean like the original Moderna contract from 2020 for the deadly COVID injections that Trump still supports. But isn't that interesting? Why wouldn't that be canceled right now? Well, we'll get to the point of Pfizer person being introduced by Trump. I mean, clearly, guys, you can only pretend this is some long-term move for so long. At some point, you just have to acknowledge that you're being lied to. And here, you can see, as of February 2025, it is still ongoing. Supplemental agreement for work within scope. That was the last they put. That's Trump's administration wrote that. for the Moderna contract for COVID-19 injections. That's what this is. Ongoing. Oh, and then also, that's what I was going to do too. Go back to the beginning. You'll notice that Donald Trump had the majority of the funding because that's where it rolled out. Now, 2020, the vast majority, look at $471 million. Additional work. Yeah, are we forgetting that he rolled this whole thing out? Okay, this is also Moderna. Oh, never mind. That I had it myself once again. That's the 2020s, just showing you all the times that he funded this, or at least 2020, right? And if you add all of them up, the point is, like, obviously Biden, never take what I'm saying as one side. The point is to show you that it's all of them. I know most of you that watch this already know that. My point, though, is if you add it up, you can still see that the bulk was there, but it's all of them. Here is NASA. Long-term patient vessel chip model to assess stressors of how do you say that? Atherosclerosis and mRNA therapeutics. So great. Now we've got NASA working on mRNA. Well, as of the 2025, it is still going. Now it says change order. That's not the same as cancel, but see what comes next. But I'm just looking these up, going through contracts, and you can see that a lot of this is still, this shouldn't be shocking. He's rolling out an mRNA cancer project, right? But it's still important to see how kind of ubiquitous this is. And it's been going on for a long time. This one's alarming. Emory University, Fluvid. We talked about the Fluvid, right? A dry powder inhaled mRNA-based treatment for flu and COVID. As of right now, still going forward. Actually says supplemental agreement for work within scope. So they were paid and they're still working on it. And it's still going. Let's not forget the work on this has been ongoing for a long time. This was a study, I believe, from MIT. New aerosolized mRNA delivering nanoparticles can vaccinate or they can eliminate. That's their study. They can use this, but dual use to either inject you or rather just vaccinate or whatever you call that, or make it drop your insulin levels until you die. All in the study. That is the reality of what they're rolling out. Even the fact that that's possible should scare everybody, especially with what we just saw happen throughout the COVID-19 dynamic. Literally, Fluvid, inhaled dry powder mRNA. Now, again, there's difference between the powder that can be turned into an injection versus the nanoparticles, but we're going in the similar direction, and all of this is working, which I don't think any of this should be worked on. I don't think any of this is benefiting anybody right now. Now, I could definitely be wrong, but I think what we've seen so far demonstrates the opposite. This one is mRNA library preparation kits. Actually has gotten funding under Trump's administration, $45,000. Not a lot, but has been funded. This one, University of California, HHS. HIV neutralizing antibody induction to fusion peptide inclusive regimens. This HIV RAD program will develop an HIV vaccine regimen. We will use innovative vaccine modalities and adjuvants, mRNA vaccination. They're working on all this stuff, guys. Here. Donald Trump's, technically 17, hasn't been changed since. Ongoing. Last one here on this part. Understanding IgE biology. I think there was one other part. Yeah, the IgE mRNA splicing. Sounds lovely. And that is under Trump's administration, after he was inaugurated, $767,000. I think all this matters. Now, here we have Elon Musk referencing Camus, who's referencing J.D. Vance, who says, I took the vax, and I haven't been boosted or anything, but the moment where I really started to get red-pilled on the whole vax thing was the sickest that I've ever been. Okay, so they love to play the game where they're like, yeah, it's not, it's like they can't say that it's killing everybody because they're all pretending it's not because Trump says that, but they want to give you the impression that they're fighting against it. You are not fighting against this if you're still promoting it and you're rolling out an mRNA shot. That's pretty simple to understand. But he's on Joe Rogan giving you the impression of that. Elon Musk comes out and says, I had a similar experience. COVID itself was nothing. I got OG Wuhan strain. Okay, so for those that understand the dynamics of this, realize that alone should be a red flag. Vaccines, before the vaccines were out. How would he possibly know that? J&J vaccine hurt my arm, but otherwise nothing. But the mRNA booster hit extremely hard. Massive chest pain. Felt like I got hit by a truck. Almost went to the hospital. Trump still supports it. That said, synthetic mRNA that's mod RNA, guys. That is the main problem in all this, or one of. Has a potential to cure cancer and other diseases. Research should continue, Elon Musk says. Let me grab this and see if that still pops up. There you go. Important to watch. What is the difference between mod mRNA and mod RNA? The difference is a lot. And that's one of the main reasons that it's so deadly. But here is Mark Heyman responding to Elon Musk saying, ditto, my wife has been suffering for years with long COVID, which I think we pretty clearly know by now what that really is. Just sent her to do this new DARPA technology to clean her blood. And she's dramatically better. My God. Now, I'm going to look more into this. I haven't got a chance to dive further, but think about this. And he also could just be making it up. But you realize how crazy that is? That now we've got DARPA has technology to clean your blood, even though they keep telling you that your blood's not a problem. It is what they gave you in that shot that is hurting you. And it's worth noting, again, how long the American Red Cross has continued to lie about the shot itself. As they said, they've never changed this. It says we don't label blood products as containing vaccinated or unvaccinated blood because the COVID-19 vaccine does not enter the bloodstream and poses no safety risk. My God, that's outdated. And I said, well, here's yet another peer-reviewed study that finds that you're wrong, as it shows you sequences in your blood, peer-reviewed, or any number of other studies that I've shared. They have never corrected this. How do we not recognize how alarming that is? But don't worry, DARPA's got a system for you. They'll clean your blood out if you've got $1 million. Well, here is a Pfizer overlap that Donald Trump is funding. Now it's $1.1 million, but specifically started by Trump administration and is funded in February 13th of this year. I mean, look, it started February 18th, 2025, right? The funded came through earlier, but they officially started on the 18th of February. That's pretty interesting timing. This is for Pfizer from the HHS. Sterile water for injections. Now, why do they need sterile water if they don't even use saline anymore? It's a good question. Who knows what they're doing? God only knows at this point. Even why they're still working with a company that's been caught so well before COVID-19 for lying about everything. Let me see if I can even get that to pop up again. Yeah, look at that. That's crazy. Remember this? Crazy enough, it hasn't gone up since before COVID-19, which is insane. But $11 billion in penalties for, small things like safety-related offenses or false claims about their injections. Over $1 billion for 20 different claims of lying about what they can do. But no big deal, though, because, Trump's on your side. That's what we want to believe. It's just wild. So funding Pfizer. Now, don't forget, this just happened.
Also have the head of Pfizer here, so I want to thank him. One of the great people.
One of the great people.
Pfizer here, so I want to thank him. One of the great people. One of the great businessmen.
Wow.
Thank you, Albert. Thank you. Thank you very much.
My God. See, you think he doesn't know this? Now, see, this is why it's turned into some QAnon nonsense where they try to argue this was him, some shame ritual, making him get booed in front of everybody. Guys, if that's what you think is happening, then why isn't he in jail? If you think we got him back. We're fighting the deep state by making him feel dumb. Then you're dumb. I mean, that's just I can't believe that people fall for this stuff.
Thank you very much.
Doesn't even acknowledge
I want to congratulate our newly sworn in Secretary of Housing. And
that's it. Just jump right over it. Bannon Johnson says, holy smokes, the room just erupted in boos as President Trump announced the CEO of Pfizer in attendance. That's what you got to say? Great job, guys. Or Efra Fengenson comes in with some honest reaction here and says, stop looking for saviors. Not Trump, not Musk, not anyone is your savior. You don't need saving. The power is within. Wake up and smell the Pfizer. Guys, you can't miss what's happening unless you just make up a narrative that makes it all make sense. which is what's actually happening. As 5 times August points out, look, I get it. Trump, quote, parading the bad guy out to humiliate them as a nice romantic idea, but it doesn't make any sense. And it's honestly just not clear thinking. And I'll add, especially since he still supports the effing shot. It says, I get everyone is excited and pumped for the new cash and RFK confirmations. Well, why? Nothing's happened yet. That's my point. But don't let your excitement blind you to stuff like this. There's no reason for Albert Bourla to be there just to get booed as some weird gift from you to Trump. And there's no reason for Trump to call him one of the great people, even if it was planned. Now, you could, my point is always, is that possible? Obviously. But why would you assume that just to make the thing that's uncomfortable not be uncomfortable? That's a self-serving assumption. It says, and quite frankly, if this is part of the 11D chess, we don't need a show anymore, right? At this point, aren't you in power? Just arrest them. All the characters are cast now, but we don't need to fantasize about parading out the bad guys like it's all strategically scripted for amusement. I enjoy the head of Pfizer being booed as much as anyone, but I'd rather see him get booed on his way to a COVID trial after being detained and not during a welcoming visit at the White House where he's referred to as one of the greatest people. He's a friggin' murderer. This is what's crazy to me. 5 times August is very clearly supportive of a lot of this, but is rightfully critical. One of the people I see doing that. This is the response you get from the sycophant followers who don't care about the truth. He goes, if you're tired of winning, take a nap. That's just, I feel bad for these people. Unless they're bots, I don't care. But there are a lot of them that are, they feel like this is, like they're somehow standing on top of the, king of the mountain right now and going, yeah, I don't like the way, get out of here. That's sad. And he says, nobody wins anything until people are rotting in jail for crimes against humanity. Walter says, you're acting out. He's getting things done. I mean, these are probably bots for all we know. Like that is, does anybody fall for this? Can we equally agree that that's embarrassing? And that's maybe I'm just crazy. You tell me. That's sad. And 5 times August is somebody who has been supportive of Trump's administration. You know what I mean? The point is that right now, like we saw with Cat Turd and Kyle Rittenhouse, it is all or nothing. You're on this team blindly, or we're going to kick you out the door and call you a Democrat. Now, here is another example of Bill Gates referencing another meeting. Now, before you watch it, as I said, it hasn't happened yet. But if I told you in 2024 that Gates would have repeated, because he already met with him, meetings with Trump about mRNA tech, most Republicans would have said, no way, not possible. Somebody in my life is what I'm thinking of when I hear that. He says, yet here we are. Hope we're all being honest with ourselves and truly paying attention. Hashtag Stargate, hashtag ban mRNA. Okay, with everything you've already seen, mRNA is not going away. They're rolling it out in earnest with artificial intelligence, working with Israel and everything we should be alarmed about. And now Bill Gates is saying that he's getting ready for his next meeting with Trump about what he said last time was something Trump was really excited about. And I said at the time, maybe he's lying. Maybe he's wrong. Maybe Trump pretended. But I'm waiting for some kind of shoe to drop here, guys. If you think we're missing something, you tell me. All I see is evidence to suggest that all of the same things are happening, and you're just hoping that's not the case.
Robert Kennedy Jr., Secretary of Health and Human Services, in his book, he accused you and Dr. Tony Fauci of a historic coup d'etat against Western democracy. And all the things from vaccines to COVID to pandemic that you've been interested in, how is this going to affect your ability to do what you've been doing at the Gates Foundation?
Well, the Gates Foundation is going to work with the government. The NIH is the best medical research organization in the world, just like USAID is the best aid organization. And we've done a lot with them. The pipeline of innovations that I got President Trump enthused about, including things like eventually having a gene edit for an HIV cure. And so
now, again, this is what he's saying Trump's excited about. But let's remember, the last meeting they had, the same claim was made, and he rolls out Stargate, artificial intelligence, mRNA cancer shots. It's not hard to see what's happening right now.
So that'll be under Robert Kennedy. So, I'm going to go meet with him and explain, why.
Has he agreed to meet with you?
I think it's very, very likely that we'll get a meeting late this month. I hope so.
No, that's about RFK Jr. The first statement is about a meeting with Trump that's planned. But again, I'm not saying did anybody know? This is Bill Gates speaking to somebody else. But with what we've already seen, unless you see something else, to just simply assume that there's a secret play here is just you deciding that no matter what they do, that they're always on the right side. And that is childish. All I want is the actual truth to be seen. Now I jump forward here to quickly wrap this up. Derek Bros also writes out a few facts about RFK Jr. and Trump. Fact 1, Trump praised Pfizer CEO this week. Fact 2, RFK praised Operation Warp Speed during his confirmation hearing. Fact 3, Pfizer, big pharma execs gave millions to Trump's post-election. To Trump post-election. Fact 4, the head of Pfizer says RFK has tempered his views on vaccines after meeting with him. As well as the fact that fact 5, Trump continues to support the shot. Fact 6, he rolled out an mRNA cancer shot. All of these things. But he goes, all of this publicly available info, and I will be doing an article on this coming this weekend, Derek says. I'm not sure if he means for TLAV or for conscious resistance, but either way, check both. He says, here's another interesting piece of the puzzle. Days after RFK Jr. is confirmed, staff reviewing Neuralink are fired. Now, weird overlaps like that around Elon Musk. All these different examples of where you have these, where it gets covered by some accusation of Democrat woke mindset and they just kind of fire. There's a lot of that. And I think both exist. I think he's also using his power to hide a lot of what he's doing. But to the last point, and I won't play the clips here because I just don't want, I'm going way long today. This is from February 7th. Trump names One Health expert to lead pandemic response office. Now, just that alone, you could say just filling the position. Like, I don't think we need a pandemic response office, but that's my opinion. It says Trump administration has selected Gerald Parker, PhD, to lead the White House Office of Pandemic Preparedness and Response Policy. That was the, I'm blanking on his name now. I can see his face, but anyway, that's the, this drives me crazy. Anyway, we talked about it a lot during the COVID-19 dynamic. Parker, an associate dean for Global One Health, was mostly recently chair of the National Science Advisory Board for Biosecurity at the National Institutes of Health under the Biden administration. Again, I'm not always saying that these things should require you to be outraged. What I'm highlighting in most of these is the Republican side of this. We're calling these things out. Biosecurity, NIH, Biden, anything. Now you have a hired person for a biosecurity position from the NIH that was working with Biden. Who knows? Maybe he's fighting the deep state. The point is, it's just obvious that all of these appointments, the only thing that makes it make sense is that you think Trump did it. Who knows if that's even the truth? But it says Parker served as a senior advisor for the Assistant Secretary of Preparedness and Response at the Department of Health and Human Services from 2020 to 2021, literally under Biden's administration during the COVID-19 illusion. That's the guy who's going to lead the same thing. According to his bio, he's recognized as a leader in biodefense, high-consequence emerging infectious diseases, global health security, and all-hazard public health medical preparedness. Good. Sounds like a globalist biosecurity response. July 2024 interview with Time Magazine, then candidate Trump suggested he would disband the very office we're talking about if elected. But then again, surprise, surprise, selects Parker, which Trump is now planning not to do away with the office entirely. So just like everything else, we're going to get rid of the IRA, we're going to get rid of this, we're going to slash the USAID, and then, actually, we're not. We're just repurposing it the way we like it. And that gets framed as a win. When in reality, it's what we told you was always going to happen. Everywhere you look, it seems. Now, Kevin McKern has a great clip in this. I'll play again another show, but basically just highlighting that he found something unexpected in the cancer biopsy of someone who had received 4 Pfizer shots. So now Trump is still working with Pfizer as well as Moderna and rolling out a cancer shot that involves Israel and the artificial intelligence field. And really, to treat what it seems they created with the shot they used before. Typical big pharma dynamic. We're finding this in colon cancer samples, and it's making spike proteins at a very high copy number, which means it's replication competent. That's what they're still doing. Here is a Daily Mail article. Oops, of course that happens. It's great Daily Mail. Let's go back. The only reason I have that is because I go from here first. Otherwise, you would lose that page for Daily Mail. Yale scientists link COVID vaccines to alarming new syndrome causing distinct biological changes to your body. You know, like DNA changes and genome dynamics, which is what we were talking about in the beginning, not because we were conspiracy theorists guessing, but we were actually looking at the science instead of just screaming, trust the science. Same thing, guys. Old stories. Dr. Simon Godek points out, we screamed this from the rooftops after reading the animal studies, just like we did on mRNA shots. We knew this was coming. But instead of listening, they banned us, fired us, called us crazy, and turned down our own families against us. Now, the truth is out, and those responsible must pay, but Trump's currently working with them. Or again, just your government, guys. Currently Trump at the head. I think that's important to realize. Now, this went out as everything we're seeing, right? Which I think is very concerning currently with RFK Jr. at the helm of this, with all that's happening. That's not supposed to make sense for the Maha conversation, right? But hey, maybe something changes tomorrow. Alex Jones comes out as this is all breaking down and says, HHS bombshell video. HHS head Robert Kennedy Jr. lays out the proof that COVID-19 was staged event. Okay. With Bill Gates and Anthony Fauci, well, wouldn't that include Donald Trump, seeing as how he rolled out the shot? Nah, he was tricked or something. Easy, right? Well, guess what? It's not a new video. It's not a breaking bombshell anything. It's an important video where he says a lot of things I agree with from July. Watch it for yourself. He every way suggests, including bombshell video, breaking news, that this is new. And I simply said, do you do due diligence on anything you share? This is from July 2024. Glad he said all of it, but you're either pretending this was breaking when it's not, or you didn't even check. And you can see it's right here in the video. There it is. July 16th, 2024. But it doesn't matter, though, because there's some narrative, some excuse, some sidestep, and that's where we end up. And I simply said breaking, not breaking. Now, lastly, Iran alleges U.S. Israel-linked intelligence networks uncovered. Now, obviously, Iran could be making that up. What I think is important, which ties this all together, is the USAID dynamic and Donald Trump Israel focus to go after Iran, I think, have always been there. I think all this is showing you is an indication that the networks they rolled out are just no longer being covered by woke ideology, but are still there. And I think what we're seeing is this effort to continue. It says, Iran announced on Wednesday that it had dismantled intelligence networks allegedly linked to the U.S. and Israel in their country. The networks were allegedly, quote, operating under a guise of charitable and cultural organizations to collect intelligence. This is how it's always been, guys. All this is to me, of course, again, they could be making it up, but all this to me shows is that they ultimately are continuing. And with Rubio and Vance and Trump all pointing at Iran, I think we're just seeing it continue. For those of us that have actually been reporting on this, not from a partisan perspective, this is all we've ever been talking about. Yes, we called out the trans dynamic or the woke dynamic. Those matter, but it's a real point to highlight what it's all been using, what it's all been trying to accomplish in the long sense and what they're really doing. And now you can watch it rolling out as they're murdering and raping and torturing and occupying countries. And again, the point I made yesterday, just from a foreign policy point to think about, we have to realize that the U.S. government and the UK and all these different countries fought for years to stop Assad and take Syria because we have all the different conversations they had, right? The moment they actually succeed in removing Assad, Israel occupies the country. Israel deploys troops. Israel builds bases. Are we confused on what that shows you? That the U.S. was fighting a war for Israel, was spending money for Israel to then take what it wants while funding a terrorist organization that was 30 seconds ago had a bounty for $10 million. I mean, everywhere you look, guys, they're currently doing the same in Lebanon. They're doing the same in Syria and Gaza and the West Bank. Everywhere you look. And the U.S. government doing the same. And if you listen to plenty of people, which I guess I could just play that again since it's on my mind, that ultimately it's always been Netanyahu's plan to use the U.S. government to achieve these ends. Now, all I think that's changed is that they successfully, through many different number of operations, I think largely Epstein-type blackmail dynamics, have worked themselves to a position where they either have most people compromised or bought off or just blindly a part of an ideological agenda. That shouldn't be contentious right now. The amount of evidence is, more than most things I've ever seen. All I ever ask is that you just look at the information and just consider the possibility going forward. Just keep it in your mind. Is it possible? And even pretend it's China if that makes you feel better about it. Just ask whether it's possible that we're seeing something else play out. And again, even in a larger sense, with the technocratic dynamic, it's possible that they're all working together. You shouldn't be boxing out anything, especially with how much is shifting in front of you right now under just the flimsy claim that it is what you might want eventually. Just please stand up, show some discernment, push back on this, guys. Now, I'll leave you with this clip again, showing you, I think, where this all comes from. But I hope you can come to your own conclusions about it. Thank you for tuning in. Long show today. Glad I got a lot of this out, though. I think it's important. Please make some clips on this. Tag me. I want to get more of this broken up. I'll try to do some myself, but thank you for being here, guys. You don't know how much it means to me to continue to have this community supporting what we're doing. We wouldn't exist without you. Thank you. I love you all. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.
This starts, and it's really fascinating to go back. It starts in 1996 with Netanyahu, who wrote a book called Fighting Terrorism. And the thesis of the book is quite straightforward and very dangerous. He says, there's Hamas, there's Hezbollah, they oppose Israel. It's not good for us to fight them directly. That won't work. What we need to do is topple the governments that back them. So what we need is regime change throughout the Middle East. And he actually gave a long list of 7 countries that included Syria, Libya, Iraq, Iran, Somalia, Sudan, and Lebanon. And systematically, the United States has done Netanyahu's bidding for almost 30 years now, going to war with every one of them except for the big one that Netanyahu so much longs for, which is the war directly between the United States and Iran.
About 10 days after 9/11, I went through the Pentagon and I saw Secretary Rumsfeld and Deputy Secretary Wolfowitz. I went downstairs just to say hello to some of the people on the Joint Staff who had used to work for me, and one of the generals called me in. He said, "Sir, you got to come in. You got to come in and talk to me a second." I said, "Well, you're too busy." He said, "No." He says, "We've made the decision. We're going to war with Iraq." This was on or about the 20th of September. So I said, "Well, did they find some information connecting Saddam to Al-Qaeda?" He said, No. He says, "There's nothing new that way. They just made the decision to go to war with Iraq." He said, "I guess it's like we don't know what to do about terrorists, but we've got a good military and we can take down governments." And he said, "I guess if the only tool you have is a hammer, every problem has to look like a nail." So I came back to see him a few weeks later, and by that time we were bombing in Afghanistan. I said, "Are we still going to war with Iraq?" And he said, "Oh, it's worse than that." He said, he reached over on his desk, he picked up a piece of paper, and he said, I just got this down from upstairs, meaning the Secretary of Defense's office today, and he said, "This is a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran."